Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought and still fighting today, made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you, turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the glow for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the cadence, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Hannah McCann spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. We benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful grateful. That's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place. Ho, ho.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your duties and just fly home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your duties and just fly home. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we've been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy start with discussing it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Oh, get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly home.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly home.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye-bye, little birds. They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize. All we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We LP. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, the fight, the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our our scars. We the backbone, we the scars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our flames are power, our roots are trees. We know world. It's rhythm and grace, shout, and now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Show in the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, or fighting not to go back home. We waving arms where we were forged. Every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Telling my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in the skies. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study dope, trick vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use. Free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
All right, greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krumah, and we're joined with West Coast correspondent Shabaka Sankori. Shabaka's Black Express Enhanced. We have Lady Chan in the background. She's asleep. And we got Michael, our Asian ally, joining us this evening. And on this season 6, episode 34, or Trey Foe, part 2, part deuce of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics that we didn't get to in part 1. And that is breaking news. Great news. Great news. Better than when the Gators lose. Senator Lindsey Graham dies at 71 after sudden illness. Racist judge James Gosnell pleads guilty to CSAM charges. I'm gonna let y'all figure out the acronym, but it's SA, a child charges.
Oh my God.
This new heat dome could last the rest of July. Gonna be a hot summer.
Okay.
Then SunDown towns flood out in Missouri, the state of Missouri.
Great news.
Then he went hunting with his white friends, and they killed him.
Surviving the game.
Don't go exactly in real time. And then we got Tariq Nasheed talks to a white nationalist who confronted Myron, Tether, Musty Gaines.
Okay.
And then we got police fatally shoot fleeing black teen in the back. Footage sparks outrage. Puerto Rican rapper suggests hip hop isn't foundationally FBA culture. Did you not see microphone check? Latino. Then we got update. Black man found dead in jail cell after brutal K9 attack. Iran just changed this conflict forever, and oil prices could crash. Boosie disses Jay-Z.
Not in Nevada, they won't.
Boosie disses Jay-Z, DJ Vlad, and Caleb Williams in new diss track. That's Your Son. Spencer Pratt declares war on California election fraud. Oh, I forgot something. The new Republican candidate for governor, Victor Marx, wins the Republican primary here in Colorado. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado, getting news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are a part of the new Black media and also the signal boosters of the new Black media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one, or one of the first, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which we have every Tuesday and Friday, is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016. Can you believe it, Shabaka? It's been 10 years.
Yeah.
And Shabaka's Black Enhanced is based off the 50th anniversary of the original founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. So on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 12 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience covers Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like share the podcast, family. Please make sure y'all hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub up to that if you haven't already. Just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Krumah. That's where we stream all the Denver City Council meetings and Aurora City Council meetings when they have them. The local community events, Black events such as Juneteenth, Black Arts Festival, etc., etc. And the Sunday Morning Food Bank, which I did earlier this morning and been doing for the past 10 years.
Okay.
And then we got Lady Che's backup channel, Lady Che's Seduction Doll YouTube channel, Seduction Doll 5991. Make sure y'all sub to that so she can start going live again on YouTube. I think she needs about 5 more subscribers. Oh, 4 more subscribers. Come on, y'all. Get her to 50 tonight. Then we got her main channel, The Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub to that if you haven't already. The link is also in the description. And she should be dropping the RBA at that this weekend, but sometime this coming week. So make sure y'all stay tuned for that. And then make sure y'all sub up to Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette1. Let's help get Shabaka to 50 subscribers so he can start going live again on YouTube. You are 6 away from 50, Shabaka. So
Okay, need 6 more again.
If y'all could subscribe to Shabaka's Jeanette1 channel, that would be awesome. The
And
link
then
is
also too, Brother Cham, will share this episode to the like page on Facebook of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And then there's also the group, I'm sharing it too by the same name of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And we got 300 people in that group. So if you're on Facebook, put in a request, to join the group. Because, I haven't had any activity on it in a while and it's been a little dormant and I want to keep it active so they don't tear it down due to inactivity because they playing all kind of games,
Yeah. And then we got our Cuzzo or Lokester out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. He tapped in earlier for the food bank.
Okay, Jay Militant. Okay.
Then we got our brother Kukizi out the Mile High, Bellside, Montbello to be exact. And he just dropped a culture report. Oh, I should play it. Do y'all want me to play FBA culture report?
Please.
Yes, sir,
Please. And then also too, people be advised, it's a little humid out here. We got partly cloudy warning at 98 degrees. Okay, so this heat is definitely messing with this signal out here, and it's humid out here. So that's telling me, man, we getting ready to have a downpour. So therefore, and I put a towel in front of my front door so critters don't decide to crawl in again.
He going in on the Nabisco's talking about welfare is reparations.
Okay, ever who that son of a bitch is, you're a buster. Bring your funky ass up here and come say it to our face.
He's going in on the troglodytes that say that stupid shit.
Okay. Yeah, because the majority of welfare recipients are troglodytes.
Recognition doesn't get the check cut, yeah. Shit, California is stupid with that gas shit. Yep.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah. It is ridiculous, man. Colin Kaepernick is always stepping up to the plate to do something positive in the community for FBAs, as per Michael. And Jay-Z said enough with the kneeling.
He's referred to Kaepernick who took a knee.
Get on him. We're gonna get on Gay-Z later.
Yeah.
Okay. And then on top of somebody saying out there that they drive a Tesla,
yeah,
you have my sympathy. Okay.
All right, let me finish the intro, y'all. Then we got our brother whose birthday was today, Breeze Omega, who was chopping it up with earlier. Both me and Mike Shabaka were chopping it up with Breeze earlier. Make sure y'all check out our brother Breeze Omega and my brother from another mother, who's originally from Hempstead, Long Island, but is now in not Houston, Texas. I keep confusing him with church. It's now in Leesburg, Virginia. Make sure y'all check out our brother Breeze Omega and happy.
I got a quick question for you.
Hold on,
I got a quick question. All right. Okay.
Then we got our brother Church of Black Power, who's originally from Watts, California, is now in Houston, Texas. The link to his channel is also in the description, and I was on his live earlier as well about the Nolan Wells case.
Okay. Oh, by the way, yeah, they found his body, and I do believe they are ruling it as a homicide.
Yeah. Then we got Torian Rain Reloaded, our brother from another mother as well. He's been around for a decade plus. Brother Torian, he's out the DMV area. And, he came up with the We Fought Back series and a slew of other series. And he actually put Lisa Cabrera on as well. So make sure y'all check him out. Then we got honorable mentions. I hate to say it like that, but we got Black Alpha Network. Make sure y'all check out Black Alpha Network. Make sure y'all check out our lead, our brother out the Shy. Make sure y'all check out Sincere Love to God and Nicety Girl as well. Make sure y'all check out ZZ Rants, Sister Brooke, Sister Vicky Dillard, our brother Beatzilla.
Banging on the table again.
No, Beatzilla. And anybody else that's a part of the New Black Media. I'll be here naming people all night, but those are honorable mentions. Hold on, Michael.
Oh, sorry.
Last, certainly not least, our brother Black Truth United, who's been around for about a year now. And he came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And the link to the Rolodex is in the description. The link to submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. The link to the threat database is also in the description. And the link to the B1 Rolodex itself is in the description. Then we got the Freedmen Reparations Party merch. Shout out to Church for putting that together. That link is also in the description. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American caucus. Long overdue. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got Michael's petition. Congresswoman Nikema Williams introduce and fully fund the Anti-Black Hate Crimes Act now. And the link to that is also in the description and in the chat. Then we got Sister Brooks' call to action, which ended about a week ago. So no need to promote that anymore, but check her out on evenmelanin.com and also subscribe to her backup channel, Brooks. The link is in the description. Looks like she's already surpassed 3,000 subscribers. So salute to her. Then we got the reparations for descendants of American Slaves Act, the Change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Donate to that if you haven't already. We got Tethers Dookie outside in the building. Salute. Donate to Lady Chase GoFundMe. Donate to our brother Joshua Fox, who put hands and feet all over that Nabisco white supremacist Chuck Boosie, who tried to attack him in front of the courthouse.
Right.
And, defended himself against that savage and caused him to shoot himself after he had shot our brother. So make sure y'all donate to his GoFundMe. It looks like he's raised $272,269, and the goal is $300,000. So he's almost to the goal. So that's good news. Then we got the Netflix stopped Netflix from releasing the damaging docu-series about Michael Jackson. Shout out to Dr. Randy Shaw for putting that petition together. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got myself, as you can tell from the background, I am a candidate on the ballot for Colorado State House of Representatives for House District 8 in the elections in November, and the link to my website is in the description. Then we got a copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, which is the only racism that exists on this planet and in this realm and in this time,
right,
what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of people activity. And that is economics, that is education, that is entertainment, that is labor, that is law, that is politics, that is religion, that is sex, and that is war. And some say health and nutrition. And all 10 areas of human and people activity. And that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95. ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr. ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy, which is the only racism that exists, is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great Dr. Cress Wilson, our warrior teacher, warrior scholar, master teacher, who transitioned exactly a decade ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of 2 months ago. And shout out to our FBA brother Tariq Nasheed for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. All right, Shabaka, what's your question?
Yes, sir. Okay. Okay, they did rule it as a homicide in regard to our man down there in Mississippi, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Okay, okay. And then also too, there's the group page on Facebook of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, where I have this link up there into that group. It's been a little dormant. I'm trying to get it back active, you know, as well. And then definitely like and follow the Facebook like page of the same name of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhances, because that page is getting trolled a little bit. And you know, we need some more, you know, some more pro black folks off in there to counterman, you know, these Nabiscos with their asinine, ignorant, stupid shit that they're saying.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Shabaka. I put the links to the show in the chat so you can share them out.
Oh, okay. All righty. Okay. All right. Doing that there, Che. Okay, please continue. Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna play our brother Kukizi's crime report first, and then
okay,
our crime report. That's Professor Black Truth that has the crime report. FBA culture report by our brother Kukizi.
Okay,
the latest one is welfare reparations. Hell to the non.
Yeah, Lord have mercy. Yeah, that there's some insulting shit right there.
That's that theory. Really is. Let's go to Owsley County, Kentucky. Teeny County, predominantly white, one of the poorest countries in America.
Or counties.
Okay, anywhere from 0 to 6 months. The county is considered first or second poorest county in the United States of America, which we're not proud of. But we have great people here. We have people who try. We have people who really work hard to keep themselves above water because there's no jobs.
Now, I don't doubt that some of the people there work hard. Poverty exists in every community. Let's see about some of this hard work.
Right.
More than 24 people are facing charges following a drug investigation out of eastern Kentucky. State police say Operation Mountain Thunder targeted drug trafficking networks. 28 people were arrested in the investigation. Troopers also seized meth and fentanyl with a street value of more than $100,000.
Now, before somebody comes in the comment to say, why are you picking on those good white peoples?
Oh, Lord.
I'm not. This is scholarship. So here's the question. If welfare is reparations for foundational Black Americans, then why would taking away welfare devastate Owsley County?
Right.
Because welfare ain't reparations. Welfare is a need-based anti-poverty program. Reparations are a lineage-based remedy for a specific historical injustice. Them is two completely different policies. Right. If welfare was really reparations, it wouldn't be based on income. It would be based on lineage. That's why poor, white, mayonnaise-eating people in the Appalachian Mountains can receive SNAP. Yeah. And that's why poor Black families can receive SNAP. That's why poor families of every race can receive SNAP. Yeah. Because the program was never designed to repair the specific harms of American slavery and its aftermath. So stop telling foundational Black Americans that welfare was our reparations. If welfare was our reparations, why is everybody else getting them too then?
Right.
Need-based is not lineage-based.
That part.
General poverty release is not reparative justice. Nobody's asking for a poverty program. We are demanding a lineage-based policy tied to a specific historical harm and a specific... They tell us foundational Black Americans already got reparations. You guys got welfare. Y'all got food stamps. You got Medicaid. Stop begging. Oh, really? Let's test that theory. Let's go to Owsley County, Kentucky.
All right, thank you to our brother Keezy.
And then Uptight says those Nabiscos had a 400-year head start. Yeah, you're right about that, Mr. Uptight.
Exactly, Uptight. Michael, what are your thoughts on our brother Kukizi's latest video.
Oh, I like O'Keefe. He did a good job breaking it down to like the Nabiscos, and that's especially the Nabiscos who claim that they're the highest IQ, but their IQ appears to be dwindling down. Cannot distinguish the differences like basic, right? Does not require college degrees. And I broke it down perfectly well in the chat. Welfare programs address basic needs for all Americans, whereas limits-based cost payment reparations um, address a specific legal injury committed against American freedmen of chattel
Right.
slavery, like separate issues, right? Because reparations did not discriminate against, different social economic classes of foundational Black Americans.
Right.
It's really about the wealth. Like it took that not only took the property, but took the wealth along with it.
And then also too, Michael, is like you've heard me say before, is that free labor that they got and the contribution to the gross national product during the years of slavery contributed greatly to the gross national product, and it was parlayed, and it still continues to the gross national product of the United States, just off the concept of reinvestment.
Right, exactly. Yes. And even like Uptight makes a good point that the Nabiscos have a 400-year head start. And I agree because they've seen like homestead and by the way, homestead and this was supposed to go to American freedmen, not to the white European
Right,
immigrants.
right. And then they started the Federal Reserve when they stole all the money from the Freedmen's Bank.
Yep, exactly. And so even to this day, white European Americans are still receiving government assistance, just not only like EBT, SNAP, but also farming, agriculture, like you said. In other words, they're receiving the free money that was built by American freedmen. And to be honest, American freedmen supposed to be receiving free money plus benefits because you guys put your ancestors put a lot of hard work from sun up
Oh,
to sundown.
absolutely. Yeah, that is a fact because that is in my family. Then, not to mention the fact is that when they started the Freedmen's Bank, they went up there and stole it. So then they forced us onto the system of sharecropping that still exists to this day. So which is still another goddamn form of slavery. So therefore, that's two forms of slavery.
Right.
My great grandparents were sharecroppers.
Sharecroppers, right. And I know, like, I bet O'Keefe is going to say to the white liberals.
Not O'Keefe, Cool Keezy.
Oh, Cool Keezy. Sorry, my fault. O'Keefe, right. I bet he's going to say to those white liberals, go ahead, let the welfare programs get cut. We don't care. We're good.
Right. And they will be the main ones that suffer from it. You see what I'm saying? But what it is though, Michael, is see, they always try to play on our IQ. They always think that we are quote unquote inherently stupid. And we circumnavigated the globe, gave the world the concept of trigonometry, geometry, engineering, medicine, but we stupid. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely understand. It's really like the Biscos, Brad and Becca. They're really like not that
Oh
smart.
yeah. Oh yeah. You see, they hate us because they cannot beat us. You see what I mean? And then they want the rhythm. Now, to quote Brother Che, they want the rhythm, but they don't want the blues. Okay. And then they call Colin Kaepernick ungrateful when the man was simply exercising his right to protest. Yeah. And then they want to hate on Colin Kaepernick is because he nailed, trying to raise the consciousness of the brutalization that our people go through. Okay, then just like at the Super Bowl when they sing "Lift Every Voice and Sing," there's only one national anthem and all that bullshit. And that is one thing about Muhammad Ali. When he fought for the title, he insisted that they play "Lift Every Voice and Sing" and fuck the national anthem. And they say, well, he's unpatriotic. He was a coward. Go get your ass in the ring with him, and I bet you'll make a buster out of you.
That's why I was so mad about that mural they put up. Like, are you serious?
Yeah, man. Yeah. See. And they hated that brother of what he stood for. And then for any of you mighty whiteys out there, I want to make this here perfectly clear. Muhammad Ali would have kicked the shit out of Rocky Marciano.
Right.
Right.
See, here we built your damn country, shed blood off in this place, went to every fucking war that it's been in, you know what I'm saying? And the only thing we're supposed to do is sit up there and say, Yassa boss. No, man. You
Yeah,
can't, you don't disrespect the people like that.
I gotta find what Tim Scott said. Let me see.
Yep. Here comes Tim Scott.
I think
Yeah.
I hope Lisa plays it. I hope Lisa plays it. I
Me
really
too.
hope Lisa plays it. So Lisa
Well,
gonna do
his
us
shiny looking ass.
breaking news. Lindsey Graham, Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, has kicked the bucket at
Right.
71 after sudden illness. Great news. Great news.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, by the way, Bazoogus, they could have gone on ChatGPT to understand the difference between welfare and lineage base. Well, obviously, the Bazoogus don't know nothing about ChatGPT.
Yeah, exactly. Would you call them the Mazugus, huh?
Yeah, Swahili. You know, yes.
Yeah.
We're all
Yeah,
calling
the
them out directly in
Mazugu.
public, right? Did I tell you one time this lady who asked questions about reparations? When I said Musugu, she thought that I was talking about different people. No, I was actually calling out indirectly, and she got a little offended.
Yeah.
Okay, let her get a. Okay, this is in Nabisco, right?
Yep.
Okay, we don't care about them getting offended. If they want to be offended, they have to blame themselves for the offense.
Right.
Yep.
Exactly.
I mean, y'all ought to see the shit that they call me. You know?
Everything but a child of God. All right, let me get to Lee.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Okay, going on mute,
I'm
man,
like,
because I'm
what
going to
the
look for
heck?
the Bluetooth.
So
Okay.
not Mitch McConnell, but Mitch McConnell went into cardiac arrest, which we heard weeks ago. They won't give an update. I really don't think Mitch is around anymore. There's a reason why nobody is getting an update, because I think he's gone and they just don't want to announce it. And I think what the fear is, the governor, Andy Bashir, is a Democrat. So Mitch's seat being open, it's going to be given to a Democrat. He's not going to put a Republican in the seat and he's a Democratic governor. And that's what they're in fear of. And with Lindsey Graham lost now, who died yesterday, now that opens up a second Republican seat. And boy, they are dropping like flies. But hey, the devil has come to collect his due. That's all I have to say when it comes down to Mitch and Lindsey. The devil has come to collect his due. So I don't see too many people mourning for Lindsey Graham. In fact, some of his own people are the ones taking shots at him after finding out he is no longer with us. I ain't crying for this man. He was a stone cold racist. He is racist. And he was another one that sat in his seat of power and worked against us. That's all that man did. Mitch McConnell, same thing. They get in these seats of power, they hate us and work against us.
Yeah, more good old
So,
boy.
yes, Lindsey is gone.
Jabby jab.
And I'm going to let you see people's reaction to him being gone. But that man never meant us any good. He never did. You know, a lot of people called him racist and misogynist. I mean, look, at the end of the day, the last big thing Lindsey Graham said in the media, and I did a live on it, he wanted our youth to fight for Israel. And I know many of you remember it because this was just a few months ago. He made such a big deal about our young people joining the fight against Iran and getting on the side with Israel. He was one of those people that sat in his seat and put Israel first. Even his own people were complaining about that. Even people in the Republican Party were complaining about that when it came down to Lindsey Graham. He put Israel. First, he even put Israel above America. Now, they said the last thing he did was he went to Ukraine and came back just a few days ago. And, you know, the call came Saturday that he was in cardiac arrest. So, yeah, well, you don't know when the Most High is going to pull your card, even if you're wicked. He's still got a timeline for you, too. So, y'all, you can't tell me this ain't the end. Now their prominent people are leaving out of here. I think at the end of last year, it was Chuck Grassley. He passed. And now, like I said, I don't believe Mitch McConnell is no longer here. I don't know what the reason is for hiding what's going on for him, but it's being hidden for a reason. So, and now Lindsey Graham. All Republicans, you know, but he collected on the Democrats too, you know, Sheila Jackson Lee, we know she passed on, and a couple of years back, John Lewis, you know, Elijah Cummings. I mean, many of these people died since I've been on YouTube. You know, he took Jesse Jackson. So, hey, he ain't discriminating. He's getting them out of here. But them old relics y'all got that like to sit in a seat of power and undermine us, look like they are checking out of here for real.
I agree, Uptight. He needs to be the next son of a bitch to go.
My screen.
Yep, I agree with you as well, Uptight.
Mm-hmm. Timbo Jangles, he definitely needs to go.
Yeah, the day of the ass
Please
scratching,
give me a one
the minstrel
if you
is over.
see my screen.
Even like James
Yeah,
Clyburn.
seniors. Yeah, another minstrel.
Yeah, even
Thank
James
you.
Clyburn. When I see James Clyburn yelling, right, I was like, oh my God, he's about to almost have like a stroke.
Or an aneurysm.
Yep. Because I
Y'all,
know
South
this.
Carolina, listen, y'all got to get up, okay? Listen, I know it's early, but they saying Lindsey Graham, he no longer more, okay? They say he done passed away from a sudden illness. I know the residents of South Carolina can rest assured that they ain't got to send their kids off to war anymore, because I remember when he said he was going to ask his constituents to, yeah. Anyways, y'all, he's no longer here anymore, y'all. And his family are asking for our thoughts and our prayers. You got my thoughts. It's not good ones. Yeah, they said that he passed away suddenly. And I'm surprised that they told us so soon, because, you know, they still got Mitch McConnell tiptoeing around that bucket, okay? That man being kicked that bucket, okay? I don't know why they stringing this along for so long. But anyways, Lindsey Graham done passed away. Mitch McConnell, he on his way up out of here. And y'all know they say it comes in threes, okay? Yeah, South Carolina, make sure we give our thoughts and prayers.
Guys, Aaron Partners to the sleeve.
Okay, so we got to freeze up, ladies and gentlemen, and until that day comes back on.
You know, back when I was a kid, y'all, my mother used to love Mahalia Jackson. And she had, you know, a couple of her albums and everything. And I remember there was one song on there called The Upper Room. The Upper Room. I said, no, these dudes ain't going to no upper room. She's
They're
talking about
going
heaven.
straight
These
down
dudes
there
are
to
going to the
hell.
lower room. Look, y'all, Lindsey Graham died. What y'all having for breakfast? What y'all having for breakfast? Do y'all make some fancy coffees and stuff at home like a lot of people do? What y'all having for breakfast? Give me some ideas, because I got to eat something when I get off of this chat. What y'all having for breakfast? Fish and grits. Okay. Waffles. Yeah, y'all got to give me some breakfast ideas. Give me some breakfast. And if y'all make a really good coffee, yeah, even an iced coffee, y'all know how to hook that up. Y'all tell me how you hook it up. I gotta have a celebratory breakfast this morning. Lindsey Graham is gone. I gotta have a celebratory breakfast. All right, y'all. How you doing, KG? I saw you up in here.
So I guess I'll just do this.
All right, y'all, we are back.
Y'all, South Carolina, listen, y'all got to get up, okay? Listen, I know it's early, but they saying Lindsey Graham, he no longer more, okay? They say he done passed away from a sudden illness. I know the residents of South Carolina can rest assured that they ain't got to send their kids off to war anymore, because I remember when he said he was going to ask his constituents to, yeah. Anyways, y'all, he's no longer here anymore, y'all. And his family are asking for our thoughts and our prayers. You got my thoughts. It's not good ones. Yeah, they said that he passed away suddenly. And I'm surprised that they told us so soon, because, you know, they still got Mitch McConnell tiptoeing around that bucket, okay? That man being kicked that bucket, okay? I don't know why they stringing this along for so long. But anyways, Lindsey Graham done passed away. Mitch McConnell, he on his way up out of here. And y'all know they say it comes in threes, okay? Yeah, South Carolina, make sure we give our thoughts and prayers.
Guys, Aaron Partners is asleep, so I guess I'll just do this. Breaking news, Lindsey Graham just died. He was 71 years old, and his office just posted this. It says, on the evening of Saturday, July 11th, which was yesterday, U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham passed away from a brief and sudden illness. Senator Graham's family appreciates prayers at this time and are asking for privacy. NBC News is reporting this was a cardiac arrest. They said that emergency personnel responded to a call of a cardiac arrest at Graham's Capitol Hill home on Saturday night, according to a police scanner obtained by NBC News. Seems like they also had some photographs and some other stuff to confirm. What's even crazier is that Lindsey was literally just in Ukraine the other day. That's some crazy major breaking news to get in the middle of the night. Well, that's my one-off as a news reporter. I'm going back to debating. Bye!
Well. It appears, my dears, that Graham got busy this evening. A statement from the office of U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham. The office of U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham released the following statement. On the evening of Saturday, July 11th, the U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham passed away from a brief and sudden illness. Senator Graham's family appreciates your prayers at this time and ask for your privacy during this incredibly difficult period. Wait till Mitch hears this shit, honey. Wait till the glitch bitch hears that Lindsey just bit the dust before all of them, honey. No more ladybug, maybe. A brief, sudden illness. Anyway, it's 1:25 a.m. Let me get my ass off of here. We'll talk about this tomorrow, baby. Ooh.
So I'm out walking my dog, and Lindsey Graham just died. And I'm like, so happy, but like, it's like 3 a.m. and there's no one to tell. And like, I feel like Paul fucking Revere or something. I'm like, everybody on the East Coast is asleep. Even the West Coast is kind of asleep. And I'm like, hey, everyone, do any of you know that Lindsey Graham just died? It's up and it's stuck. Is anybody?
Today, we have lost 2 real political heroes. Number 1, Lindsey Graham. The United States is mourning the loss of Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, who has passed away at the age of 71 following a brief and sudden illness, according to a statement released by his office. Graham served South Carolina in the U.S. Senate for more than 2 decades and was one of the most influential voices in American politics. Known for his strong positions on national security, foreign policy, and defense issues, Graham played a major role in shaping Republican policy and remained a prominent figure in Washington throughout his career. He was also a close ally of President Donald Trump and a key figure in many major political debates of the last decade. Tributes are pouring in from political leaders across the United States who remember him for his dedication to public service and his commitment to the nation. His family has requested privacy during this difficult time.
Hey everyone, we're following breaking news right now. Senator Lindsey Graham from South Carolina has died at the age of 71. His official Twitter page just released a statement indicating that he passed away from a brief illness earlier today. The statement reads, on the evening of Saturday, July 11th, U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham passed away from a brief and sudden illness. Senator Graham's family appreciates prayers at this time and asks for privacy during this incredibly difficult period. Lindsey Graham has served in the U.S. Senate since 2003. He was in the House before that, and he's long been one of President Trump's closest allies in the Senate. We're going to continue to stay on top of this breaking news. Stay with NBC4 for more updates.
Y'all, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning, and while everyone's been looking for Mitch McConnell, this evening, Lindsey Graham died. This is like breaking news. Everything's a little sketchy right now, but it is being confirmed by not only his office and his people, but his family. Apparently, he had some kind of medical emergency. They're calling it a brief illness this evening. He passed a few hours ago, and they're actually just breaking the news right now. This is actually pretty major news, and we'll discuss it more when some more details come out. But Lindsey Graham has died at the age of 71.
Lindsey Graham is dead. The 71-year-old Republican politician, warmonger from South Carolina has passed away. In a statement that was released by his office, it says, on the evening of Saturday, July 11th, U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham passed away from a brief and sudden illness. Senator Graham's family appreciates prayers at this time and asks for privacy during this incredibly difficult period. They didn't say what the brief and sudden illness is. They just said that he has officially passed away. Okay, and of course, nobody saw this coming. People assumed that it would be Mitch McConnell, given that there has been no news, but no, it's actually Lindsey Graham. All right. Now, of course, I'm going to do an entire video wrap up on his legacy. I have a few videos out about who he was and what he's done and the legacy he leaves behind, but that was before he actually is, behind, you know what I mean? So an updated video on that is coming. But yes, 2:20 a.m. Eastern Standard Time as of today. Right now, Lindsey Graham is dead.
Trump and I, we've had a hell of a journey. I hate it being this way. Oh my God, I hate it. From my point of view, he's been a consequential.
Michael.
But today, first thing you'll see.
That clip just seemed to fit the situation almost perfectly. Another cardiac arrest. Sounds just like what happened to Mitch. I'm not saying that something or someone, whatever, I'm not saying nothing. But one thing I do know is the universe is tired of their bullshit. I've been telling y'all since this man got back in office. Y'all have a choice to either do right, shape up, or you're going to get shipped out. And it ain't going to be on no boat. Y'all can keep going if y'all want to, but that contract is up. Y'all don't have long. You got about 30 minutes to get it together.
Breaking news coming out of South Carolina, Senator Lindsey Graham has died at 71 years old after a brief and sudden illness. Senator Lindsey Graham just returned back from Kiev after meeting with President Vladimir Zelensky, and it turns out that he caught a sickness and he is now gone to the lower room. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Senator Lindsey Graham is probably one of the worst people who have ever walked the face of this earth, no doubt. He's racist, he's misogynist, and this man is filled with the most hate you have ever seen in your life. He is one of the biggest Islamic phobes that we have ever seen touch the foot of the Senate floor. So for many of us, he will not be missed whatsoever. Looks like their clocks are all being punched all around the same time, huh? Tick tock, your time is up. Thoughts and cheers to his family.
Breaking news. Lindsey Graham has passed away.
Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican of South Carolina, dies at 71. Mr. Graham died of a brief and sudden illness on Saturday evening. His office said he served the Senate for more than 2 decades. Senator Lindsey Graham, a South Carolina Republican who served the state legislature and the House of Representatives before being elected to the Senate 4 times, has died, his office announced Sunday. He was 71. He died of a brief and sudden illness on Saturday evening, his office said in a statement without providing details. Mr. Graham was first elected to the United States House of Representatives in 1994 before being elected to the Senate in 2002. He was reelected to the Senate in 2008, 2014, and 2020. He was serving as chairman of the Senate Budget Committee.
Lindsey Graham, Senator of South Carolina, has mysteriously died of a illness. They don't say what illness it is. They just know that he's dead. So y'all know Lindsey Graham was one of the senators that were really gung-ho on the war in Iran. He was like, if y'all can obliterate the whole country, just do so. I mean, he was just tired of dealing with it. But also, he is a very good ally of Donald Trump. And I wonder what the Senate gonna do now that he has passed away. The fact that they done called his passing before they done called Mitch McConnell. And it was mysterious. It was all of a sudden. It was no reason, just a sudden death. But yeah, y'all, Lindsey Graham has passed away. He has held that Senate seat since 2002. Y'all know when he did the little presidential run, he ain't get nowhere. But yeah, I wonder what South Carolina gonna do. Who they gonna appoint now? Are they gonna wait for the midterms? I wonder how this gonna, you know what I'm saying, deal with when it comes to the Senate and all of that. But y'all know what to do. Let's over here. Lindsey is gone. Condolences to the family. That's all I can say. I mean, everybody bereaves differently. But yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, so from what I understand, Shay, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think what happens in this case.
Y'all, I'm still thinking about my breakfast. I'm thinking about what I'm going to put together and eat. I see that above anything that was spoken about at this live stream, if you know what I mean. So, y'all, Lindsey is gone. And I believe Mitch is gone. And we'll see what else happened. I mean, look, this is after the 250th year anniversary of America, the first fatality, Lindsey Graham. Because I think Mitch was long before now.
Right.
So, y'all, thank you for joining me for this live stream. I deeply appreciate it. You know, his family is asking for prayers. I could pray, but it's not going to be the kind of prayer.
Well, my prayer is for the family of the young man that died in Mississippi.
So that's why I'm going to focus on my breakfast. So when I get off of here, I'm going to put my breakfast together and sit up and enjoy it and reminisce on how much I did not like this man.
Oh, wait a minute. Gardenas is saying that he was a member of the
Okay, I do have some fresh fruit, actually. Yeah,
LGBTQ community.
Fresh fruit.
Wow.
Wow.
And I can juice a few things too. I can hook up my little fruit salad and put it in my juicer.
And then keep in mind, you know, they're gonna go up there and go get the house niggas.
Thank you so much for being
to get out
here.
there
I deeply appreciate it.
Say condolences.
And
Exactly,
I have
uptight.
another live coming up at 11:45. Do y'all know that skin cancer is skyrocketing on a global scale? It is. They said it is surging all over the globe. And guess what I also learned today? You know, when I was researching that particular story. Now, we know white people in America are number one in skin cancer. They are number one. You will never believe who's number two. You will never believe it. The natives, the Siberians, they are number two in skin cancer in America. Listen, y'all, the natives, the Asians, the Siberians, the ones they call Native Americans in America, they are number 2 in having the highest rate of skin cancer in this country. Think the Most High made a mistake? Hell no, he don't make mistakes, period. So y'all, I will see you at 11:45. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa.
Okay. And like I said, yeah, there's Lindsey right there. yeah, there's Lindsey right there.
Yeah.
Do y'all want to hear from our brother DSB first, or from Tim Scott himself?
Let's deal with the coon first, man.
First.
You know
Yeah,
what
let's see what the coon's got to say.
All right, the coon it is.
Now, I know this is going to be disgusting.
Welcome back. And joining me now to reflect on the sudden passing of his colleague is South Carolina Senator Tim Scott. Senator Scott, thank you so much for joining us, and my condolences to you and to all the people of South Carolina.
Thank you, Kristen. Thank you for having me, and thank you for extending your condolences, not just to me, but this entire state has lost a statesman. I have lost a friend.
Well, we appreciate your joining us to talk about the senator's life, what he accomplished, what he leaves behind. How do you see the legacy of Senator Lindsey Graham?
Kristen, I think it really reminds me of where he started. Here's a guy raised in the back of a bar. He's 19 years old at the University of South Carolina. Within 15 months, his mother dies and his father has a massive heart attack, and he passes as well. Lindsey adopts his 13-year-old sister and becomes a surrogate father to his sister. That pain and misery led him into public service. And he started public service because he wanted to make sure that no one felt invisible, that the people who needed the help, that the government was there to help those who could not help themselves, not those who would not help themselves, but those who could not help themselves. And through time, of course, he was in the Air Force and then the Air National Guard. He spent his life in public service because he loved America and felt like his story was not possible anywhere else. And the one thing I can tell you about losing my friend Lindsey is I'm losing someone who understands that we serve in public office for our bosses, the people of South Carolina, every single senator. We don't lead the people, we should serve the people. And Lindsey Graham reminds me of that every single day.
What do you see, Senator, as his lasting impact, not just on South Carolina, but foreign policy, which he was deeply immersed in?
Well, for me personally, his lasting legacy is really brevity. He could be short and witty at the same time and funny. I'll give you one story and I'll hit foreign policy. I started a South Carolina prayer breakfast for all of those of us who live in DC. And I called Lindsey my first year and said, Lindsey, will you please come to my prayer breakfast at 8:30 in the morning? Lindsey says, I'm not coming if Jesus comes back before 10 a.m. And Kristen, that dude made me laugh so loud at a prayer breakfast. And then, of course, at 8:31, who walks through the door? Lindsey Graham. He was that kind of friend. He was committed to the people he loved. Foreign policy. Lindsey believed that every single American, wherever you travel, you should be safe. And whatever it took to make that a reality, he wanted to do. As a man who put on the uniform himself to keep Americans safe, he was really committed, and frankly, he leaned into the foreign policy debates. He leaned into the conflicts around the world because he believed that he was given by God a responsibility and an opportunity to make a difference. And he did make a difference, whether it's the 10th visit in so many months to Ukraine, whether it was with China, Iran. Lindsey Graham believed in keeping Americans safe, and he believed, Kristen, and I believe he was right, that a non-nuclear Iran was to save the lives of millions of people around the world and hundreds of thousands of Americans. He was just that committed to the causes he believed in.
Senator, I can see how emotional this is for you. And so it is so hard to ask this question because Governor McMaster is tasked with appointing someone to replace him, at least temporarily, to fill that seat. Do you have a sense of who that's going to be or who that should be?
I don't, to be honest with you. I do know that there are at least one or two Congress members that I would expect Henry McMaster, our governor, to consider. I would imagine that there is going to be a sprint because, as you remember, Kristen, Lindsey was up for re-election right now. So next month, there will be likely an open primary to replace the Republican nominee. And by the end of the month, I would assume that we will be well on our way to electing someone as his successor. Hard to swallow that life moves so quickly and the party doesn't stop ever. And so the governor will appoint someone, maybe a caretaker between now and the end of the year. And then because the primary season opens so quickly, I would imagine an open primary process would be in the best interest of South Carolinians. But that's his choice and one that I look forward to seeing who comes out.
Senator Tim Scott, again, our condolences. You all there in South Carolina in our thoughts, as is the family of Senator Lindsey Graham. Thank you so much for joining us.
Lord. Thank you, Kristen. Please take the time to call someone you love. That's one message I think we should all remember.
Take the time brother, I can't, man.
I love you, your family, and your friends. Don't take it for granted. Life
I can't,
That
man.
is a powerful final message. Senator, thank you for that. And we will take you up on that.
Now, see, this is a
Thank you for
motherfucker
watching.
right
And
here,
remember,
ladies
stay
and
updated
gentlemen,
on
that will
breaking
sell
news
us
and
out for
top
some
stories on the
trinkets.
NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Beads and trinkets.
I can't.
And he's up, and the worst part, he's of the lineage. He's not.
Yep. Hey, Jesse.
Okay,
We
now,
go now to South
Oh.
Carolina Republican Senator Tim Scott.
and
Senator,
not
good morning,
again, man,
we are
bruh.
sorry for your loss. As Americans wake up this morning, I wonder how you would have them remember Senator Graham, someone who served this country in uniform, but also at the Capitol for so many decades.
Margaret, thank you for your condolences. And America certainly has lost a statesman. I have lost a friend. To remember Lindsey Graham, Margaret, is honestly to remember his very humble beginnings.
Fool,
I'm not
what
sure
is
everyone
wrong
connects the
with
dots
you?
on who he is and why he is. His mother dies of cancer 15 months later. His dad dies of a massive heart
Exactly.
attack. He adopts
Double
his
shuffle.
a 13-year-old sister
double
when he was
stuff
just
on
19
tag.
years
Yeah,
old and a student at the
that's
University
new.
of South Carolina. And that remarkably hard and harsh beginning would
Boss,
frame
we
his
sick, yeah.
worldview. And as a public servant, Margaret, the
Boss,
one
we
thing that we
sick,
don't
yeah.
oftentimes think about with
Boss,
Lindsey is
we
he
dead.
wanted to make sure if you needed help, he could help. He was there. He wanted to
Oh,
make sure that
boss,
those
we
who
dead,
sometimes
boss.
feel invisible, that they were
Oh,
seen. And he
boss,
did
you
an
dead,
incredible job
boss.
in South Carolina of providing the kind of public service that you would want to see from your elected official.
Man,
He also understood that he worked for the people of South Carolina and not he was just a leader of South Carolina.
that's what I'm
Of course,
saying,
there's
uptight
a
boss,
foreign
we
policy
dead.
portfolio that's
You
undeniable,
know,
that was synonymous to who we knew him to be in public service. But as a South Carolinian, as a friend, I got to tell
yeah,
you, he
boss,
was
we
just
so
a
dead,
witty
boss.
guy. He was
Oh,
always funny. I'll tell you one quick story, Margaret. When I
boss.
first started my South
Oh,
Carolina prayer breakfast in
boss.
D.C., for those of us who came from South
Ooh,
Carolina, I called
man.
Lindsey on the phone, and I knew he was not a morning person. And the prayer breakfast starts
Hey,
8:30
Mr.
in the morning. And
Gardenas.
I said, Lindsey, will you come? He says, I'm not coming even if Jesus comes before 10 a.m. And that made me, I just laughed out
Man,
loud.
this
Of course,
skinning
at
and grinning,
8:31,
buck dancing
he walked
ass
to the door.
trick, man. God
Lindsey Graham
damn,
was that.
man.
He
Come
was
on, man.
always
Brother, you could do
committed
better than that.
to the priorities that he thought was important not just for him, but for me. And
for
it's
you,
one of those times when you just
nigga, what
know
the
who
fuck
he
did
is
he
as a
do for your
person.
black ass
And then as
besides
a public
nothing?
servant, we certainly know him as a fierce fighter on foreign policy, as a person who put on the uniform for 30 years, a colonel in our military. He loved America passionately. He served us brilliantly. And he will be missed undeniably.
Man, bro, I don't
wonder,
even
you know,
think
Senator
Obama
Graham's
did
staff said
some
that he
shit this
had
bad.
a sudden and brief illness. Do you know what happened? Because it shocked us, frankly, overnight.
He got his
I
ticket
don't
punched,
know the
lady.
details any more than his staff
Yeah,
has released.
he made his appointment.
My hunch was
That's what the
it was a
fuck
heart
happened.
attack,
He got
but
his ticket
I
punched.
hate to just give you my opinion on what I've heard from people that are close in circle, but I think we'll have more information over the next couple of days, but it appears to have been a heart attack.
You know, you mentioned the senator's sense of humor. He
Man,
would
so
come
I
on
put
this
my
program,
10 Scott tongue up
and
your
he
ass.
would
Oh,
use his
damn,
platform. He
okay.
was very clear. He
Oh,
was coming on
Lord.
television because he
He
had a
probably
message,
did it.
often for the president of the United States
Disgusting.
himself, that he wanted Mr. Trump to hear. He was
Look,
constantly
man, the
flying around the
motherfucker's
world.
dead. He's
I
through.
wonder
Okay.
how
What about young man,
Republican
who
leadership
died
plans
down there in
to honor his
Mississippi?
legacy.
Well, you know, one of the things I think we should do, obviously, that Southside Prayer Breakfast is coming up for me later this month. I'm going to rename it in honor of Lindsey Graham, and we'll now have the Lindsey Graham Prayer Breakfast going on for as long as I'm in public service.
Oh,
Number one. Number
God.
two, as Senate leadership comes together, I talked to John Thune about 4:30 this morning, and he and I and John Barrasso and others will find the appropriate way to honor him all week, and frankly, the rest of this
Yeah, I
term.
know a way to
I will
honor
say
his
that one of
ass,
the ways
man. Throw
we
his
can best
ass in the
honor
sewer.
Lindsey Graham is to understand the importance that he placed on American safety abroad.
Yeah.
If you want to know who he was a person who believed that when you left this country, you should be safe no matter where you go and no matter what it cost. And that's why, as a guy who became the budget chair, Margaret, one of the funniest stories, I remember sitting there with Lindsey Graham, and he said, I am now the budget chair, and I know nothing about money. I know nothing about numbers.
I got a question.
I'm going to do the job anyways. And as you can tell, we got that budget tool called reconciliation done once.
Wasn't Lindsey Graham
I
one of
spoke
the
to Senator-
ones that passed this clown
I spoke
man
to
who
Senator
wouldn't
Graham a
shake
number of
hands with
times
him?
on Friday when he was in Kyiv. We spoke by phone, and I know he was so excited that the White House was finally going to support this bill he'd been working on with Senator Blumenthal to go tough on Russia and its biggest oil buyers. He said he'd got 85 signatories. He said this is gonna fly through. Are you going to honor him by making that vote happen? Is there a commitment to it?
Well, Margaret, it's way too early for me to talk politics and about the legislation that Lindsey Graham sponsored.
Get your
We'll
lies
busy
straight,
on that
fool.
tomorrow.
Get your
Today, I'm gonna
lies
stay
straight.
busy on his legacy and praying for his sister and the rest of the country who's lost a powerful leader. There are many ways for us to honor Lindsey Graham today. The best way for me to honor him is to talk about his legacy as a person and as a public servant. No doubt foreign policy will be one of the ways that we get to honor him. I won't be specific because, frankly, it's going to take the whole of leadership to come to a decision on the way to do that.
Yeah, the excitement in his voice on that one stood out to me.
Oh, Margaret, you know him as well as anyone in this public forum because he was so committed to public service. And I know your family has been committed to public service as well in the same way that he wore the uniform. And one of the ways that we will demonstrate our commitment to Lindsey, and my hope is to focus on the priorities that he had established for this nation from a global perspective. And hopefully the White House, the Senate, frankly, Republicans and Democrats will come together and do the things that we ought to do for the American people. And that will be the best way we can honor his legacy.
You know, I know it is too early to begin talking about who could possibly even try to fill his shoes for the remainder of his term. But I do know that the role Lindsey Graham played was a key one for the party connecting with the
Yep.
president, but frankly, sometimes Republicans have had some tension.
They're gonna do
He'd be
it
out there.
Herman Cain.
Remember him saying, "Oh, Margaret, I spent 4.5
Oh,
hours with the
yeah.
president on the golf
That
course
was
yesterday, and
disgusting.
here's what we're going to
Yeah,
do."
Herman
Herman
Cain.
Cain's
Who
99
can
tax.
step up and help
Yeah.
create that connective tissue between the White House and lawmakers now?
He died. They didn't even have a
Well,
funeral.
I don't know anyone who can fill
Yeah.
the shoes of Lindsey Graham. The one thing I can say that you just
All that
emphasized was the
capsule and
important role that he played in building bridges in life. It just is a part of who he was. And that's why I started off with the story of those who felt invisible. And in his presence, you knew you were seen. And we're going to have an important conversation to come. President Trump is committed to the Republican Party and, frankly, to the Republican Senate. There are disagreements without any question, but the good news
Oh,
is those disagreements
man.
so far have made us stronger. And Lindsey Graham being on the phone with the president every single day was helpful without any question. Playing golf every weekend for 4 hours. How anybody plays golf for 4 hours, I'll never know because I've never played for 2 hours. But the truth of the matter is, it was
I agree, Uptight. Che, Uptight says in this shit, man. Come on,
and a
man.
powerful
We
advocate
can't,
for
man.
us with the president.
It's over.
And so we'll need that. But more importantly, what we'll need is a champion who steps up to the plate, not for politics, but for serving our country. That is who Lindsey was. He had friends on both sides of the aisle. You're seeing world leaders come out across the world for Lindsey Graham. And why? Because he put others first. It is a biblical principle to let others shine more than you. And he's done that really well, even in his passing. He is iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens the other. We're now watching the world respond to the impact that Lindsey Graham had, not just here at home in South Carolina, but around the world.
Senator Scott, thank you for your remembrances this morning.
Oh boy, I never thought I'd say this, but nigga, please.
Hey, Sabaka. I bet
Yeah.
I bet you were going to say, "Oh, kiss my ass, goodbye," right?
Yeah, pretty much, Michael. Pretty much. You know, and if the dude, man, had tried to push the reparations situation, Michael, if he didn't get up there, man, talking about how he loved Trump and all that, okay, I might halfway sympathize with him.
Shabaka.
Yeah.
Lady Che got something to say. Go ahead, Lady Che.
Hey, Lady Che.
Hey, I'm sorry, I'm patient. Listen, like, fuck him, Scott. The voice of fucking Tim Scott, don't do the fuck up and can't be in this motherfucking booth is like beyond ridiculous. I was chilling and all of a sudden I hear motherfucking Tim Scott for like 25 fucking minutes of him kissing fucking white ass. Like, he can't stop.
Yeah.
He can't stop. Like, he just had to go on for like 25 motherfucking minutes talking about Lindsey Graham prayer breakfast and Lindsey Graham this and that and Lindsey Graham that. Never in my motherfucking life, other than today, where I heard fucking 2 hours of Jason Blacc talk about Lindsey Graham in the other way. You know what I mean? Did I hear this motherfucker talk about Lindsey Graham in this way? And I'm like, never in my life. I didn't even know you liked that motherfucker so much. Like, we never heard him talk like that about him this much.
Right.
All of a sudden, he's just like, right? Oh, fucking Lindsey Graham ass. Like, look, cuz, no. Tim Scott, like, is like the motherfucking professional, political, polite motherfucking Uncle Ruckus. Like, that motherfucker
That's exactly what it was, Lady Che.
motherfucking heaven. Okay, as much as that motherfucker just did right now, and bigging up and fucking highlighting of motherfucking the devil, right? Who would like go ahead and force a motherfucker to keep taking money for us, okay? Instead of letting that motherfucker live and just say, all right, yeah, you go ahead and, you know what I mean, go ahead and live your own and fucking pay your own motherfucking bills.
Right.
We give a fuck about you now. Kick rocks. We can sure use that money over here.
Right.
You know, there's a lot of starving ass shit going on over here. But no, especially in his own state. But no, he had to go do some other shit. Fuck him. Fuck him, okay? He can burn in motherfucking hell 20 times over.
Right.
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I hope homeless people be on his motherfucking grave every fucking goddamn day. You know what I mean? I hope nothing fucking grows. I hope it's burning up. I hope everything fucking falls apart. I hope the whole fucking shit just falls apart, grows. Fuck him and fuck Tim Scott. Tim Scott, like, who gives a fuck if you ever played fucking golf with the president? The president don't even like your fuck ass. He likes you just like he got 20 minutes of your fucking you be the black token, and that was that. That was that. He used you just as much as he used Byron Donald. Okay? And that was nothing.
Exactly.
For all that being said,
Exactly.
fuck him. I just can't believe we sat through that shit. A 25 motherfucking minutes. A Lindsey Graham prayer breakfast. Are we praying for him to stay burning in hell? Are we praying for him that him and his wife go right next? You know what I mean? His whole fucking family burn up. Are we praying for all those kind of negative shit? Because I mean, I don't know what we would pray for breakfast on Sunday. Like, fuck all that. Like, come on, cuz like for real, fucking Tim Scott. Who knew you liked him so fucking much? Who knew? I thought you fucking Trump.
I mean,
Lindsey Scott so fucking much for real. Not even one of the Kennedys. You liked him so fucking much that you gotta honor him like that. Now you gonna go build a shrine and little statues and shit. Like, come on, man. Like for real, honor him every fucking week. Are you kidding me? Cuz like. Fucking Tim Scott, like, take your fucking nose out of the white people's ass.
Exactly. I agree.
Well, he won't be doing too much of anything, Lady Chad. That motherfucker is through.
Yeah, he's lost.
He ain't gonna be doing too much of nothing. Throw the son of a bitch in the ground, let the worms feast on his ass.
Yeah. Lady Chad.
So that's a perfect segue to the next video. Another person from that you would not expect to have been given praise to Lindsey Graham.
Cory Booker.
Corey Boosie.
Oh,
yeah.
Man.
Boosie. Cory Booker.
No, man. No.
Oh, by the way.
That did it.
But I gotta say, Cory Boosie, right? When he
I'm no more good, man. I mean, man, when is this house nigga syndrome gonna end?
Right.
What is the cure for the fucking house nigga syndrome, man? I've been trying to figure it out for the last 10 goddamn years. What is the fucking cure?
The cure is death.
For me to hear this shit is elderly abuse, man.
Yeah, by the way, Cory Booker has more love for white supremacist Lindsey Graham than he does for FBAs. And even like when Cory Boosie was arguing against the filibuster, he was like arguing for nothing without substance, which was a waste of time.
Yeah, he was on that shit, man. Any motherfucker could stand up there for 25 hours, man. That motherfucker was amped up on something.
All right, let's see what he had to say.
And there wasn't no marijuana either.
Fuck him, man.
Let's see what he had to say about the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan.
I'm a brand new senator, determined to do something about mass incarceration. And I hear through Dick Durbin and others that he's the guy to work with. And I say, Mr. Graham, sir, I'd like to work with you on criminal justice reform. He seems almost amused by what I said. He goes, Cory, do you understand? I'm in a primary right now, and I'm running against a guy who is batshit crazy. I can't even so much as talk to you right now. Get out of here, man. Come back to me after my primary. And I laughed and came back to him after the primary. And true to his word, he rolled up his sleeves and we went to work. And thanks to him and Dick Durbin and some other Senate heroes, our bill became the First Step Act after years, 2 presidents, 2 Congresses, and became law. One of my favorite moments in that negotiation was at the last minute, I'm trying to force one more thing into that bill. This has to do with children being put in solitary confinement. And I am going at it with this White House official who says, no, hard no. And we're almost yelling at each other. And then he says, I'm going to get Lindsey Graham on the phone and he will tell you. And so he gets the White House operator to connect Lindsey Graham onto the phone. And Lindsey Graham listens for maybe a hot second and then interrupts the guy and says, are you kidding me? We need Cory Booker to get this bill done. We can't do it without him. Give him what he wants. And it was in the bill. now part of the law. One of the White House negotiators during that first negotiation told me that Lindsey Graham was like an unguided missile. That God, you never knew which way he was going to go, whether he would come back and hit you. But when he was aligned, when he would be in the right place at the right time, man, he could get things done that other people couldn't and bring a lot of light and new possibilities to the efforts. I am stunned at Lindsey Graham's death, but I pray that he is reunited with his friend, John McCain, that they both are experiencing God's love, grace, mercy, and forgiveness. My prayers are with his family and all those who loved and cherished him. I will miss my perhaps most unexpected friend in the Senate and someone with whom I got some good things done.
Man, fuck you and Graham, man, and Tim Scott.
Every day, history unfolds.
Charged to change the lives of millions of people for the better. That's what I came into politics.
A decision is made. A question is asked.
Hour you planned out. How dare you?
It was Cardenas.
The motherfucking cool hour.
Don't blame me. It was Cardenas.
You too, Cardenas. The Kardashians, because we gotta listen to the motherfucking coon hour of asking black people
Now,
about motherfucking
DSP.
in the most positive, disgusting way I think I've ever. I think if I have food in my stomach, I think, well, it's empty. It's been fucking empty all that. If I would have food in my stomach, I'd thrown up by now. Like, that shit is disgusting. Like, Lindsey Graham refused it from the right alignment. And he got things done. I'm sure he got things done all up in your ass, cuz.
Man.
That's why he's Corey Boosie.
His ass is empty tonight.
See. So now we're gonna hear from our brother DSB, our warrior brother. He gonna give us his take on Lindsey Graham.
Hey, we right back, family. This, brothers and sisters, I hope everybody doing well. This video right here, shout out to the brother Great Black Shark for this clip. I've been trying to find this clip, but this clip is the reason why these people do not ask for our forgiveness or our prayers. Stop letting these people trick us into praying for them. Listen.
I'm not going to follow you universal protection. I'm telling you, for your own benefit, you had better turn around and get out of this place. You're not going to the courthouse in a group on the condition that you come here, and I'm sure you that. All they would like to do, sir, is to go to the courthouse is closed. There's no bed out there. I don't want to go in the courthouse. All I want to do is go to the run in the courthouse, kneel in prayer, and we'll gradually return. You take your prayers back to your church. That's a proper place to pray. So I'm sure that God did your prayer just as well down there as will up here, but you're not going on this courthouse alone. Sir,
now this is in Alabama, right?
Yeah. Why don't you pray where you are? Go back down there and pray. You think you're Lily White? You think you're not sinful? Well, then go back to your church and pray. Well, sir, can we pray together, you and I? You do your prayer, I do mine, big boy. You don't pray for me. I don't want you to pray for me. You pray for us. Because I don't think your prayers get above your head.
Y'all heard it? He said he don't think our prayers get above our head. But today in 2026, why am I saying all these other 83s begging for our forgiveness and prayers? No, you don't get it. Your ancestors said that y'all don't need the prayers. He said our prayer won't even get over our head, but it looks like to me that they prayers ain't getting over their head. Let me start that over, because these same people today and these law enforcement and your courthouses and your White Houses and these executive positions and the big corporations, these are their ancestors. Let me start this over, because some of our people act like
they slow.
They're gonna go die and go to hell if they don't pray for the enemy.
You're not going to the courthouse in a group on the condition that you come here, and I'm sure you that. All they would like to do, sir, is to go to the courthouse is closed. There's no bed out there. I don't want to go in the courthouse. All I want to do is go to the run in the courthouse, kneel.
They was in Alabama, by the way.
You You take your prayers back to your church. That's the proper place to pray. So I'm sure
Man, down there when George Wallace was the governor.
Look at him how he mocking him.
going on this corner.
See, them folks knew we was under the curse. That's why he talking like that. I'm sure ain't gonna prayers and never got above your head. Hey, they sure getting above our head now.
Right.
Most High listen to everything we got to say.
That's right, dear.
And one prayer spells your doom. We ain't praying. We ain't praying. Well, you don't want to know my prayers. I ain't praying nothing good for the white man in 83.
Right.
There's only careful discussion over here.
Not if you're in your right mind, you can't.
Whenever there are men who in sinful conditions crash in the other way, why don't you pray where you are? Go back down there and pray. You think you're lily white? You think you're not sinful? Well, then go back to your church and pray. Well, certainly when you pray together, you and I. You do your prayer, I do mine, big boy.
Man, this is ludicrous,
Hey,
man.
I got to look up this young man right here. Hey, there's a lot of these weak-minded bootlickers out here. This must be some of this guy here.
Next,
this guy here got to have a seed out there because I see too many weak bootlickers back in the old time, and I see the same weak bootlickers in 2026. Are y'all that seeds of these bootlickers?
Yeah.
This dude here's a bootlicker, this little young bootlicker right there, boy.
Yep.
You don't pray for me. I don't want you to pray for me. You pray for us. Because I don't think your prayers get
You definitely don't want their prayer, young brother.
Right.
Come on, well then you pray for us. Hell no, I don't want their prayer.
Right.
Please don't even look at my
your head.
Right.
You pray for us. No, I'm not gonna pray for you.
And you heard him? He said he ain't gonna pray for us. So why would the hell would we pray for them?
Right.
You think
Right.
these damn red devils will get out here and pray for us?
Be like,
Hell no.
They'll pray for our destruction.
Yep.
As they've been doing the whole time they've been in charge.
Now, see, I said I wasn't gonna say nothing, but now I got to point this out. You know. So you heard what he just said. And I don't think your prayer get above your head. Let me tell you something. Whatever I told y'all, we don't serve the same God.
Yep.
I love this.
That's what my mom always.
Oh, you better understand, we don't serve the same God. When you consider the church and then right after they go and lynch and take the life of thy neighbor, we don't serve the same God.
And that's what Muhammad Ali said in Africa before he KO'd George Foreman.
Black boy.
Took a little walk there.
Back during this time in the 60s, okay?
That's the only reason we went there. My brother.
And it's another example of why you do not cast thy pearls before swine. You cannot rehabilitate a demon. And that's what he's trying to reason with. When I tell y'all, I'm not being hyperbolic. When I tell y'all, they're irredeemable. A white supremacist is demonically insane. You cannot reason with it. The only thing you can do is protect yourself from it. I don't call them people because they forfeited their humanity. And they show it every day.
Facts. I just wanted that brother to say that part. Shalom, family.
Shalom, DSB.
Yep. Shalom, DSB.
Yeah, DSB, man. See,
Shalom, brothers
here's
and
this
sisters.
pink
We
stump
back
of
with
bitch
another
right
one.
here, man.
Today we're gonna
I'm
be
talking
giving
about, man.
Mr. Graham his farewell off into hell.
And all they do is grow.
But listen to him though, y'all. This is why nobody should be praying for this dude right here. Listen to him.
God needs his ass whooped.
Are we gonna get on that next, Damien?
I just think
It's like that.
so far removed.
Let's rewind it. Let's rewind it. He's finna talk about reparation. Listen to him.
You got TV.
Yeah. What do you?
Cool ass.
I just think.
Yeah, uptight, exactly. That's why they
Look
are
at
getting flooded out.
I just think
It's
that
called
was so
divine
far. Now you
intervention.
removed yourself from the event. And how you remove yourself from the event? You hid stuff, you burn stuff, you lied, you put in fake people, $5 people, and he gonna bring them $5 entities up too, as if we supposed to thank them the people. Listen to him.
It was the original sin of the country.
Yeah, it's still your sin of the country. Tell me, say it's the original sin. Now that's your main sin.
Let's just make it a more perfect union rather than
Look at him. He know he full of shit, y'all. Look at him.
backwards because
Yeah, he does. Trying to get his lies straight.
Yep.
Trying to get his fucking lies straight. Man.
He don't even think it should be a study. Now, this was straight up devil right there, boy. You rest in peace in hell. He don't even think it should be a study.
I'm not there.
Yeah, he need to bring his ass
You know
out
you
here.
ain't
and
here. Your ass in
explain.
hell now.
You know, listen.
Mhm.
Bet you wish you could have got that damn reparation pad now. Ain't it? No.
No,
You
he
burn
wish he
right
could
down
have
that
got some
hell.
of that black, you know what.
Oh, he's on the spectrum.
Yeah, I try to perpetrate it as is it make believe. It was a love story, the way they be talking about it. They just love their masters. Nah, I'm sure our ancestors well,
like
raise a
Malcolm
kid-
X said, boss, we sick.
Overcome all of our mistakes with the American, Indian, you name it.
Look at him.
Yep, he messed with
Which
$5
Indian
Indian.
are you preferring to? Are you preferring to the $5 one or the blacks? Let me rewind it, y'all, so y'all can hear them talk shit.
What's going on?
Where it stops.
Popsicle, man.
Oh,
He's talking about popsicle earlier.
yeah.
You know, I'm not there. I want to move.
Frustrated.
You know, listen, the original sin is real. We tried to overcome all of our mistakes.
You ain't overcame shit again. His definition of overcome is flooding town, blowing shit up, blowing up old artifacts that was over here,
I love containers
burning towns,
on the door.
burning books, destroying books, raising the damn price sky high on them. That's his idea of overcoming. Ignoring the situation is his idea, and killing everybody that got some sort of history about it. That's his idea of overcoming. Now, bastard, you ain't overcame nothing.
Things with the American, Indian, you name it.
Look at him. He had to say it, and he's like Indian. He wanted to say black Indian, boy. He had to call it like because he knew he full of shit.
We're not a perfect country, but we're trying to
Man, you far from perfect.
a more perfect union, and I don't think
Hey, ain't no perfect union with us. He's trying to form a more perfect union with him and his folks.
it helps. What's your take on the idea of preparation?
Now listen to John Kennedy, y'all. Hey, they gonna ask him about reparation, and he gonna say he gonna think they're the same bullshit they always say. But wait to see who he named first, though.
I don't think any person, black or white.
Y'all heard that? Black or white. Hey, don't try to blame everything on the ham, Mike. You came over here and enslaved us.
Right.
Is responsible for what someone else, black or white, did.
See, he had to double say that, black or white. Why you saying black?
Bullshit.
Get your ass out of jail, you vampire. Let me rewind it back, y'all, so y'all can hear him.
Get a BS.
It's real. We've tried to overcome all of our mistakes with the American, Indian.
Man, motherfucker, it wasn't no mistake. You sons of
You never
bitches
even
know
got
what the
started
fuck
making
you
that
was doing.
right. They wrong right.
Hey,
So,
big, 5423.
you paying
These
with
motherfuckers know
you
what they
paying now
did.
for your sin in hell.
They know what the fuck they did.
More perfect union, and I don't think it helps.
Also, it's been documented too.
Hey, we got Big E in the building. Salute, Big E.
Hey, Big E.
Hey, 5423.
For what someone else, black or white, did 150 years ago.
Hey,
Man, fuck you, man. You full of shit. Now let a motherfucker go out here commit a crime at 18 years old, and if that son of a bitch is 110 years old, they'll still try to prosecute him for that. Man, he can kiss my
They
ass.
are their ancestors. So the fact that he sit here and said, no, ain't nobody alive that committed the atrocities against her is straight bullshit. When he alive.
That's no sugar.
Yeah.
Well, can't say the same for Lindsey Graham. But hey, he paying for, like I said, he paying for it. Said, hey, you gonna pay for
This
your
is a
sin too.
motherfucker that I would take great pleasure in watching burning out here in this motherfucking sun in this desert tomorrow.
Hey, listen to him. Most Americans now.
I wouldn't
Most
get that
Americans feel the same way that he do, including your Al Sharpton.
Oh man, that
We're winding now, so we don't have no mistake. What these people mind frame is, so y'all stop running out here voting for them. Whether it be for the
that's my
Democrats or
point
the
there,
Republicans.
Big 5423. They act like they past doesn't count
Democrats
when they judge
sign
us.
shit into law. Hey, when they no longer when they get beat out of office, hey, do y'all think the Republic gonna go and change their stuff? Hell no. Republic gonna double down on everything that the Democrats have put down. Republic gonna have to don't have to sign no law. Everything already signed by the Democrats. Only thing the Republicans do is double down on what the Democrats already got in place to harm us.
Two sides of the same coin.
Any person, black or white, is responsible for what someone else.
They know he full of shit. Look at the two beggars back there, how they looking. No, you can get that pitiful look out your face. Well, them looks don't mean shit. When that time for judgment comes, I don't care. You're gonna cry all you want to.
Black or white did 150 years ago. And I think most Americans feel the same way.
Yeah, they do.
Slavery was reprehensible. It's indefensible. But reparations.
That's a but.
Presents a whole different issue. And I believe
Man, and you stupid motherfucker with your dumb ass don't
to make sure that we
the
never
damn reparations is going to be submerged into the U.S. economy anyway.
That's fine. You go ahead and handle your personal responsibility. Because when our time comes, we're going to handle our personal responsibility. And our personal responsibility is to put a boot up your ass.
I think someone today is responsible for what.
And then, like Big E 5423 said, like, these are the descendants of hood-wearing, cross-burning murderers, rapists, and cannibals. We can't expect fairness from them. How many more examples are needed?
Right.
There's going to be a double hitter right here.
Right. Or even like education about it.
Yeah, you see.
The House Judiciary Committee's hearing on legislation related to paying reparations for slavery, the Senate.
Now, Mitch McConnell finna get his judgment. I bet he's somewhere, man. Y'all gonna see these people know what happened to their folks.
That's what I told you
when they died. Ain't no golden gates for you. Go get a damn pool of boiling lava.
Whole day.
And two, you can tell Miss McConnell ain't no longer here. And they beat around the bush, boy. I'll go ahead and hook that Bible so that devil ain't could collect his body. But why would his wife be way over there in China? She getting all his money transfer, all his money and his accounts and shit, getting all her stuff straight. As soon as they unplug his ass and he in the dirt, hey, she gone. She finna haul that back over there to mission complete.
Probably not.
McConnell voicing his opposition to the concept in one of his strongest statements to date. The man who urged his fellow Republicans to make Barack Obama a one-term president, among other things, saying,
Yeah,
I don't think reparations for something that happened 150 years ago for whom none of us currently living are responsible is a good idea.
No, motherfucker, you still bent and spit it off.
Can't tell me these bastards ain't they ancestors. I did a video on it, probably him way back here. But I just wanted to go back and since his ass laying up with his brain dead.
Yeah.
Now I wonder where you got that term from, brain dead.
Deal with our original sin of slavery.
Look at he started smiling then when he said it deal with our original sin. He liked it, that boy. That was the glory you had a big smile on the face. Let me rewind that back so it won't be no mistake.
Yeah, I don't think reparations for something that happened 150 years ago for whom none of us currently living are responsible.
Look, you don't see no smile right now. Hey, but watch this.
Is a good idea. We've tried to deal with our original.
They're gonna smile. They're gonna smile. Look at that smirk.
You have to limit.
You ain't tried to do shit.
That's true.
Hey, Most High finna deal with your ass. Now he finna hand you on over to Satan. Yeah. Satan finna have some fun, boy. He got him one.
I got him.
Slavery by fighting a civil war by passing.
Hey, Satan not only going to
the Civil War was not fought to end slavery; it was to keep the Union together.
Right.
People like Mitch McConnell, I don't think he got to do it. Wait on them.
Right.
And he doing the Barry Man hand rub waiting on all them.
Landmark civil rights legislation. Elected an African American president.
Look at Mitch McConnell. Look at that fat there.
You have dead then.
We're always a work.
Showing up dead now
in this country.
And he's married to Elaine Chao, by the way.
No one currently alive was.
See what's China? Why
now your ass ain't alive. And now you wishing You had done the right thing, did you? Down in hell. Oh, show me back. Oh no. Don't unhook the machine. Don't unhook the machine. Please don't unhook the machine. Deaf Angel standing there. Yeah, you motherfucker.
Let's bring in Van Newkirk, a staff writer.
We're gonna start right there. Hey, bud. Family, brothers and sisters, start praying for these people. And I'm gonna have another video coming up after this one to show you why we should. These people have told us, do not pray for us. They even told us our prayer won't even get over our head.
She so right.
So don't be praying for these people. Don't have no feeling toward. Don't even shed a tear for them. You think they're gonna shed a tear for y'all? For us?
Oh.
Like no.
And that's it, brothers and sisters. Shalom.
Cry when the Pope died. My request: we should cry when they bury him, like we did when we buried Malcolm.
Yeah, no. You're right, yeah, you're so right.
Is that you're not aware of any effort to go back to the good old days of segregation by a legislative body? Is that correct?
That is correct. I've also said that in lectures that Brown was correct as an original matter. So that is the kind of thing, since I've said it in writing, I felt like I could express before the committee.
Can you respond? You're getting criticized by your Democratic opponent this morning by saying the good old days when you were asking about segregation. Can you respond what you meant to that questioning? You know what I'm talking about?
This morning?
Yeah, this morning when you were asking about it.
If anybody was listening to who I am and what I said, you know that it was with deep sarcasm that I suggested that some legislative body would want to yearn for the good old days of segregationism. The point that I'm trying to make, there is nobody in America in the legislative arena wanting to take us back to that dark period in American history. And for my opponent to suggest that says far more about him than me. I've been a United States Senator for 3 terms. I represent a state with 31% of African American.
3 terms too long, Trick. Now your ass is through.
Everybody in my state moves forward. And in terms of that statement, it blows my mind that any rational person could believe that about me.
Proverbs 11:10 says, when the wicked die, the righteous rejoice. Peace and blessings, all praises due to the Most High. And there may be some righteous.
Oh, Taylor House there too.
It was us and them. Oh man, like can you imagine? Like a business say, no whites. I pray for that day. That'd be awesome. Segregation would be awesome. Where black people have their own businesses and you got signs outside your door. Blacks only, no whites.
Right. We're gonna play Taylor House. He's the last one on this Lindsey Graham.
When can that happen? When can that happen?
Today.
I pray for that right there.
Today.
Rejoicing today at the death of 71-year-old South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, who passed after what they're saying was a brief illness. And he has came under fire, as you saw at one particular statement. You heard him say, well, do you think anybody's trying to go back to the good old days of segregation? And then he explained it by saying, no, I was being sarcastic. And in true racist fashion, he did like a lot of white people say when they're accused of racism. I have a lot of black friends. He says, well, yeah, I'm the senator in the state where it's 31% African Americans. So this older, white, unmelanated gentleman has came home to roost, as some would say, as far as chickens, as Malcolm would say. Yeah. And also he has bit the dust, as some would say as well. But just take a listen to a couple of more controversial statements that this man has made, which has some people rejoicing at his death. Just listen.
Senator, is there systemic racism in this country in policing,
and in other institutions.
Yes.
No, not in my
Never
opinion.
be your
We just
daddy.
elected a two-term African-American president. The vice president is of African-American Indian descent. So our systems are not
Man,
racist.
that Brahma
America's not a
ghetto
racist
gag and no greens cooking
country.
tramp,
We have
man.
bad
Come
actors.
on, man.
Please, yes. Call them all racist? No. America is a work in progress, but best place on the planet.
And so there he is denying the existence of systematic racism. Once again, a very common tactic, explanational tactic that people do to avoid racism. Like saying, okay, well, yeah, we elected an African-American president. The vice president is of Indian descent. We can't be racist. That's just like saying, okay, there's not a systemic system that keeps people in poverty or black people in poverty. Yeah, look at Jay-Z and Oprah and LeBron. You use the exception to try to explain the rule. But because of all of these things we see continuously today, systematic racism throughout the courts, through the police, economics, medical care, labor, laws, etc., etc., etc. I don't think, once again, he was being too forthright and genuine when he made that statement. And once again, a lot of people have this denialism, if that's a word, this denialism when it comes to racism, and try to explain it away by a few exceptions to the overall systematic depravity of an entire group of people in this land. Now, just take one more listen to another controversial statement that this man has made. Just listen.
What happened to Mr. Floyd was wrong, and people should pay a price. But what's happening in America and in all over the country is a war on the police itself. Do I believe our cops are systemically racist? No. Do I believe that South Carolina is a racist state? No. And let me tell you why. To young people out there of color, to young immigrants, this is a great state. The one thing I can say without any doubt, you can be an African American and go to the Senate. You just have to share the values of our state. I'm asking to every African American out there, look at my record. I've been supporting historically black colleges and universities, and I'm glad President Trump has made it a permanent fixture now. We don't have to beg every year for the money. I care about everybody. If you're a young African American, an immigrant, you can go anywhere in this state. You just need to be conservative, not liberal.
So that is once again another controversial, borderline racist statement he made. Young African Americans, you can go anywhere in the state as long as you are conservative. Basically what he said, as long as you act like us, like he said, as long as you share the morals and value of the state. Now, we all know the South Carolina state was one of the last people to remove the Confederate flag and fought. Maybe they still fly it in some parts of governmental, institutions. And, South Carolina is a staunch, Confederate state. So basically what he's saying, well, just act like us. Just know your place. Just realize that you are black and we are white, and that is the morals and values of the state. So you got to listen to the dog whistles that, people say. Somebody sent me news of his death this morning, so that's why, I'm doing the video. But I pay no attention to these old racist white men. Like, whether they're Democratic, conservative, these things, he's just bold and brash enough to say in public. But don't think those other rich white men, whether they're on the Democratic or the liberal or conservative or right or left, all of those things I pay no attention to. They're old white men who come from old white men who come from old white men who hated black people. So, and there may be some exceptions to the rule, but, we see, in the courts and in the legislative bodies about, how these people really feel about us. But, as the scripture said, once again, when the wicked die, the righteous will rejoice. And so once again, my brother sent me a text. Let me read the text he sent me. He said, Shalom, Grand Rising. So I woke up around 5 this morning to some of the best news. Lindsey Graham is dead. I've been praying to see the downfall of this bastard culture, vulture, heathen, genocidal, warmongering funded by the military-industrial complex. I am so happy this bastard is dead. This is a day to celebrate. Words can't even explain the smile I shall carry all day. And I pray the same fate to anybody who supports the Revelation 3:9 living supportive government. And so, according to the scripture, he would be considered righteous if this man was evil. And so, y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. Let's go. Be watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Who keep the people informed? The stories abroad from literary work where the narrative's wrong. The research is always on point. The commentary is hard. It's Rich Teller raising the bar. Follow along. Shout out to FBA, still FTP. Big up in FAC. And all my black families. It's three sides to all stories. Which one you gon' believe? We run down on the false prophets when they come to deceive. 100% urban world news, current events. We don't like them lies. Media is biased. We got God inside. Ladies and gents is power. If you don't know by now, look around. We the darkest house. Cops squeezing hammers. They don't understand. We stop and freeze with our hands and kill us off like cancer. Don't speculate before the facts on the case. Telehouse set them straight from the rich investigate. You watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing.
Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They become disenchanted. They become disillusioned. They become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the black community that makes the black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians can ever invent.
Telehouse Publishing, 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 Telehouse Publishing.
Telehouse. All right, that's it for Lindsey.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube,
5423. Yep.
That's it for Lindsey Graham. So goodbye and good riddance.
Yeah, good riddance. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, let the motherfucker be worm food.
Yep, and you know what they say, what goes around is gonna come around.
Well, that's what they would call. There was a term for that there, Michael. What you said.
Karma, right?
The pendulum swings back and forth, and it's got to swing at the same equal force going in the opposite direction that it went to the previous, I believe. If I got that right there on the law of physics.
Yeah, the law of equilibrium.
Yeah. If I got that right. You know, I'm not the most brilliantest guy that there is, but dagnabbit, I ain't stupid. So Lindsey Graham, rest in piss and shit. You know what I'm saying? Right along with Metcalf, right along with George Wallace, right along with other bastards.
Klan.
Huh?
Dragon of that Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? The day of boss we sick is over. The day of the Yassa boss is over. The day of the ass scratcher is over. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, also the days of white supremacy is going to reach its end pretty soon.
Yeah. Well, see, that's just it though, Michael. That's why I pray for the sun to fry their asses.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
And also,
Yeah.
right, And also, I'm going to add that the Democrats are about reforming the system without radically transforming it to be more equal for FBAs, but still maintain a white
Mhm.
supremacist system. Even the Democrats are getting more angrier,
Oh
bold.
yeah. Oh yeah.
FBA voters, I noticed. I see it on like YouTube on clips,
Yeah.
especially a Karen Democrats, worse than a Brad Democrat. A Karen Democrat sakes, I really sakes Tyrone very hard. She's like, Tyrone, if you don't vote for Democrats, the country's gonna fall so fast, you won't know it. Like she says it like out of her breath, as if like this is the end. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then too, man, is that other old decrepit looking bastard up there, man. What's that fool's name, man? He's the senator out of Louisiana. Isn't his name John Kennedy?
Yep, I think so. John Kennedy, I
Yeah,
believe.
yeah. You know what I'm saying? That motherfucker's face looks like a damn road map, you know. And, the cold part about it is fuck Lindsey Graham. You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Fuck Tim Scott. Okay. And I hate to have to put it like that, because Tim Scott is the type of Negro that Harriet Tubman had said that had to be dealt with.
Right.
Tim Scott will be the one, we're going up there making the move, swing low, sweet chariot. And you know what I mean by that there, Jesse. And Tim Scott will be the one, oh, Harry, we can't leave master after this good master we had. You must be crazy. What's better than what we got here?
Yeah.
And I'm saying, man, the dude is a damn security leak, man. I'm talking about looking at it from a militaristic point of view.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
See,
also
the dude is a security leak. He's a security risk. I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? And really, putting all BS aside, I feel sorry for motherfuckers like Tim Scott. They brain dead. You see what I'm saying? Motherfuckers in need of resurrection of the mental dead.
Yeah,
And
Cory Booker
Cory
did that list
Booker
as well.
too,
Yep.
okay? Yeah. You see, these Negroes are in need of resurrection of the mental dead. You see what I'm saying?
It's like they've been. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Michael. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say that it sounds like Tim Scott, Cory Booker. It sounds like they've been, I don't know, drinking wine, and forgetting that they live in the reality and not the supposed the supposed utopia, right? And Lindsey Graham saying that FBA should just do is just be conservative, be proud that we fund HBCUs and not really questioning the system. And what real Lindsey Graham tells me is that he's telling like the FBA voters or supporters, when you join the Conservative Party, don't press us about reparations. In other words,
right?
Just be happy you got a education where we funded HBCUs and FBA's like, yeah, right, but Lindsey Graham, the fund you gave to us HBCUs is only like chump change, leftover money.
Yeah, exactly, man. And then the cold part about it is too, Michael, is that you got to look at all the innovators that came out of the out of the HBCUs, right? Okay,
Right.
particularly when you look at hidden figures.
Hidden figures.
Okay. Yeah, the ingenuity that these ladies had came up with. You see what I'm saying? See, that there's our talent as well, too. And even John Glenn said himself, when I look at that movie, just to hear him say this, if them women ain't doing those figures, I'm not climbing in this damn thing. Y'all can go fuck yourselves.
Right.
If they ain't doing it. You see what I'm saying? See,
Yeah, it's like a trap.
So in other words, what it is, man, is that they want our rhythm and
not the
knowledge,
blues.
but they don't want our blues. You see what I'm saying?
The struggle.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? And then going out there cutting that damn sugar cane, you goddamn Booze Brothers, Patel and Hexeth, you motherfuckers gotta be the main ones paying reparations on that. You know? And do you know sun up to sundown, man? So the singing of the spirituals was the way to breathe. Okay. You see what I mean? That was the way to breathe. You see what I'm saying? Because you got to pay
pace yourself when you do strenuous work like that. You see what
Right.
I'm saying?
I
And
see.
then Uptight says here, Big E, I only vote local issues as an independent. Okay, now I agree with you on that right there. See, that's why I'm sorry I ain't seen Scam Brown on the ballot. Now, why do I support Scam Brown out here in Nevada? One is I know I'm not gonna be shit with him. Two is I know the son of a bitch is not gonna have my best interest at heart. Okay, you see what I'm saying? And I'd vote for the motherfucker to be honest, as opposed to this double speaking lying ass bastard Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell, and we're not gonna talk about the orangutan. Okay, but you're telling me you ain't gonna do shit for me off the top. So yeah, I'll go out there and vote for your sorry ass. And so therefore, when your ass comes up there and need campaign donations and what have you, I might give you a couple of pennies, literally 2 cents, because you ain't worth it. You see, there's the old saying, you get what you pay for. You see
Yep.
what I mean?
I see.
Okay.
Yep. Definitely understand.
Yeah, Uptight, yeah. They were standing on business as well, too. And as you know, Uptight 24, we gave the world mathematics, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm still trying to get in touch with Ashwar, Brother Che, but I'm going to stay on it, So therefore, Black family, when you see these hillbilly, backward ass, inbred, Trey Brewer, Trey Gowdy, Lindsey Graham motherfuckers, at least they being honest with you that they're not gonna do shit for you.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you get a sellout motherfucker like old Sambo, who is more interested in an alternative agenda than his own people, you see what I'm saying? Okay, I know to pass you up, because I know you ain't gonna do shit for me, man, but I'm not gonna waste my time for you. I'm not with that bullshit. I may be black, I may be poor. I am somebody. If you out here broke, man, you ain't nobody.
Yep. By the way,
You
Cory
see?
Booker, I gotta say, Cory Booker, he plays good cop, bad cop with white supremacist Republicans. Like they always talk about they don't like each other, they disagree, but at the end of the day, they're friends.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm
Like
saying.
at the same golf course, by the way.
Yeah. This is what I mean by the two sides of the same coin, Michael. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When I look at the Leo Terrells, the Larry Elders, that coon ass Thomas Sewell, man, you all are some of the biggest miseducated motherfuckers that I ever came across.
Yep. I know
You got
Thomas
all
Sowell.
degrees, man. Like, look at Ketanji Brown. They're killing your own people.
Yeah, I remember Ketanji Brown. Could I ask a question? What is a woman? I remember that.
Yeah, and then just like Big E say, man, this is all Sambos. You see what I'm saying?
Yep, Sambos without substance.
Yeah,
Just symbolism.
exactly. Yeah, and I'm not getting upset no more, screaming and yelling. I'm not raising my blood pressure, you know what I'm saying? And then if I do go down there and when I make the ultimate appointment, I'm gonna be whooping Lindsey Graham's ass. I'm gonna say, hey, Ali, give me some of them skills, you know what I'm saying? So I could put some work upside his fucking dome, you know what I'm saying? And I mean, man, I'm just looking at the fire hoses that we went through, man. The Klan raids, the castrations, the Emmett Till cases, the Rodney King cases, the George Floyd cases, and for them bastards to get up there and tell us to forget about that shit. Now, when Black people was returning the favors in the 1960s, oh man, they're public enemy number one. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we got to kill them. So what they drop off in the hood, you see what I'm saying? Exactly. You see exactly, Uptight. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
It's never going to be the last or the first because of white supremacists. They keep perpetuating
exactly.
this cycle.
And I don't mean to talk like this, man, but this is the only way, man, I can get my point across. Now, when you go into these damn kangaroo courts, right? They're supposed to speak to you in language that you understand, right? And man, the times I've been in court, I had to ask the judge, hey man, could you interpret this here for me 3 times, sir? Because I need to understand clearly, okay, of what I'm talking about. Oh, Ben Carson. Oh, God.
Especially
Ben
Ben
Carson.
Carson was Secretary of HUD.
Biggie, 423. You remember when Ben Carson got up there, man, on when he was taking his own dope, talking about when the slaves came here, they were in search of democracy. Man, that is some bad shit. You know what I'm saying? That you was taking, man. You know what I mean? And what did the dumpster do with his ass? Straight kicked him to the curb. You know what I'm saying? Just like he did Tim Scott when Dumpster got inaugurated. Everybody walked right past that fool. He's trying to shake hands, skinning and grinning. Motherfucker, you look like a damn lawn jockey. He looked just like a damn lawn jockey. And that is the only way that I could put it, people. You know what I'm saying? He looked like a damn lawn jockey. You see, and that's bad. You see what I mean? And then, also, too, you see, look how they depict this in Hollywood with this ratchet shit, you know? You give Denzel Washington an Academy Award for being a damn rogue-ass cop, but then you step over him when he played Malcolm.
Yeah.
See, you give Fishburne an award for being Ike Turner, but you step over him when he did Boys in the Hood. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Man,
So, yeah. So moving along, we'll move on to the next topic, Shabaki.
Okay.
Yeah.
Judge Brown Gosnell pleads guilty to CSAM, meaning child molester, abuser.
And this is a damn judge, an officer of the court, a doctor of jurisprudence.
Yep.
Violating children.
Yep.
Wait a minute, I didn't see that, Biggie. Denzel kissed a man in Gladiator 2. Oh, hell no.
Yeah,
But
we told
thank you for letting. Yeah, thank you for letting me know. That's some shit I'll be missing.
Wow, I'm surprised. I can't imagine Denzel Washington being masculine and straight to
He said that he called it the kiss of death.
Kiss of death. Like, was Denzel Washington forced to do it?
He probably was. I'm talking about from Hollywood, Michael. He
That's what I mean,
probably
Hollywood.
was.
That's what I'm saying, Hollywood. Because I know Denzel. I'm pretty sure Denzel Washington did not agree with the script. He said, "Nope, I'm not doing it." Miss me on that.
Yeah, exactly. You see? You know.
Yeah. Hey, Sabaka.
Yeah.
Guess what? MAGA voter blames Black Americans. That reality hits hard.
Okay, wait a minute. MAGA voter blames what now?
Black Americans, for the economic mess, and then the MAGA voters don't realize that the mess that still was created by the old people, meaning the Bazungus. And the Bazungu MAGA voters, I'm saying both, Democrats and Republicans, are blaming the wrong source and not taking their own not taking personal responsibility for it.
Okay, wait a minute. Did you say the word that you use, is that spelled Y-U-R-U-G-U? You talking about Urugu?
Oh, Bazungu. Sorry, Bazungu.
Oh, Bazooka. I'm sorry. Okay.
That's okay.
All righty. Okay. All righty. Okay. And I agree, Biggie. Denzel had too much success. Okay. You see what I'm saying?
Shabaka, I got to play this clip.
Oh, the professor.
Okay. YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure the YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like, as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists and the racist judges in South Carolina hate that. And now, a special Sunday crime report.
Today is June 19th, 2015, Charleston County Bond Court. I'm Judge James Gosnell, the Chief Magistrate of Charleston County. This is the case of State versus Dylan Roof. Ladies and gentlemen, before I get into the hearing, I'd like to make a statement, please. Charleston is a very strong community. We have big hearts. We're a very loving community. And we are going to reach out to everyone, all victims, and we will touch them. We have victims, 9 of them. But we also have victims on the other side. There are victims on this young man's side of the family. Nobody would have ever thrown them into the whirlwind of events that they are being thrown into. We must find it in our heart at some point in time, not only to help those that are victims, but to also help his family as well. Our law enforcement are the finest in this state, and they will do their job honorably. I trust they will.
That son of a bitch should have been refused off the case.
A suspended Charleston County magistrate judge was back inside of a federal courtroom this afternoon, only hours after he was accused of additional, even more graphic charges. James B. Gosnell Jr. has been in jail since last week after the U.S. Department of Justice charged him with possession of child sexual abuse material.
The motion details Gosnell claimed to have traveled to Mexico to have sex with a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old, and he repeatedly admitted to abusing children in his neighborhood, according to messages.
To the parents of the community, our investigation has revealed that Gosnell claims to have abused very young children. If you have left your child alone with Gosnell, even let him hold your child, please email the tip line.
Well, News 4 has obtained hours of audio from jail phone calls made by a former Charleston County magistrate judge. News 4's Webb Wright shows us a picture of a man who continues to proclaim his innocence. Webb?
The calls show that Gosnell remains defiant, claiming that he was a victim of hacking.
It was what it was. It was a hack.
James Gosnell continues to insist his computer was hacked in one of several phone calls made from prison.
They got a hold of my credit card accounts. They hacked my computer. That's how this whole thing started. Can't talk much more about the case, but that's where it all started.
Soon after.
Thursday, Gosnell pleaded guilty to possession of child pornography involving a prepubescent minor and distribution of child pornography. Both charges carrying a maximum sentence of 20 years. Prosecutors say they're pushing for a full 40-year sentence in total.
We hope this plea will bring finality and closure to the community that he betrayed.
As part of the plea agreement,
They need to give him 40 years in one day.
All of the remaining charges at sentencing if Gosnell complies with the terms of the agreement.
Gosnell took the position that I'm not going to put my family through any more heartache or hardship. I'm just going to go ahead and plead.
This comes just over a month after co-defendant John Thorpe also pled guilty and agreed to work with prosecutors as well as testify against Gosnell. Working for you live in downtown Charleston, Emily Deanne, ABC News 4.
Yeah, for those of you who forgot about this creep, you can be disgusted, but nobody's surprised. James Gosnell was a career racist who took every chance he could to spew his anti-Black vitriol from the bench, and the good old boys in South Carolina made sure to protect him. He tried to hang in there as long as he could on this one. He was just so sure that at some point his racial immunity from law had to kick in and they had to get on code to bury it for him. But alas, this time the public pressure was too much, the crime's too grave, it just wasn't meant to be. Now, at Dylan Roof's bail hearing, he wanted to put on a show for his fellow white supremacists. He wanted to show everybody that he was going to be bold and stand up in front of the world and show them niggers who got killed, their lives didn't mean anything. I'm siding with the white supremacists. See how much contempt I've got for these Black people. That's what he did that mess for. But just like Dylan Roof and just like the Confederacy, this animal James Gosnell is also a loser whose demonic racism has cost him everything.
We have big hearts. We're a very loving community. And we're going to reach out to everyone, all victims, and we will touch them.
Yeah, we could pretty much guess that this guy meant it literally when he said, there's lots of victims and we will touch every one of them. Oh yeah, I'm sure he loved touching those victims. In fact, that was his favorite thing to do. The federal filing against him last year stated that Gosnell had numerous conversations on the Telegram app that reveal numerous instances in which he raped and abused children. In one conversation, Gosnell confessed to abusing a 5-month-old in public in his neighborhood and later sent a selfie of himself and a 2-year-old child with the message, "My new buddy." Court documents allege that Gosnell claimed to have sexually assaulted the girl 2 weeks earlier. So you had a 5-month-old baby and a 2-year-old baby that this scumbag was abusing. But predictably, being an anti-Black racist, he couldn't stop there. Conversations revealed that Gosnell described traveling to Puerto Vallarta to have sex with a 2-year-old baby and a 5-year-old toddler, and that other international travel was made for the purpose of engaging in sex with children. Investigators also found evidence that Gosnell communicated with another man with a shared interest in pedophilia, describing unimaginably explicit conversations that suggest the judge was romantically involved with this man, and that their romantic interest involved abusing children together. In one of these conversations, prosecutors alleged that the man Gosnell was romantically involved with invited him to visit him in Florida so the two of them could jointly rape and torture the infant son of a family member of the other man. So this animal was raping babies, and he was the ringleader of a pedophile rape gang. He was organizing groups of other reprobates like himself to go from state to state raping babies. This is the typical white supremacist. He's not some wild anomaly. In fact, he's quite normal for them. And no, it doesn't surprise me at all that these cavemen were planning to go to Ron DeSantis' Florida. If you want some kind of satanic degeneracy, Ron DeSantis' Florida is the place to go. If you're a piece of crap like Gosnell, it makes sense you'd want to visit America's toilet. And speaking of visits, these animals were also traveling internationally, and as these creeps always do, targeting children when they go overseas. It seems anytime we talk about these guys traveling abroad, we inevitably find them exploiting and violating children. Even after a natural disaster like the one that took place in Haiti, you had UN peacekeepers from Europe who were going there and raping the locals. It's a compulsion for them. So whether it be in their home or in another state or even in another country, they're determined to do the most evil things to the most helpless people they find. This is an expression of culture that we're seeing. And this John Thorpe character, who apparently is Gosnell's romantic interest, this is who Gosnell was romantically involved with. These white supremacist Neanderthals all look like the sad product of centuries of inbreeding with the deviant behavior to match. There's not enough chlorine in the world to sanitize this gene pool. Now, we knew this racist punk was a walking piece of excrement, and even now his own supporters have to admit it, and they have to hold this L right alongside him. Seems every single time we have some out-and-out anti-Black racist, they always have the most perverted behavior imaginable. The two go hand in hand, anti-Black racism and utter degeneracy. Because there is no bottom when it comes to white supremacy. There is no low that is too low for them. So he admitted to his pedophile friends that he was raping babies, and yet the so-called authorities in this case decided to drop all that. Apparently they didn't even pursue it. And no, the reason the government didn't bring it up is because the other victims' parents no doubt wanted to keep their children from being exposed to the torrent of abuse and hate that they would have surely gotten from Gosnell's degenerate supporters and his fellow white supremacists. God knows what other kind of anti-Black scum that they've got on the courts there. In fact, that's probably the only way you can get on the court, to be a card-carrying, degenerate anti-Black racist. This is the same state that produced garbage like Dylan Roof, after all, and it produced utter trash like James Gosnell, who in open court in front of the world praised Dylan Roof for committing a mass murder, just defending the scumbag. And of course, he made it a point to praise the so-called law enforcement in South Carolina. You mean the exact same law enforcement who moseyed on up to Dylan Roof's car as if it was a routine traffic stop, and then who infamously decided to treat him to lunch at Burger King. We don't take this guy straight to the station house for booking. I mean, we got to make sure he has lunch first, after all. Instead of condemning these animals, James Gosnell was deciding to praise them. That's because like with like. You know, R. Kelly's doing serious time for alleged offenses against adults, and none of those accusations were anywhere near as serious as what Gosnell has done. But we all know why that is. It's for the exact same reason this degenerate was on the bench in the first place: the white old boy network. The very authorities who pretend to be outraged about this case are in many instances involved in the exact same behavior. This is not about prosecution to them. This is not about confinement. This is about containment. Just like with Jeffrey Epstein, the goal is not to round up all the perpetrators and make sure that they're punished. They only do that if they think they can round up Black people. Their mission in this case is to protect themselves as a group. Because with his behavior being what it is, it shouldn't have taken some anonymous tip to finally bring him down. This is just like with Dylan Roof. The authorities know full well that Roof was part of an online white supremacist terror cell. Just like Gosnell, Dylan Roof was also in communication with other white supremacists online. And just like with Gosnell, the authorities decided not to follow up that lead either. Because if you seriously think that Gosnell and Thorpe are the only ones involved in this pedophile ring, then you're a fool. In fact, Gosnell wasn't even the only good old boy from South Carolina to be charged with child porn last year alone. Last summer, a month before Gosnell got hemmed up, a South Carolina state representative, R.J. May, was arrested. In September of last year, he pleaded guilty to 5 counts of distributing child sexual abuse material. In January of this year, he was finally sentenced to 17 and a half years in federal prison. This is who the white right tries to call God-fearing Christians. This is who they tell us are so high IQ and who have such high morals, don't you know? And just like James Gosnell, this R.J. May creep also used Telegram to exchange his obscene material. And just like Gosnell, R.J. May also had buddies who he was coordinating with online to target his victims. And just like Gosnell, he also planned to travel to other countries for, well, God knows what. There's an old saying, team reflects leadership. And these are the kinds of individuals who the racist right chooses to lead them. And you can bet there's more, a lot more where this came from, but white supremacy is all about maintaining appearances, and that means they bury stories like these. This is why we always see them constantly recycling the same old lies about Michael Jackson and Bill Cosby, and why it was that they couldn't wait to make a cause celeb out of R. Kelly, who last time I checked, there may have been a number of groupies among his victims, but I don't recall anything about him and any 2-year-olds. It's deliberate misdirection and misinformation. Long as we're talking about them, who we're not talking about are the James Gosnells and the R.J. Mays of the world, who are far more numerous and who actually committed the kinds of offenses that Black men like Michael Jackson are falsely accused of. The racists and the white media know that they're spreading lies, but then again, that's their job, to control the public mind through the endless repetition of lies. They do that by manufacturing a false equivalence in the public mind. In many cases, because we don't hear about these white child molesters, the bigots and racists on the right push the lie that Black men are the majority of these offenders. Take a look at the Gosnell case. How many of you knew that he had pleaded guilty before I told you about it? Hell, how many of you even knew that this guy had been arrested for child porn and for child rape, truth be told, before I told you about it?
Fucking judge.
These Black cast-offs from cable, you didn't hear them say anything about this because that's not on their radar. Don Lemon is only interested in trying to get some screen time for himself in the white media. Roly-Poly Martin only cares about auditioning for a job with the DNC. And idiots like Tiffany Cross and Joke Reed don't care about anything but themselves. This scumbag is an indictment of the injustice system. They protect animals like this. In America, judges are beyond corrupt. But unfortunately, they're also beyond the law as well because they're the ones who the white powers that be rely on to be the legitimizers of last resort. There's a reason the white right in particular made it a point to front load the federal courts with a bunch of Federalist Society flunkies. Their job is to legislate from the bench and to give white supremacist immunity from law. Individuals who are appointed and not elected. That way they can't be removed. Gosnell himself was an appointee, put on the bench by the governor at that time. Both political parties, however, rely on these crooked judges for their racial immunity from law, as we saw with Brock Turner in California. And you notice the pains that the white media went to not mention Gosnell's courtroom racism? Then again, how many in the white media are just like him? Of course, this white supremacist acts out in court. This kind of evil is disproportionately found among them, but it needs to be the headline everywhere. White supremacy is the ultimate form of degeneracy, the ultimate form of evil. The culture of child rape and all the rest of it, these are merely extensions of the core evil of white supremacy itself. It extends not just to its violent perpetrators, but to its advocates and to those who benefit from it. They've all been touched by evil. And if they're not trying to dismantle it, which none of them are, then they're promoting it. So while it is poetic justice to see the scumbag animal James Gosnell exposed, disgraced, and apparently being teed up for incarceration, to see that his name is shown for what it's always been. This guy is evil through and through to the point that even his own supporters, they don't dare try to stick up for him because truth be told, There's nothing to say for a scumbag this low. And as for James Gosnell, oh, I'm sure he felt very clever with himself, at least for a minute there. Oh yeah, all these black people were mass murdered by a white supremacist just like himself. Well, it's time to let everybody know that's exactly what we need to have in America. I stand with the race killer. That's what he wanted everyone to see. Oh, he made a proper spectacle of himself. But the ancestors decided to work overtime on this one. His name has been made pale to the extent that even the fellow white supremacist trash who would love to stick up for him, they can't say anything on his behalf. They don't dare speak up on his behalf. They can't. And as I've long told you, you'll know when you've won the argument against these white supremacists, not because they're going to confess to their sins, but by the sound of their silence. When you give these bastards a permanent case of lockjaw. And as for James Gosnell, the convicted pedophile and suspected child rapist, he was so eager to defend Dylan Roof, so eager to sing a white supremacist mass murderer's praises and to call him a young man. We're going to speak about him dignified in this court. Oh, we're not going to call him a criminal at all. He clearly admired what Dylan Roof did. And why not?
Exactly.
They both have a lot in common. Career criminals of the lowest order. And now they've got one more thing in common. They both are going to be behind bars. And that's this evening's special Sunday crime report. Keep your eyes open and stay on alert, because there's a lot worse criminals out there than the ones the white corporate media chooses to show you. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Marcus Pridgeon, Myron, Isaac, Mark Brown, and Deborah Cooper. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Yeah, Professor, yeah, you damn right about that. And see, so this is
correct.
Yeah, see, so this is the hypocrisy that the X-Man was talking about over 60 years ago. They say just that right there.
Shabbat Shalom, fam.
Yeah, what do you got to say on that, Jesse?
Oh, Jesse, you there?
Yeah, I'm moving on to the next topic.
Okay.
That's what I got to say. And that is this heat dome that is going on.
Mm-hmm.
It's 111 in Billings, Montana yesterday.
Wow.
Okay, now let me see. Billings, Montana. That's at the Little Bighorn.
Yeah, it was 110, 111 degrees. All-time record.
Damn.
Yeah. And yeah, so it's really bad. So at least they're going to give us an update on how bad it's going to be for the rest of the month.
Yep, I'll catch you guys later.
Okay, Michael.
Okay, Michael.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Jesse, I can give you another 15 minutes after Lisa. You know what I'm saying?
Family, good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. You know, this summer has been really something else when it comes down to the weather. And America's going to be in for something, especially over these last few weeks. So there's a heat dome. We just lived through one about a week ago, and I got caught up in that one. It lasted for 4 days. We went over 100 degrees. It do get unbearable after a while. Well, there's another one in the Midwest. The only thing we're getting from that one is about 4 days in the 90s. But in the Midwest, from now until July 31st, many states are going to be looking at triple digits. And, you know, we already see what's happening in Europe. In Europe, they've been going through heat waves, and there have been multiple fatalities because of the heat situation. Now, the homes there are built to hold the heat, you know, because, you know, years ago, Europe used to be a cool place. I'm sure in some instances it still is, but you really didn't have to worry about air conditioning. The highest it went in the summer was maybe low to mid 80s. Not anymore, you know? And what's happening in Europe can be a blueprint to what's going to happen with this new dome over the Midwest. When you start hitting triple digits, which they're claiming those states will, and you have that combination, and if you don't have any good air conditioning, you know, you probably would want to take that person or try to help them with the circumstances they're in. But one thing I can say is the Midwest may be catching up to Europe, because one thing I do know, these folks, they're not good at handling the heat. When you start getting in triple digits, you can see how hard it is for them. One thing, they wear it on their face and you can see it for real. So, oh yeah, Most High definitely. Boy, I tell you, the one we lived through for 4 days, man, that thing was hot. We had, I believe, 2 days that was 105. One day that was 102, and then we had a 103 day. And trust me, you are going to feel it for real. So these heat waves are no joke. And, you know, they've been warning for years that it was going to get hotter. And the heat waves would last longer. And we're already seeing that. We are already seeing it. All right. So let me share my screen. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
You are joining us here on Weather Command this morning. The end of the work week. We have made it, so many of us, to this Friday. And as we get ready for the weekend, we also get ready to welcome in what will likely be a historic heat wave for much of the West. Heat that could shatter not just daily records or monthly records, but all-time temperature records. We're talking about portions of the Rockies, the northern Rockies, even watching the northern plains. The driving force behind this heat, it's this powerful ridge of high pressure. It's going to be strengthening and taking hold of these areas. And in the process, we're going to continue to see that heat build. So much like we did for portions of the East Coast, we're talking about daytime high temperatures and even not seeing much relief in through these overnight hours. So as that builds, the potential for triple-digit heat. And we're not talking about a heat index. We're not talking about heat and humidity. We are strictly talking about how hot that air will be, that ambient temperature, into the triple digits. So that's a look as we get into next week where that heat will be focused. And you are looking at an expansive map here of these heat alerts. We're including Nevada. We have Utah that has those extreme heat warnings littered across from south to north into Wyoming and into Montana and North Dakota. The extreme heat warnings, those are the zones where those air temperatures would be above 100 and perhaps more within the zone of 108, 110 degrees, depending on where you are. And it is well above average, as you can see, from what we typically have this time of year.
Yeah, that's
so the
on
temperature
you.
records on Saturday that we'll be watching at the top of the list, Billings, Montana. Of the group we have here, this has been the longest standing record from 1939. But it is interesting, at least from my perspective and with my mind to see that a lot of these records out of Idaho and Nevada, well, they all came within the 21st century. So if you think of the past 26 years, it's not that uncommon to approach these record heat thresholds, Stephen, these triple-digit temperatures. But for Billings, it certainly is going to be notable.
It's going to be notable eastern Montana. It's going to be notable in Casper and Wyoming, too. These higher elevations, it's often where you have some cooler air, right? You gain altitude and those temperatures just naturally cool. But even by the standards of what you'd feel in the plains, these temperatures are hot.
So it is important to note when you're getting into portions of the West, you do have to look at the verbiage. And I was looking at Salt Lake City. So that warning is because it could get to well above 100, 6,000 feet in elevation and below. That's where we're looking. So it's still going to be hot, even if you're, a mile up. Important to note there. This is a look also at the potential records for Sunday.
And some of them are long-standing. I mean, we have one in, is it Mobridge, South Dakota, that goes back to 1936. So we could see 103 have hot conditions. The July heat waves that we've seen in the past, you almost anticipate it, but it's always a question of how extreme could this be? And at least from this year, we're looking at some of the hottest temperatures that we have seen, and clearly since 1936 in Mobridge, South Dakota.
A heat dome over America is affecting us here in the Bay Area. ABC 7 Eyewitness News anchor Cameron Baum explains what
that's really unusual.
A heat dome is building over much of the western United States this week. The Bay Area is far from the bullseye, but the edges of that pattern are expected to be felt here into early next week.
Most of California probably won't see record daytime heat. There's a bit of a caveat there, which is that the duration and overnight warmth during this event is going to be very notable in some places.
It's not a record-breaking heat event for most of the Bay Area, but inland, even a warmer, drier stretch can change conditions quickly. By late Sunday into Monday, forecasters are watching for another risk.
There is a chance of some thunderstorms over the next few days, including some dry lightning in places that don't often see it.
Contra Costa County fire officials say there are no red flag warnings right now, but crews are watching the forecast closely should wildfires whip up, especially if the weather brings more than heat.
The National Weather Service is forecasting an increase by potential thunderstorms coming into the early part of next week, which then would bring dry lightning with it.
And when the weather warms up, it's important to find ways to stay cool, especially for all the little ones at summer camp this time of year.
Forward, Odie. Deep forward. Oh, there you go.
At Roughing It Day Camp in Lafayette, summertime means sun.
We're an all outdoors program, so we do lots of lake activities, boating, fishing, canoeing, kayaking.
So when it heats up, the plan is simple.
Here you go. Enjoy your cool water.
Hydrate.
And we got juice boxes and Gatorade for electrolytes.
And have a plan in place.
We have a whole, what we call Beat the Heat plan. So it's a warm weather plan. We monitor the weather. We do lots of shade activities, water games, spray bottles. We take water breaks.
Are you guys staying cool today? Yeah. So while the Bay Area may only be on the edge of this heat dome, the warm-up is still enough to get everyone's attention, from fire crews watching for flames to campers cooling off. In Pittsburgh, Cameron Bob, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
You've probably heard another heat dome is coming with record-breaking heat possible, and triple-digit temperatures are expected in some very far north locations. And even some spots that don't hit 100 degrees, it will still feel like it because of corn sweat. Like people, corn sweats, adding more water to the atmosphere. The extra moisture in the air can help keep actual temperatures a little lower, but it also makes it feel hotter. And from Iowa to North Dakota, there's a lot of corn, where highs on Sunday will mostly be in the 90s. Where there's relatively little corn, highs will easily top the triple digits. The thermometer in Rapid City, South Dakota will read almost 10 degrees hotter than Fargo, North Dakota. So let's look at the corn sweat and what it feels like, the heat index. It will feel like triple digits in both Fargo and Rapid City. And Grand Forks will feel just as hot as Rapid City, even though its actual temperature is lower by 6 degrees. So record high temperatures may not be reached, but it sure will feel like it. This hazardous heat will likely stick around well into next week.
So the first heat wave on the East Coast pushed us to the brink with the electrical grid and with so many people who were impacted by this dangerous heat. So now a second one is already forming. Right now, a massive high pressure is strengthening over the desert Southwest and expanding north and east, targeting Great Plains, the Rockies, and upper Midwest. We're talking 110 to 116 degrees in Phoenix, 100 to 105 in Salt Lake City and Denver. Cities like Bismarck, Boise, Rapid City, and Great Falls running 10 to 20 degrees above normal. And the heat index across the Midwest could push past 105 degrees. And here's the kicker. Overnight, temperatures are barely going to be dropping, so no relief. That's when this heat becomes very dangerous. Add in wildfire smoke trapped under the dome, air quality tanks across the entire interior West. This is the 2026 North American heat wave fueled by the strengthening El Nino climate change. NOAA's already flagged a moderate to extreme heat risk from the Four Corners all the way to the Gulf Coast by mid-July. So just pushing this out for awareness. This is the Intel Desk. Stay locked in.
Next time.
Yeah, you know, corn will cook itself, people. So that whole corn crop right there is gone. Because see, what happens is when they transport corn, semis, okay, they got to put ice on top of it because see, corn will cook itself, and at that temperature, that corn is going to cook itself, man, and all that whole corn crop is gone.
Yeah.
It's gone. They might as well go there and harvest that shit, man, and take the losses, because what they're gonna try to do is push that garbage on the general public, man, and jack the price up on it.
Yep. This is exactly
Yeah. So what they need to do, them farmers need to cut their losses, is go pull all that shit up out of there and rotate the crop. Yeah. Corn will cook itself.
Make sure you keep yourself hydrated.
What? Southern Cal Edison will be cutting power from 9 a.m. to 17:30. Wait a minute. To 7:30 Monday?
Yep.
Or is that 1,700 hours in military time, or 1,730 hours in military time?
It could be.
Let Uptight tell me that. I think he means from 9 a.m. to 7:30.
So, all I got to say is, please be careful, especially if you live in the Midwest to the Western states. Make sure you keep yourself hydrated. And if you have no alternative, try to keep yourself cool, your body temperature down.
Yeah, you got to
Because
keep your core temperature down.
105 here, it was no joke. You felt that. And it really hit you when you walked outside and then walked back in the house. Oh, man, did you feel it? And one thing I want to say is also, look after your elders.
Okay, he says military. Okay.
A lot
All
of
right, so
people that are losing their lives over in Europe are losing it at home. Okay? They
from
are
9 a.m.
home,
to 5:30 p.m. Okay,
and
Uptight, I
it's
got you.
intense. That's where they're finding a lot of people. And it's right there in their houses. The European house is built to hold the heat because, years ago, their summers used to be mild. And that being said, so that's why so many Europeans to this day don't have AC. But as you can see, you can't count on no cool summer anymore because, I think this was a few years back. France had hit like triple digits. It was way up there. And they showed Saudi Arabia, and France was hotter than Saudi Arabia. This may be about 2 summers ago. And they warned years ago, because I remember hearing the warning. Some of y'all might too, where they told people that the summers and the heat waves were going to last longer, and the heat waves were going to last, not just a few days, it might last a few weeks. Well, we're definitely up to those times. And the unalive toll is really going up in Europe, France losing the most. And to this very day, they still don't have AC in those homes. So, well, I mean, what can you do? So now, today is the 11th, and they're saying that this heat wave can go on until July 31st. That can be very difficult. Oh, wow. Man, I don't think y'all are ready.
Could be them damn data centers, generating that heat too, brother Chain. Those data centers in that part of the world.
No sound. DW Joseph 59. Thank you for the super chat. Stay hydrated with water, Gatorade, Powerades, and light ice. I like iced tea and fruit punch, folks. Too much cold drink, soda, pop, and alcoholic drinks are dangerous and will dehydrate you. Stay safe. No, you're absolutely right about that. And I tell you what, water will always win. It can't be beat. Okay, so Trenny to the Bone, 1987. Lisa, we missed half of your commentary. You had no sound for alarm. I'm sorry about that, y'all. Sorry about that. But thank you both for your support from my channel. So, I do have people out there in the Midwest. Please stay safe. And if you don't feel right, get out of the sun. And it's really no weather for your children to play in, especially when it hits triple digits. And they're saying that the temperatures can hit between, I think, 110 and 115 degrees under this particular heat dome. So be careful, stay hydrated, get in the house if you don't feel right, because this is now heat stroke weather. And I'm telling you, the biggest ones that will suffer in this are your elderly and your children. I mean, the sun is great, but even I don't care what skin you got in a heat wave, it can be very overwhelming. Especially when it's happening to people that's not used to it. And we know the lighter you are, y'all are not made for this weather. Y'all are definitely, that's why so many are dropping like flies over there in Europe, because y'all are not built for this kind of weather. Our foremothers and forefathers, they had heat waves because, when you look at the book of Job, Job even talks about the intensive heat waves. So heat waves were going on even back during biblical times, and they had to get through it with no AC, but they were able to do it. They did it, So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all of your support, and be on the lookout for my upcoming lives. Shabbat Shalom, family.
Shalom. All right, Shabaka, before you leave, what are your thoughts on this?
Jay, man, I'll call it, man, natural justice. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And as Uptight says, Nabisco's turning into graham crackers. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You see, and we're people built for the sun. You see, we're the children of the sun. You see what I mean? And then on top of it as well too, but just like what Lisa says, you got to stay hydrated. You see what I'm saying? And water, 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 and more water. You see? You say, and you can't be able to get enough of it, but then you're gonna piss a lot as well too, because if you drink water. But you see, but if you feel your, as they say, your head or your heartbeat pumping in your head, man, then you're gonna need some medical attention. You're on the verge of a stroke.
Yeah. That
Yes.
almost happened to me on Saturday. And ladies.
Yeah, well, you see, you up there in that mile high because you're a mile above sea level. You see what I mean? Yeah. 280, you know? And so, and I'm here in this desert, and since I'm paying for it, I got this AC on, man, leaving this motherfucker on all damn night. You know what I'm saying? You know? And, but still, though, I'm going to wrap myself up in a little sheet so when my pores open, you know, I won't get, what do they call that? It's a term for it. Where you sweat, where your pores open, man, then that cold air goes off in there, man. You see, you know, that can make you deathly sick as well, too. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, fuck Lindsey Graham. You know what I'm saying? I want to make that perfectly clear. Also, to stay hydrated. You know what I mean? Fuck Tim Scott. You know, his kumbaya ass, man, he's a hopeless case. You know what I mean? And then what they need to do is go ahead, cut the damn check, you know, for $600 trillion. You see what I mean? In reparations. And we do not care what you Nabiscos have to say about it, because you still benefited off that damn slave labor, and you still are benefited off of it today, off the power of parlay. And then you're thinking that we some stupid motherfuckers who will sit up there and says, oh, that was so long ago. What it is, white America, is that you don't want your guilt to catch up with you. You see what I mean? That's what it is. You know it's the right thing to do. They say you don't want to do the right thing because the right thing ain't in you motherfuckers. That's my closing statement on that, folks. Brother Che?
Yeah, I'm here for it.
Yeah. So that's my closing statement on that. All right, so this is season 6, episode 34, part 2 of the Frontline Black News. Okay, so thank you for having me. And I'm going to be signing off here from okay. Uptight is saying, how much you want to bet he'll unalive himself? Yeah, he'll unalive himself. Yeah, he'll unalive himself, you know, to avoid, you know, that penalty. You know what I mean? And, you know, and that white privilege is what it is. He thought he was above the law, but the hypocritical motherfucker swore to uphold the law. So, hey, you know, it is what it is. You see? It is what it is. Because all those children he violated that day, you know, he'll change their life forever. You see?
Yeah. Okay, Shabaka, we're going to bid you a good night.
All right, man. Okay. All right. Okay. See you on the other side of Monday, too, as well, Uptight. And I'm signing off here from Sin City at 12:15 a.m., 7/13/26. And it's mostly cloudy, and we're at 94 degrees. So I got a weird feeling a thunderstorm is going to come.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, folks. I'm out. Okay. Take care. All right.
All right. So, on to the next topic. We're at SunDown towns flooded out in Missouri. So Taylor House will give us an update on that.
Now, as floodwater rose, many turned to focus on getting kids home safely. The Missouri National Guard spent hours airlifting campers from Tom Sauk Camp to Arcadia Valley Elementary School and middle schools. Some kids escaped with only the clothes they were wearing. Parents were also told around 7:30 in the morning yesterday that all campers were safely evacuated and accounted for. Now, one local family says yesterday was definitely quite emotional, even after learning their kids were safe.
When I knew they were coming home, that we finally could get eyes on them and touch them and hug them, it was emotional. Yesterday was a very emotional day, just knowing that as parents, we were helpless and we couldn't do anything, but also the understanding that there were so many people doing anything and everything possible to get these kids to safety and rescued that it meant so much.
The kids, however, on the other hand, say they had fun on the helicopter ride out of camp. The next steps for this family, replacing everything they left behind at camp.
As Psalms 9 and 6 states, the enemy is finished in endless ruins. The cities you uprooted are now forgotten. Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings. All praises to the Most High Yahweh. And the scripture is coming to pass where a historically racist area in southeastern Missouri has been flooded out. Cities like Lesterville, Steelville, Annapolis, and Viburnum receive over 12 inches of rain in a very short time, causing many of the areas to flood out. They're calling this a 1 in 1,000 year flood that hit that area. Now, most of the flooding happened in Reynolds County. And Reynolds County is a rural, predominantly white community in southeastern Missouri, where the Black or African population only makes about 1.5%. And also this area, the southeastern part of Missouri, has well been documented as a slave state, a plantation state, a sundown state, and known for institutionalized and historicalized, and I know it's not a word, but historicalized racism throughout the years. And even in that camp that you saw the kids getting rescued out of Camp Tom Sauk. Most of those kids were unmelanated, but nevertheless, even if there was, I did see a couple of Black kids in there, but those Black kids came from St. Louis. So the predominantly area of these towns are white. The only demographics that come are the tourists during this season right here. So looking at the damage, which I'm going to show you in a minute, I can't help but to think of all of the destruction, all of the evil, all of the murdering and pillaging and robbing, even from the natives on the land, the original Aboriginal people of this land, how the people on that land came to inhabit that land through treachery, through murder, through deceit and lies and things of that nature. So this is just the sowing of those things that are reaped. Further down in that verse I was reading this morning, it says, the nations have fallen into the pit they dug for others. Their own feet have been caught in the trap they set. The Lord is known for his justice. The wicked are trapped by their own deeds. Now, if many of you remember, a lot of people say when they flooded out all of the Black people in New Orleans, Louisiana, many people say they deliberately did it. They blew up the levee so the water would come through and rush all the people out of that ward. This could be seen as the wicked being trapped by their own deeds. And there are several other towns in history, Black towns, who were systematically flooded out, where Oscarville and a lot of other towns that were flooded out so the white people can come in and take the land. Just take a look at this flooding and keep that in mind when you're watching. They're interviewing a lot of white people about their losses, but keep that in mind as they want you to stay on the sympathetic of this event, but all towns been out and nobody cared. Watch.
We're continuing to follow stories about historic flooding in southeast Missouri. The flood water has gone down, but the damage is done. Along the river in Reynolds County, families are coming home to campers that the flood picked up and dropped off. 5 Your Side's Mark Maxwell reports from the center of the flood zone.
This isn't where Gwendolyn Ponzo parked her car.
My mom's car over here is pretty intense. This was a shocker to walk up to.
It's totaled now after getting taken for an unexpected ride.
So this car was definitely floating around.
Similar signs litter the campground. Entire RVs swept off in the dark. The flood waking her family around 3 Friday morning.
I think you know the consequence of being this close to a river, but nobody expects anything like this. Like, we've dealt with floods before. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen.
So now as she cleans with work gloves, she carries a calculator.
$10, $20, it all just adds up.
The camper is insured after all, and that will help, but it doesn't fix everything.
It is really upsetting. Don't get me wrong. We've shed our fair share of tears through all of this, but now we're just at the point where we're thankful that nobody got hurt in our family and that everyone was accounted for and safe.
As rescue crews catch their breath and floodwaters begin to recede, the wreckage that remains reveals the force of Mother Nature. Campers tell us the rising river surged this RV about a quarter mile downstream. It was this same treacherous stretch where rescue crews risked their lives.
Are all rescuers out of the water? No, I'm on a log, a little bit downstream. I've lost visual with the other two.
The emergency responders who rushed to help waded in with heavy gear and rafts. The river pulled some of them under too.
We had several rescue boats that were capsized.
Ernie Rhodes is a Clayton fire chief. He leads Missouri's Task Force 1. When the call came at 4 in the morning, he and 80 others went straight at the thing everyone else was running from.
An environment that is extremely unforgiving. The power of water is crushing.
For a few harrowing minutes, dispatch couldn't find 3 firefighters. They were out in the brush, blowing whistles, listening for one another.
We're unable to locate them at this time. They're going to be in thick brush.
Sometimes saving strangers means becoming one of the people who might need saving yourself. After all, it's not easy work.
Pick people off roofs, pick people out of trees, on top of campers. And so, these crews they're laying it on the line. Like, these environments are extremely dangerous.
Then, after some long minutes,
advise we have all 3 souls on board. 3rd fireman is in the boat.
The people who came to save everyone else got saved too.
I actually just got goosebumps. I'm so thankful that we had the first responders that we had down here, and especially being a daughter that had a mom and her brothers here I wasn't too sure how things were going for them. And so it brought me a lot of peace knowing that there were so many responders working so hard.
The river took a lot from this campground. It did not take anybody here. And on a weekend like this one, Gwendolyn Ponzo will count that over and over and call it a win. In Reynolds County, Mark Maxwell, 5 on Your Side.
We're continuing to follow stories.
And as the rescuer was asking, have all 3 souls got out of the water? It reminded me of the last scripture that I read this morning. Make them tremble in fear, O Lord. Let the nations know that they are merely human. And I don't think sometimes, because of the actions of, these groups of people who have came to this land, took the land, murdered, pillaged, outright just tortured people, don't realize that they are human. But the Lord sees and he knows all. And sometimes, just like when Cain killed Abel, Yahweh said his blood cries out from the ground. The earth is groaning. So it's only a matter of time that the earth once again spits up the same treachery, the same violence, the same calamity that has been caused on this earth. And just a little bit more about that area in the Ozarks. It says during the late 19th and 20th centuries, as the Jim Crow system took hold, rural outstate Missouri experienced an exodus of the Black population. That means they kicked them all out. Like many small towns throughout the Missouri Ozarks, Steelville developed a reputation as a community that discouraged or outright prohibited African Americans from residing in or passing through the town after dark. These implicit and explicit local customs maintain strict racial boundaries well into the modern civil rights. You know, when they're mentioning the modern civil rights, they're still talking about today. The NAACP has a travel advisory while going through this area of Missouri. So this is, once again, I would say, an act of God, you know, for all of the sins that have been perpetrated throughout that land. Reynolds County is named for Governor Thomas Reynolds, 1840 through 1844, who was definitely a slave owner and, you know, encouraged that type of behavior. So, you know, I know some people will be rejoicing at the calamity, but, you know, once again, as the scripture said, the wicked will have to pay for their wicked deeds. And it may not be like how we like them to pay or we would like them to pay, but once again, vengeance is mine, said the Lord. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. Let's go. Be watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mudding it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Who keep the people informed? The stories abroad from literary work where the narrative's wrong. The research is always on point. The commentary is hard. It's Rich Teller raising the bar. Follow along. Shout out to FBA, still FTP. Big up in FAC. And all my black families. It's three sides to all stories. Which one you gon' believe? We run down on the false prophets when they come to deceive. 100% urban world news, current events. We don't like them lies. Media is biased. We got God inside. Ladies and just as power. If you don't know by now, look around. We the darkest house. Cops squeeze and hammers. They don't understand. We stop and freeze with our hands. To kill us off like cancer. Go speculate before the facts on the case. Telehouse set them straight from the Richard Vasquez. You watch your Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mudding it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing.
Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They become disenchanted. They become disillusioned. They become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the black community that makes the black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians can ever invent.
Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse, 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 Telehouse Publishing.
Now to a story sparking outrage. 29-year-old Peter Bernardo Spencer, a Jamaican immigrant, was found fatally shot in the front lawn of a rural Pennsylvania cabin on December 12th, just hours after he was allegedly invited to the cabin by a white coworker. Authorities say that Spencer was shot 9 times, and they're investigating his death as a homicide. There were allegedly 4 others at that cabin, including Spencer's coworker, all of whom were white. Spencer's family says that 4 people were detained and questioned, but released after consultation with the county district attorney's office. And according to officials, now, more than 6 weeks later, there still have been no arrests and no charges. The district attorney's office told ABC News that it will not comment on the ongoing investigation, quote, out of concern for the impact that it may have on a case and any potential charges. And the Pennsylvania State Police also have not responded to ABC News' request for comment. And we're joined now by Conrad Spencer, Peter's father, and the family attorney, Paul Jubas. Mr. Spencer first.
Psalms 5 and 6 says, Yahweh will destroy those who tell lies. Yahweh detests murderers and deceivers. Peace and blessings, all praises to the Most High. And before you hear from Mr. Spencer's father, let me tell you a little bit about this case. This happened in 2022, where Peter Spencer, 29-year-old melanated Jamaican, was invited to a camping trip with his white coworker and 3 of his white friends. While there, he ended up with 9 bullets in him, and no charges were ever filed. And in the wake of the Nolan Wells situation, we keep reiterating the fact that you can't be the only one. I want you to listen to the father first before I play a video that's going to give you some of the intricate details on this guy was pretty much murdered. And the 4 white friends concocted a story nobody can disprove because Peter's dead. Just listen.
Let me say we're so very sorry for your loss, and we, of course, appreciate you both being with us tonight.
Thank you.
Mr. Spencer,
Thanks for having
while I
us.
know... Yes, thank you again for being with us. And Mr. Spencer, while I understand that many questions remain, can you tell us, to the best of your knowledge, what happened the night your son died?
To the best of my knowledge, I can't give an answer as to what happened that night, other than the fact that his friend invited him and he went. And what I am told, that friend invited other friends. That's the best to our knowledge, other than the fact that police were called to the scene, I'm told, and they in turn call us, the family, and tell us what happened. But to know what happened on the scene of the night, we really don't know, and that's the answer that we need.
Right. And Mr. Jubas, you have said that you believe this was racially motivated. Is that still your belief?
It's entirely possible. Anytime you're dealing with a situation, drawn across racial boundaries, here in America, that's a definite possibility. But like Mr. Spencer just said, we haven't been told anything. We're in a situation where we're being forced to conduct our own investigation, into a situation that should have been open and closed.
And to both of you, if you want federal agencies to get involved in this investigation and for the case to also be referred to the Pennsylvania Attorney General, if those things were to happen, what exactly would change? And then do you think you might actually get the answers or perhaps justice you're looking for?
So it's our understanding that they are involved, and it doesn't change anything immediately. At least, it's on our understanding that with their involvement, there is another level of accountability. So to the extent that, it's not just the Venango County law enforcement that's handling this and the state police, there are federal agencies involved. But we still haven't received anything substantive, from any law enforcement agencies.
And Mr. Spencer, we want to know a little bit more about your son. He was about to be a father, right? What did his future look like before this happened?
And I'll stop it right there because he goes in a little about what his son was doing. He was about to be married, about to be a father, just passed the CDL license, was very excited about what happened. And as you heard him and the lawyer say, they were getting no information from the county, the State Bureau of Investigation, all of those places. Why? Because it happened in Venango County, which has a white population of 93.4%. So very little black people there. So the white people are going to be, as Tariq Nasheed says, always on code. Now, eventually they decided not to charge this coworker who once again invited him out to the woods with 3 other white people and then ended up shooting him. Here is some of the justification that this DA is going to say why they didn't charge the co-worker who killed this man, shot him 9 times.
Another big story tonight, the DA saying no charges will be filed in the death of Peter Spencer.
It's a case of self-defense, according to the Venango County DA. Chris Hoffman found out police think drugs may have altered Spencer's behavior.
According to DA Sean White, it was a camping trip between Peter Spencer, his friend, and 3 other people. It ended with Spencer dead, the only person of color, and that's what had a lot of people questioning what happened.
We've also overseen this investigation to make sure that there isn't any hate and or bias detected throughout this investigation. And I can tell you right now, there has not been any sort of hate and or bias detected.
Police say during that camping trip back in December, everyone was drinking around a campfire. They say Peter Spencer allegedly took psychedelic mushrooms brought by someone else, then grabbed his AK-47.
And it was the last 10 minutes where his demeanor escalated to the point of no reasoning, loss of reality, and absolutely no listening to try and de-escalate the situation.
Witnesses say Spencer was shooting the gun in the air and then ordered the other campers to get firewood. He's also accused of taking some of the campers' keys and phones, and at one point ordered one person on the ground at gunpoint. Police say Spencer's friend tried to intervene, and that's when Spencer pointed the assault rifle at him. His friend then fired 11 rounds from his pistol, 9 of which hit Spencer and killed him.
The 11 bullets in that gun, under a fight or flight type of emotion, would have been taken about 2 to 2.5 seconds to be emptied from that firearm. This is not a lengthy amount of time.
The DA says the autopsy and interviews with neighbors backed up the campers' stories of self-defense in this case.
This is not a case where he was shot once, disabled, and then somebody went on up and executed him after that.
Now, according to investigators, there were questions about whether Spencer was the one who brought the AK-47, along with another assault rifle, to the camp. But because of previous investigations by the state attorney general, as well as the ATF involving Spencer, they were able to determine it was his gun.
The ATF is responding to a whole nother incident and or active investigation. They were involved far before the victim even came to Venango County.
Meanwhile, police say there's still an ongoing investigation into the drugs brought to the camp. According to state police, there could still be charges filed because of the drugs that were in possession of people during this camping trip. In Franklin, Venango County, Chris Hoffman, KDKA News.
Okay, so that's their narrative. They're saying, well, they talk with neighbors. Who are these neighbors at a log cabin in the woods? And all of a sudden, he takes some D-rugs, starts acting crazy, grabs an AK and starts firing in the air. And then the white boy had to shoot. Now, once again, we don't even know if that happens. You know, maybe they did lace him. Maybe he was the victim. But you see how they are trying to criminalize him. Well, there's an investigation to the D-rugs. Well, the ATF was already investigating him previously. And all of that. Just look at the evil in that white man's voice. That white man's voice when he's speaking. Well, yeah, he was a total loss of reality. He started acting erratic, no reasoning, and not listening. What does that remind you of? Yes, that's right. When they shoot unarmed men in the streets by police. But this situation reminds me eerily of the Nolan Wells situation because it's 4 white people, 1 black guy, and he gets killed. Now everybody says, oh, no, he was the bad guy. And of course, they're going to corroborate their own stories. However, there was a camera at the log cabin. And so this shooting was possible, or this act was possibly recorded on tape. Let's see what they have to say about this.
It is a shooting death investigation that's captured international attention and prompted protests of outrage from Black leaders in Pittsburgh concerned it may have been a racially motivated killing.
Well, tonight, for the very first time, Action News Investigates will take you to the place where Jamaican immigrant Peter Spencer was shot 9 times until he stopped breathing. But this story wasn't easy. Investigative reporter Paul Van Osdal had to track down property assessment records in order to even find the remote hunting cabin just along I-80 along the Allegheny River Trail where Spencer was gunned down in the presence of 4 white men.
It is a case that still has not resulted resulted in even one arrest, now 6 weeks after it happened. Here's Paul's report from Venango County.
In this idyllic setting right on the Allegheny River and just off of a bike trail is the hunting camp where police say Peter Spencer was shot to death. Authorities say his body was found in the front yard with multiple gunshot wounds. Family members say Peter Spencer was invited to the camp by a friend who he met at a previous job. A Spencer family attorney says he's not surprised that Peter would have accepted an invitation, even though family members say he was the only Black man at the camp.
He was an outdoorsman and he loved nature. He loved being in nature. He loved being among the animals in nature. So this is something that he would regularly do. It's exactly why he would have been out there.
But Spencer's trip became anything but a peaceful retreat. Police say they found multiple guns and drugs at the scene. Police detained and questioned 4 people, including a 25-year-old white man they called a suspect. But all 4 were released from custody. No charges have been filed. Action News Investigates has learned there could be video of his shooting. A sign on the front door says, "You're on camera, look up," referring to a surveillance camera in the second floor window. Now, it's possible that any video from that camera could be very useful to police, especially considering the fact that Spencer's body was found shot to death in the front yard.
So there is actually a camera.
Action News Investigates showed family attorney Paul Jubas images of the camera and sign. If there's video, could it show the actual homicide?
Sure, you know, it could potentially show everything. This just adds another layer of mystery onto why law enforcement is handling this investigation in such a shadowy way.
The district attorney would not say if there is any video of the shooting. Also mysterious, this sign on the door of an adjacent garage saying, "We don't call 911." alongside an image of a gun. If no one called 911 immediately after this shooting, could there be criminal liability there?
There absolutely. You know, this crime scene is dripping with criminal liability.
Again, though, police have not filed any criminal charges in the case. Property records show the hunting camp is owned by the family of Nathan Meyer. Spencer's family says Meyer is the friend who invited Peter Spencer to the camp. Action News Investigates went to Meyer's family home in Mercer and spoke briefly with his grandmother. She declined to do an interview, but said she would give our contact information to Nathan. He never responded. The district attorney here in Venango County tells me he cannot release any further information about the case until he has final autopsy results, and that could take several weeks. Reporting from outside Emlenton in Venango County, Paul Van Osdal, Pittsburgh's Action News 4.
So back in the days, there was a movie called Surviving the Game, where some white men grabbed a homeless man off the streets, started feeding him, said they was going to give him a job, gave him some money, got him on his feet. And then they took him out to a log cabin to hunt. And he didn't know that they were going to hunt him. They let him run loose, and the whole game was to kill him. Ice Cube starred in that movie. This reminds me of that. Once again, it's a hunting cabin. It's a log hunting cabin. So, of course, if you're going there to hunt, you would have guns. He brought his AK-47. What was nefarious about it, just like the lawyer said, they are not investigating this in any way, not even telling them, was there any video? And of course there's video, but I'm pretty sure it had been scrubbed by the time the police got there. Now, also Nathan Meyer, as they said, was the friend who invited him there. Now, also, once again, it said the coworker who invited him was the one who shot him. So this guy brings him to his family log cabin and waits till he starts acting erratic, even if we don't even know. This could be just the plot. Okay, we got us one coming, guys. You know what to do. Like they haven't shown any autopsy, any gunpowder residue on his fingers, nothing. Just These 4 white boys said so, and that's it. And so once again, this is a cautionary tale. Nothing was ever done to the people who killed this man, possibly in cold blood. We don't know. In Allegheny, off the Allegheny River in Venable County, Pennsylvania, an all-white town. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Even though it happened 4 years ago, this is eerily reminiscent to what is going on with Nolan Wells, where all 4 white boys are exonerated. Y'all let me know what y'all think. 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as always, I wish you have peace and blessings. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. Let's go. You watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Who keep the people informed with stories abroad from literary work. Where the narrative's wrong, the research is always on point, the commentary is hard. It's Rich Teller raising the bar. Follow along, shout out to FBA, still FTP, big up NFAC, and all my black families. It's 3 sides to all stories. Which one you gon' believe? We run down on the false prophets when it comes to disease. 100% urban world news, current events. We don't like them lies. Media is biased. We got God beside us, ladies and gents is power. If you don't know by now, look around me, the darkest hours. Cops squeezing hammers, cause they don't understand. So stop and freeze with our hands and kill us off like cancer. Don't speculate before the facts on the case. Telehouse set them straight by from the rich investigators. You watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing.
Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They become disenchanted. They become disillusioned. They become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the black community that makes the black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians can ever invent.
Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing.
Thank you, Taylor House. Yeah, we covered that on Frontline Black News some years back. In that case with the
so you wanted to appeal to white women. You want to let white women know, hey, start having white babies. Do you have a
So the next topic is Tariq talks to a white nationalist who confronted Myron Taylor Gaines. I'll have to speed this up because it's a long video. Let's see.
All right. Shout out to everybody in here. Should we get one more, guys? Because, when it gets late like this, my sinuses start tripping. All right. Should we get one more? Y'all want to get one more? Raise your hand if y'all want to get one more call in here before we wrap this thing up. Because I'm about to warm up some leftover Popeye's chicken. I ordered Popeye's chicken earlier. And, you get a little hankering for some shit. And I got a hankering. Yeah. For this Popeye's I'm about to put in the microwave. Right. So y'all raise your hands if y'all want to get that last call in. Y'all want to do that? Y'all raise your hand up. It's going to be either you or Popeye's chicken. Right? And Popeye's winning right now. It's on my mind. Let's get Mitch in here. Mitch, hop on in, Mitch. Mr. Mitch, hop on, Mr. Mitch. Mitch. Okay, Mitch. Make a request and get down. All right. Let's get our, hold on. Let me see. Let's see who we got. All right. Where y'all at, man? Let me see. Let's get Raw TV, Raw Status TV. Raw Status TV. Well, let's get, hold on. Let me get Nikki. Nikki the guy. Hold on. Let me get Nikki before that. Nikki the guy. What's
This space was downloaded via spacesdown.com. Visit to download your spaces today.
Nikki? Nikki, hop on.
Hi, Tariq. I just wanted to let you know, be careful with the Popeye's chicken biscuit because it will do the opposite of what you're trying to do with the Mucinex. So don't eat the biscuit, okay?
Oh, good. Yeah, I'm just gonna eat the chicken. Yeah, the kids ate the biscuits earlier.
Okay. Okay, bye.
Yeah, the kids ate the biscuits. Agent 47, what's up, brother?
I just wanted to say hi.
Hey, okay, what's going on, Mr. 47?
Nothing much. I saw your video. I think you reviewed my debate with Myron, right?
I don't remember. You had a debate with Myron?
Yeah, remember? You liked that, basically I exposed them as a quote unquote musky tether, remember? Isn't that what you said?
I can't remember. So you debated him. What did y'all debate about?
I told him that he wasn't black, remember? At UCLA.
Oh, okay. That was you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Man. That's funny. Have you had any other interaction with him?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay. Now, sir, are you a white nationalist?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you part of a white nationalist organization?
No.
You're just a lone wolf white nationalist.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. So what are your views on or your suggestions being a white nationalist? Because as you know, your birth rates in your community are going down.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think some of the solutions are to help your birth rates?
Honestly, I'm not really sure you can do much about this stuff because basically what's happening is that people, they just don't want to have kids, right? They turn 15, 16, right? They complete puberty, but then they don't want to have kids until they're like 30, 25, 30, something like that minimum.
Yeah.
And so I don't think there's really much you can do. To be quite honest, I think people just, they want to spend their youth partying, having fun. And then maybe they decide to have kids later on. But I think it's pretty hard to change this stuff. And it's not just here in America, it's all over the world, right? You're seeing the same thing kind of happening as people get more money, more wealth. They don't want to, spend their youth raising kids. They want to just have party and have fun.
Right. Now your family, when did your family immigrate here to the U.S.? Are they
1995.
Oh, no, they really just got here.
Yeah, I'm basically a white tether.
Damn. Where'd they immigrate from?
Soviet Union.
Oh, okay. So you were Russian?
Yeah, I'm part. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, mostly Ukrainian, Polish, but whatever. It's the same stuff, right?
Yes. So you were born when?
1990.
Okay. Wait. So you were born over there?
Yeah.
Oh, so you immigrated here with your family? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting. So how do you feel about race relations just in general here in the United States?
They're bad, obviously, but I think a lot of people are in denial. But yeah, they're pretty bad overall. I would say probably worse than they were in the Soviet Union, to be honest.
Yeah. What do you see bad about it?
With basically with white people constantly just white flighting to escape to diversity, and then slowly the stuff gets more and more diverse, and people are just really unhappy about that stuff. And then especially with white people, there's just a whole lot of I'm not sure if you know how it feels to be a white person in America, but as a white person, you're just always walking on eggshells. You're always afraid of being called a racist or saying the wrong thing and then getting fired from your job. It's a huge psychological issue that whites have. And you can probably even notice that if you even try talking with white people about this race stuff, they just go all crazy. They're literally scared. A lot of these white people are literally scared to even talk about race because they're just so afraid of getting fired from their jobs. So there's yeah.
Okay, but
so basically being black.
Right. So, but they cause those problems, though, right?
Yeah, but I would say so, yeah, but a lot of white people don't even really want to talk about this stuff, right? They're just so terrified at this point.
But hell, they created the problem, right?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So yeah, they can't be mad at a problem that they created. Shit.
Humans aren't that rational, though.
Yeah. Now, if you felt like you had to walk on eggshells in the U.S., you would go back to the Soviet Union, right? Where all the white people are there. Ain't no black people there at all.
No, I'm pretty sure they're importing. There's some black people now. There's they're also very anti-racist in the Soviet or in Russia, at least. I'm not sure if you know about that, but they're kind of like America. They're also quite anti-racist. They're also importing a bunch of people, so it's a lot of the same.
Oh, Agent 47, can you hear me? Oh, your mic went out, brother. Agent. Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Something happened. Oh, let me get him back up because this was interesting. All right. Something happened to his mic. I wanted to hear what he had to say. Mr. 47, hop back on. Hop back on. Hopefully your mic starts to work correctly because this is interesting. Yeah, there you go. All right, Mr. 47.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, indeed. Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So you said they're trying to be less racist over there in Russia?
Yeah, for sure.
Huh? Because you know they got those white supremacist groups over there too.
No, not well.
This man, his phone keeps going out. Okay, Agent 47. Okay, because I want to hear from that side, you know. Okay, Agent 47. And he brought that phone from Russia. Okay.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Okay, there you go. Yes.
Yeah, I think something with the Wi-Fi, but no, Russia is probably worse than America for white supremacy. Like if you're like a Russian supremacist, they're going to throw you in jail over there. Whereas, yeah, it's probably worse over there, to be honest.
Now, what issue did you have with Myron Gaines? Because Myron really tries to pander to a lot of you white nationalists. He wants to be an honorary white nationalist. So, what was the issue that you had with Myron?
Well, I mean, originally I just went there because like I got to get him to stop shitting on women, because like in order to make the white nationalism stuff work, I need to appeal to white women. So that was kind of my big thing. I didn't want him, like I wanted him to stop basically a lot of this anti-woman stuff. I need that stuff gone basically to make it work. So that was the reason I originally went there. But basically what ended up happening is like right before I went to speak with Myron, there was like this like immigrant from like Colombia, and he was literally calling white people, he's like, Europeans are the real wetbacks. And then he was saying that like the Hispanics need to fight to take over this land. And Myron was like telling this guy, yeah, man, there's no white supremacy. None of this stuff is real. And so then I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, Myron, what the hell are you doing here? And so then when I went up to him, I'm like, Myron, hey, we're real, right? We exist. So then it was just me basically just trying to get Myron to like confirm what he actually believes, because like it just seems like he's like flip-flopping all over the place.
Right. How was the security up there? Because we saw helicopters and all types of stuff when you were up there. How tight was the security there?
I mean, I don't know if I would say it's tight, because I mean, yeah, they had a lot of police officers, they had helicopters, but I mean, if someone wanted to bring a gun, they could have easily done that.
Oh wow.
Right. I mean, like I didn't get like searched or anything like that. I don't think anyone got searched. So there was just, you could have literally taken a gun right up to Myron if you really wanted to.
All right.
I mean, they would have probably caught you, but like you could have done it.
Right. And we're not promoting that, by the way.
Yeah. I'm not promoting that.
Whatever. So you wanted to appeal to white women. You want to let white women know, hey, start having white babies. Do you have an issue with so many white women chasing after black men? Do you have an issue with that?
I mean, yeah. Like, I mean, in the long run, like if people are all race mixing, then yeah, there's not going to be a white race or a black race. So, I mean, that does become an issue. At some point, it does. And I've talked to some of these like mixed race people, and they'll even say they get along better with other mixed race people than they do with either whites or blacks. So at some point, you got to kind of be honest about what you're doing here.
Yeah, well, they're still technically black, though.
No, they're not.
Oh, yeah, they are.
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say they're mixed.
There's no mixed category.
Well, once there's enough of those people, there will be.
I don't think so. Not the system of white supremacy. You see?
No. I would definitely say that I mean, someone like Obama, he's not Kenyan, he's not white, he's something else.
But they promoted him as the first black president, so they were blacking him up.
Yeah, I know, it's fucked up. I know. I didn't get it at the time, but now, yeah, I think it's really messed up. He's not even like FBA, right? He's not even like ancestry, whatever. He's from Kenya.
Right. But he, on a technicality, he's black tech.
Yeah, Agent 47, man. How are you? What are you basing that off? Honestly.
He's mixed race.
Yeah, but then if he's also black though.
No.
But then who are you to make that distinction?
I'm a white male. I'll make that distinction.
Okay, but then if it's mixed race, then how is it you the only one to make that distinction then?
I don't think I'm the only one. I just think that there was a lot of propaganda.
What propaganda? What are you talking about, man?
Yeah, they tried the left Democrats. They tried to run all this propaganda about him being the first black.
Rubbish, man, honestly, this is political garbage that you're spitting right now.
I just think you're coping, man. Like, what's wrong with saying that he's not black? He's mixed race. Like, what's the issue?
Okay, so now with the white nationalist movement, you guys are trying to recruit the white women. Now, let me ask you this, Agent. Are you with an Asian woman? Because I know a lot of you white.
No, I'm not.
You're not doing the Asian woman thing.
No. Although I have met a few but yeah, I'm not doing that.
Okay. Why haven't you done the Asian thing?
I don't know. They're a little bit too weak for me. They're not really my type.
Oh, okay. Now, what's your type? Are you into women? I mean,
yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you got a hankering for some pussy. I don't know, and I don't judge anybody's lifestyle.
No. I mean, I judge when it's necessary. I'm not like that. I mean, it depends.
Okay. Because I know a lot of the white nationalists are not really with women. Like Nick Fuentes, he's not with no women.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's gay.
Yeah. How do you feel about Nick Fuentes?
I don't like him. I think he's a failure.
At what? What did he fail at?
When he went on Piers Morgan, right? So again, like, I think when Nick went on Piers Morgan, he should have been honest about what he believes, but instead he was just joking around. Like, Piers asked Nick, "Hey Nick, what do you think about the Holocaust? Hey Nick, why do you like Hitler?" And Nick wasn't really willing to give him a straight answer.
No.
right? He was like joking. He's like, oh, it was over 6 million people died or whatever. I mean, he was just like around. So yeah, he just wasn't really willing to be a serious leader. He wasn't willing to commit to whatever his beliefs are, and then try to show that to the world.
Oh wow, wow. So let me ask you this: what do you think about reparations for foundational Black Americans?
I think you guys owe me money. That you need to pay me reparations.
Really?
Yeah, of course.
As a Russian immigrant?
Yeah, no, all Black people owe me money. You owe me reparations.
For what?
For destroying the property values of white people when you move into our neighborhoods, for all the welfare you guys use. I mean, even licensing fees, you're using white technology when you use a cell phone. So you got to pay us money for that stuff.
Okay, hold on. Let's slow down. Let's unpack every one of those. You said 3 things. Okay.
Yeah.
The technology, like the cell phones.
Yeah.
Welfare.
Yeah, of course.
First one was what?
For destroying our property values.
So your property value is destroyed by your fear. White flight destroys property values, not the Black people. The Black person moves in, and because you get scared of that Black person and then you leave, that's your property value dropping because of you. The Black person didn't do anything but just be Black. It's not like you went and opened up a crack.
I lived in Detroit. I saw what you guys did to the place. You guys move in, you cause a bunch of crime, you destroy the place.
Sir, Detroit, really?
And in South Africa as well. What's happened with South Africa?
Sir, well, let's deal with here. We'll deal with here because I was born in Detroit, sir. So
yeah. I don't know, where was I, like 6 Mile Road when I was like 5, 6 years old? I mean, I was there as well. I saw what was happening.
The Black people didn't destroy they didn't move in and just start tearing the shit up. They did.
Yeah.
That didn't happen. Those factory jobs got taken overseas and just urban decay. And
why are you coping, dude? Come on, like
I'm coping.
Yeah. We're too old for this. Like, yeah, we know Black people move in, they go and kill each other, they kill a bunch of folks, they steal from each other. Nigga, give me your shits, right? That's what they do. Like, why even denying this stuff?
Yeah, because that's not true.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not, sir. That's white supremacist fantasy, sir.
What about niggas with attitude straight out of Compton? You guys make a bunch of music videos about this stuff.
Yeah, these guys are billionaires today.
They literally made videos, like a bunch of music videos about gangster rap and stuff. I mean, come on, are you really going to deny this stuff?
Your stereotypes are kind of outdated, by the way. People don't really do that like that. Guys are rapping about skinny jeans and drinking expensive champagne now. So you got to update your stereotypes. Even your stereotypes, sir.
Tariq, just stop coping. Just be honest. Come on.
Sir, your stereotypes are extremely outdated. What gangster rap are you listening to, sir?
So we don't use the word stereotypes anymore. It's not English. We just use the word truth nowadays.
What? Name the gangster rap song that's on the charts right now.
Not right now, but I mean, like in the past, like these people were doing all this gang violence and they're making a bunch of videos on it. Like
80s stereotypes. That's what I'm saying. You talk about stereotypes from the 80s, sir.
Okay. Well, you can just go look at South Africa today, right? It gets worse and worse every year without white supremacy.
Yeah. Wait, let's talk about this. I'm not South African. You said with the welfare, we get all the welfare?
Yeah, don't you guys disproportionately get a bunch of welfare from white people?
No, sir. Look up Owsley County, Kentucky. Owsley County is the welfare capital of the United States. Owsley County, Kentucky. Everybody Google Owsley County, Kentucky. It's a county that's 99% white. 95% of the people there are on welfare. It is literally the welfare capital of the world, and it's all white. And they're Republican too, by the way. Your white supremacist brethren, you get more welfare than anybody. So that stereotype is false. And then you said technology. The technology, okay, the phones. Where the people, y'all Google Jesse Russell. Google Jesse.
The stuff's not going to work, Tariq. Like, you're just trying too hard. Look, people are changing their minds on this stuff. Like, everyone can see.
Sorry, no, just slow walking. You said technology. I'm giving you some of the people who built that technology. It was foundational Black Americans who.
Okay, fine. You got me. The FBA's built all this stuff. Okay.
Google it and look up some names. Henry Thompson, who helped come up with the gamma rays that would make the cell phones workable. I mean, come on now. I mean, we've contributed to the technology.
So what's your plan for Black people in the future? Like, are you guys just going to mix race into like a bunch of mulattoes, or like, what is your vision?
I guess just keep smashing white women. Just keep smashing the white women, and
so you want to go extinct through race mixing? Is that correct?
They're not going to be extinct, sir. No. Those kids are going to be Black. I think that.
No, they're not. No, you're coping. They're not Black. No, you're coping.
According to your community, they are.
Yeah. No. According to me, they're not. They're mixed race, and people have to accept that.
No, because those mixed race are still treated like Negroes. In your community don't play no games about that. You are hyper focused on those mixed race people. Y'all don't look at them as some separate race. Just like Meghan Markle, y'all treat her like a Negro. you're hypersensitive about her, especially with her proximity to white power like that. You guys are extremely sensitive. You created the one drop rule. If there's a person who's even Jewish, you get on their backs because the whole myth was that Jewish people have Negro ancestry. So you guys hyper focused on that, right?
But Tariq, you're just gonna mix. So this is really your plan? Is just to have the black people?
Am I saying something accurate, sir?
No, I mean, this is stupid. Like, what about the future? I don't care about the past. Like, we can talk about the past all we want, but what's the future? That's what I care about.
You're in the future right now. How do you feel about the Jewish community? Are you, because Myron has, how do you feel about the Jewish community?
I'm 1/4 Ashkenazi.
Oh.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm mixed myself. What can I say?
Oh, that's very interesting. Very interesting. Just like Jake Lang. Yeah, he's a Jewish white supremacist.
Well, I mean, it's just that, like, at this point, like, we think it's a mistake for white people to become a minority in America. So that's just, it's like, that's all. That's what's driving it.
How do you feel when white people say that you ain't really white?
It's annoying. It's frustrating. I'm not gonna lie, but you know, like these people are, so someone has to lead them, right?
Oh, okay. Are the Anglo white supremacists they mentally infirmed and they need the Jewish white supremacists?
I had that argument. No, I mean, like, I'm willing to work with anyone, whether you're Anglo or Irish or whatever, as long as you're smart enough. Like, I judge people based on their intelligence. That's what I care about.
Okay, because the white supremacists, the Anglo ones, are always calling up here telling us how Jewish people are not white. And
yeah, no.
They say that all the time. And you have proof of that. Many of them are.
Yeah, no, I think they're wrong about that. But I mean, yeah, Ashkenazi at least are mostly white European. I mean, it depends. Some of them, like Ben Shapiro, maybe less so, but a lot of them have like blonde hair, blue eyes. It's like, you know.
Let me get my brother. Where's Robbie? Robbie, let me get Robbie Blue in here real quick to chop it up with you too. Brother Robbie Blue, hop on in, Robbie.
I just had a quick question for you. You said that you live in California now, right?
Yeah.
Do you live in a predominantly white neighborhood there in California?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, because you said that, you know, when you lived in Detroit, it seems to me like maybe your family was kind of struggling. So you definitely were kind of like poor when you came here. Or was your family wealthy?
No, we were really poor when we came here.
Okay, so that's what makes my colon power is that you can come here, struggle, take advantage of all the benefits through immigration, right, that some of our people fought for. Then you're hyper-fixated on this whole idea of, like, I guess, white genocide. But you guys typically live in, like, predominantly white neighborhoods where if you saw a black person, it's like a Bigfoot sighting. The people who are, like, the biggest threat to white people are not people who look like me. It'll be people who claim that they're fake Christians, that, you know, engage in pedophilia. They mistreat women. Then there's this whole hierarchical system where people want to point fingers at Negroes and everybody else, but they don't have enough system sense to understand how capitalism is exploiting the hell out of everybody. So what I don't understand is, like, how can somebody be so asphyxiated on black folks and they don't even, like, live around black people to even, you know, in other words, black people live in their imagination, but nobody even lives in your zip code to bring down your housing, you know, the value of your homes. We're not in your police departments. We're not even messing around with white women. And that's another thing that mind boggles me. If the aim is to win the hearts and minds of white women live right there in your zip code. So how are you guys having problems with, you know, pulling white women? Make it make sense.
Well, I mean, like, so it wasn't like just like on July 4th, like in Newport Beach, like a bunch of people like took over the beach and then they started like rioting, or maybe not rioting, but they were like, destroying like the grocery store, stuff like that. Right? But it wasn't white people. I'm not sure. Was it blacks? Was it Mexicans?
You didn't answer my question. I'm not talking about some isolated event. I'm talking about every single day. There's 365 days out of the year. Let me tell you something. Women don't like to hear men whine about another man. At least for us culturally, we just step our game up and we get inspired by others. But when I'm on this app, it's nothing but C4, a bunch of crypto crying Christian. First, they get into crypto and they feel stupid because they get rugged. Then they start doing drugs and all this stuff. And then all of a sudden they find Jesus. And then they start having these Marvel origin stories. And y'all like come to Black Daddy and whine and complain. And then if they don't blame the Juby Jews, they're blaming all these bankers and everything. It's like people are fixated on other people's bank accounts. And then all of a sudden it's like they look at Pornhub and get PTSD. Oh my God, one of those Negroes are going to rearrange her guts. We're not even thinking about you guys in that regard. We're not even chasing white women. But there is a real big problem when you got white women who don't want to procreate with white men who seem to have impulse control. And it's like, if white girls stop swallowing and white dudes stop doing anal sex, maybe y'all have more kids.
Damn. Yep. There it is. Thank you, Robbie.
Okay.
Hold on, let's get Hajat. Mr. Hajat. Hajat. Okay, Mr. Hajat, you just put up a bunch of signs and you're not saying nothing, sir. Okay. I am God.
Hey, brother, how you doing, man? Happy belated birthday.
Thank you so much, man. How are you?
You're welcome. I'm doing great, man. I had a question for Agent 47, if that's okay.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely. So I heard you talk about the black population in the future, and it really kind of spark a question for me. And here in the United States, white men account for about 28% of the population, but you're over 70% of the suicides right now. Additionally, from what I can see, there's a low sperm count problem. Your children are not having sex before the age of 30, if at all. Your sons don't want your women. And if I track my history, Malcolm X always talked about whites in general on a global level being 15 to 20% of the population. And currently you're 8% or less. So I guess my question is, what is your plan for survival?
I mean, honestly, if we had borders, and we didn't do the mass immigration, yeah, things would maybe decrease for a while, but eventually they would stabilize and everything would be fine. But yeah, if you just didn't have all the mass immigration, things would stabilize at a lower population level. And yeah, when you look globally, it's not just happening to white people in America. This is happening all across the world. It's just that we're further in the process than some other places.
No, I think that's my point, is that you are in the midst currently of an existential crisis between, 75% of melanoma, 70% of suicides, low sperm count, children not having, your kids not having children. Again, if we talk about Malcolm X, we're talking 50, 60 years ago, and your global population is in half. That trajectory, at least from my math, doesn't bode very well. So I'm curious.
Well, like I said, the same thing's happening in China. If you look at China, they're all, yeah, but that's happening all across the world.
I don't want you to pivot and further explain the question to me. I'm talking about, I get the problem. I was defining the problem for you.
Yeah,
the question is,
we just need borders.
With all your over focus on blacks in the black neighborhoods, when it happens in black neighborhoods, it would just seem to me that you have a greater crisis that your community could benefit from you actually focusing on.
Well, there are two different issues. There's all the crime, all the problems caused by blacks, and there's also the issues with how the sexuality is.
So when you talk about white people dying or being murdered, what percentage of them are being murdered by other white people?
I honestly don't know.
It's roughly 85%.
That's fine. Like I said, it doesn't change anything. You go to these black neighborhoods, they're too dangerous for us to live in.
But I'm not talking about the black neighborhoods. I'm talking about the white neighborhoods where you kill your family and children. And that's what I mean. I'm saying within your people, proximity crime, white people killing white people is 80 to 85%.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's correct. Whatever. Even if it is, that's fine. These are two different issues.
So then how could you focus on the black community when you have such existential problems facing you and your community?
Well,
you think that those problems are facing you in that way? I mean, hell, you're trying to block out the sun right now, right? So I'm just curious, do you think that those problems are facing you that way because you're not actually focused on your survival?
I'm just surprised you guys are coping this hard. Why can't you just guys be honest?
This is not coping. I'm asking you about math. So you want to talk about the black community, but I don't see where you have any authority or you earn any credibility to talk about that. So my curiosity is, white man, tell me about the white community and your survival plan.
I already told you. If we just had borders, the population would decline for at least for the foreseeable future, but eventually it would stabilize. If we just had borders, it's not that complicated.
And you think borders would stop your extinction?
Yeah, of course.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. I think you should continue on that route. Thank you, Brother Tariq.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. So, Mr. Agent 47, you're saying that closing the borders would kind of help. I don't know, because again, right now your birth rates are at the point of no return. So even if you would
not at the point of they're decreasing, but no, there are people that are getting married, that are having kids. It's just not. It's just a smaller percentage of us.
Yeah, because I think it's like at a negative right now. It's like a negative birth rate. So the white supremacists are dying off faster than them being born. So many experts are saying that that's just irreversible at this point, but I don't know. So do you think the solution is to become more hostile because you're already a global minority? You're going to be a minority here in the United States. How do you think that's going to fare?
Like I said, so I do think these are the main reasons that I'm a quote unquote white nationalist is these are the problems that as white people become a minority, we are going to lose power. And obviously I think that's a bad thing. And I think we will be unsafe. I think when there's, these types of riots, again, whether you think they're justified or not, but there's always these race riots every generation, whether it's BLM, Rodney King, MLK, whatever. When that happens in the future and we're a minority, very likely we're going to be killed. Very likely we'll have pogroms or genocides. And that's the main reason why I'm a white nationalist. I do not want to be, 80 years old as a white male in a diverse nation where I'm accused of being evil for colonization and slavery. I think that's a bad future. That's really my main reason for being a white nationalist.
Okay, yeah, and I respect the honesty. It's a very honest answer. And is that why you've brought up South Africa? You've kind of made us comparable to South Africa. What do you think the difference is with South Africa and foundational Black Americans? What do you think is the difference in your opinion?
I'm pretty sure you guys are more mixed with white, right? Isn't that the difference?
Does that even count? I mean, there's some white mixed. Like,
What's your DNA test? Have you done it? What is yours?
got some shit from France and England in there. So it's in there. Even when I do my lineage on ancestry,
Yeah.
I run into some English ancestors who were clearly some slave owners. But I'm just talking about the whole disposition of the foundational Black American population as they compare to the South African population. You know, because South Africans, there's white South Africans who are a minority there. They're relatively safe. All this stuff about white South Africans being harmed, I've been over there. These people are living high off the hog over there. So is your concern that we over here don't have the same disposition as the South African Black people? Is that a concern?
Can you use English? I don't want to use disposition. What is that in English?
Oh, okay. Because I forgot you're Soviet. Attitude, like your whole attitude, your whole vibe, your whole
vibe.
Yeah, like your vibe, energy, just the way you are as a group.
Yeah, like I said, I just think that when we're a minority, people are going to say, "Hey, you know, all our wealth is illegitimate. It was all, you know, created through slavery or colonization, and that we got to pay reparations for that stuff." I think that's going to be our future.
Oh, so you feel like you're gonna get your ass whooped?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, but do you agree? People are greedy. People are selfish. They look for ways to take advantage of other folks. They look for ways to get money. And yeah, guilt tripping whites till the end of time is a very easy way to get money from whites. I think that's going to be the future, especially because so many white people are still going to have a lot of control over the industries.
Isn't that a projection? I mean, that's how the whites got it, right?
Yeah, fine. That's fine. Yeah, that's just how humans are. I'm okay with that.
Okay, so if you're okay with that, you're not okay with the retributive ass whooping?
Yeah, of course. I want the money for myself. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to. I mean, I'm not even rich. I'm actually quite poor. But yeah, like I don't want other people to do that to us.
Okay. Well, wouldn't the right thing to do would produce justice to say, hey, look, we're about to be a minority pretty soon. These Black Americans don't really play games like that. They're not like the South Africans. So we can't try to abuse them as a minority. So why don't we just try to make good and do the right thing and give them those reparations so that when you become a minority, things are all gravy.
It's never going to be, even if I wanted to, obviously I don't agree with that, but even if I did, I would just say it would never be enough. It's never going to be enough.
Really?
Yeah.
It'll be enough. Yeah.
No, it won't.
Yeah, it would. It would.
No, you won't be happy until you have I mean, honestly, like, and this is one of the things I don't get with you. It's like, do you not like it's like what you guys ultimately want is just a Black nation. You want a nation with Black people, with Black police officers. You want the Wakanda. Like this mixed race nation, it's never going to make you guys happy either. Like that's one thing I don't really understand. Like why you're trying to make this diversity work. I don't get it.
That's a projection. We don't have a problem with other races. In fact, we were the ones helping other races out.
It's just bullshit. Like they had all those, like, what about in the universities? They had like those Black only spaces because you had a bunch of these Black kids who were, you know, who grew up in these white neighborhoods. They never felt like what it felt like to be only around Blacks, and they wanted that.
Yeah.
Right? Like they had during the woke SJW stuff, they had these like Black only spaces on all these college campuses, right?
No, they didn't. They had like Black Lives Matter chapters, but there was no Black only spaces. No.
No, I don't think they had. I can double check that, but I thought they had Black only spaces as well.
No. There's no Black only spaces.
And like Black only dorms, I think they had those.
No, there's not. I can promise you wasn't no Black only dorms.
Okay, I'll double check, but okay.
That's not true, sir. Black people, we don't have a problem with other races of people because we don't have any reservations.
This is totally cucked stuff, Tariq. Why are you saying this stuff?
Because I'm speaking the truth, sir.
No, this is horrible, dude. Like you're so out of date.
I'm out of date. You're an immigrant in my country, sir.
Yep, I'm a white tether.
Right, you're an immigrant, so you can't tell me about my nation that my family built, right?
No, I'm still going to do that. I'm that type of person.
Yeah, but you got to be the kind of person who sits his ass down and learn something, especially if you're a guest in somebody's country. You can't tell me about my country, sir.
But here's the problem: with white people are moving away from this. We're fine with all races. Like white people are moving over towards, we want a white nation. We want white spaces. We think that's where we're headed. So it's just weird that you're still saying this stuff.
Don't want a white nation. If you wanted a white nation, your family would have stayed in broke ass Soviet Union.
My parents thought they were moving to a white nation, but they didn't realize, like, they didn't even know Black people lived in America when they brought us here.
Bullshit. That's bull.
No, that's true.
That's BS because those Russians over there are running around acting like us. They're dancing like us over there. You got so many Russian break dancers and pop lockers. They know what a Black American is. They emulate us over there all the time.
But yes, so basically you're for diversity, you're for like mixed racing, you're for all this stuff. Is that correct?
I'm for Black empowerment first. I want to be protected from hostile white supremacists. That's what I'm for, protecting myself from that. Everything else is secondary. I could really give a damn one way or another. I just don't want Black people being harmed arbitrarily because of white insecurity. You understand? And especially,
And then when it's like, when you have like these white people that are killed by blacks, you have no sympathy for that. Is that correct?
yeah, I have sympathy. Nobody should kill anybody. There's no black.
But what should the white community do to protect ourselves from black people?
You already have protection, sir. It's called the law in jail.
No, we didn't. What about the Jim Crow? We want the Jim Crow back.
You're never going to get that back where you're just going to just arbitrarily harm us and nothing's going to happen. No, that's not going to happen.
No. So like that arena, right? The white Ukrainian girl, she was on the metro or the bus and she got stabbed by that black guy, remember? And that wouldn't have happened if we had Jim Crow. The black would have had to been in his own separate compartment and he wouldn't have been able to kill her.
Well, if he was crazy that shit, so he would kill somebody. So he was crazy as hell.
But this is what we want. We don't want to be killed by black people anymore, Tariq.
You're not being killed by black people. Like,
she got killed by a black person.
A one-off. It's not
a one-off. It happens all the time.
No.
OJ Simpson killed his wife. Remember that?
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't. That's why he was found innocent.
No, he was found innocent because it was a black jury didn't want to convict
No,
him.
he was found innocent because a white supremacist tried to frame him.
He was not framed. He literally even wrote a book mocking her, saying if I had done
That was a fake book. That was a fictional book.
It wasn't fiction. I mean, Tariq, why are you bothering with this stuff? Like, this is just like,
that's a lot.
Why can't you just be honest?
OJ Simpson was 100% innocent. He didn't kill anybody. OJ Simpson.
I was expecting you to be more strong than this. Like, I'm disappointed.
OJ Simpson is 100% innocent. He didn't kill two people in 20 minutes, didn't get no scratches on him, and got rid of all the clothes that fast. That's absolutely ridiculous. It's a ridiculous timeline. They tried to frame him. A white supremacist lead detective, Mark Furman, tried to set him up and frame him. And it didn't work. It backfired. All right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, fine.
Okay. So yeah, you gotta stop all the white supremacists trying to harm black people. See, they kill.
Yeah. It's our fault. Okay, but yeah, I mean, I just don't think this is gonna work. Like, if this is what you're gonna say, I don't think people are gonna buy this stuff.
Nobody kills white supremacists. Supremacists kill millions of people in one swoop. You're from over there in the Ukraine, Soviet Union area. You know how many genocides over that y'all had over there?
But isn't that a good reason for why white people shouldn't become a minority in America?
Sir, do you know how many genocides that you've committed over there in your region?
I know, it's quite ironic. I know.
Stalin. How many people did Stalin kill? Was it about 10, 12? How many millions of people?
Isn't it like closer to 50? I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
20, something like that at least.
Yeah. That famine that they forced that famine over there. Were some of your ancestors a part of that?
You know what? That's actually probably why I'm alive today, because my ancestors were on the other side of the river, so they didn't experience the famine.
Yeah. Those who don't know, there was a forced famine that Stalin did over there with the Ukrainian people called the Holodomor. That's how it's pronounced?
Well, I guess it depends on your pronunciation, but it's like, what is it? Like Golodny, Golodomor, something like that.
Oh.
Whatever. It means like hunger, something like that. Hunger.
They forcibly starved people over there. Crazy as cat shit. So yeah, you don't want to talk about murders and stuff like that. You guys have a monopoly on that, sir. You want to go there. But Mr. Agent, I respect your honesty. I give you that. I can respect your honesty. Let me get Cousin Jerry on here because we'll get one last question. Let's get Cousin.
That's fine. That's fine.
We're having a good conversation. It's very
all right.
Cousin Jerry.
Hey, Flex, how's it going?
I'm good, Cousin Jerry. This is Agent 47, the white nationalist.
Hey, white nationalists that not really affiliated with white nationalists that really they don't really claim to be white and from a foreign country. How you doing tonight?
That's 100% correct.
Hey, I got a few questions. You said your people were from Ukraine.
Yeah.
You said you came over in the early 90s.
Yeah. Mid. Yeah.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. What'd you say?
No, mid 90s, but yeah, whatever, close enough.
Mid 90s. What region and what stressor was it? A famine, war? Was your people sort of the Serbs, the Croatia war? What was the reason for the immigration?
I think it's the Transnistria war. I think that was the reason we were able to get into America.
The Trans who war?
Like the Transnistria war, like right on the border of Ukraine and Moldova.
Oh, the trans. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's how we got in.
Okay. Any black people in Moldova?
Not that I remember.
Any black people in Ukraine?
I mean, I wouldn't know. I'm not sure if I've ever been to Ukraine.
Okay, because I'm just kind of curious because I want to help you with a few things because it seems like you come from a place where there was a lot of violence, but there wasn't any people that looks like me. And unfortunately, you seem to have a lot of talking points that you picked up from somewhere, and you seem to have a major problem that I believe we could help you with.
Go ahead.
Are you ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
If you intend on getting a woman in the United States, not in the Ukraine, in the United States, you're going to have to pick up some fresher talking points. You're going to pick up some different ideas. You're going to pick up some different books Because if you intend on picking up an American white woman, you're going to have to be a little bit more diverse. Other than that, they're going to keep coming across the street. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Because you came in and talked about Detroit. We're not bombing each other in Detroit. You're immigrated from a place where you're actually one country's bombing another country in your area. So your talking points don't make logical sense from where you come from. Does that make any sense to you?
No.
No. Well, let me ask you this. Did you see any bombed out buildings that been hit with mortar fire or machine gun fire in Detroit?
I mean, maybe the gang violence, but I'm not sure about mortar fire.
Mortar fire. But you come from a country where you have buildings that have literally been hit with bombs. That were dropped on those people that look like you, not look like me.
Yeah, but the thing is that the people who look like me, they rebuild the buildings, and then it looks like, you know, at least kind of okay. Whereas the areas where the blacks moved in, they just got totally.
Let me ask you a question. You're telling me that Moldova and Ukraine has been rebuilt from them bombing and killing each other? I just left Detroit. I can speak for Detroit, but I can't speak for Moldova and Ukraine. So I'm asking you.
So it's been a while since I've been in Detroit, but last time I was there, which again, it's been a while, but like, yeah, there was like all these neighborhoods where like there basically no one was living anymore. All the buildings were destroyed. Like all the grass was growing and like everywhere. Like they were just completely like they were unlivable. And they put the places where the blacks had moved in.
As compared to your country where bombs have been dropped on entire cities. I just left Detroit. Detroit is rebuilding. There's beautiful restaurants, beautiful homes going up, as compared to what's actively happening in the Ukraine right now.
Okay, but yeah, I would need to.
Actually happening in Ukraine right now, young man.
Well, there's a war on the eastern west.
Is there a war on the east side of Detroit? Yes.
Sorry, west. I haven't been there in a while, so I can't comment.
Well, I was there last month. There's not a war on Detroit. There was a big party over there, but not a war. So you understand how antiquated and how juvenile your talking points sound, that we're tearing up cities, and you understand why women are not dealing with you.
Okay.
So I'm encouraging you to get off of because the group that you're trying to endear yourself to, they haven't accepted you.
I'm working on that. I got a plan.
You've got a plan.
What's the plan?
For somebody that
The plan is I need to get on Pierce Morgan, and I want to debate Pierce Morgan on this stuff.
Well, you can't get past me and from Alabama, so you can't get on Pierce Morgan. So I'm going to encourage you again to find you something else to do.
Okay.
They don't want you, and your main goal, you need to have your anchor baby before your TPS is revoked.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Right. You need to have your anchor baby before your TPS is revoked, because if you immigrated, it just take Agent Orange one bad morning and decide, and he'll send everybody back. So I want to give you a little encouragement that you're in here trying to tell us that we're tearing up and we're doing this, and you come from a country where you're literally, your country next door to you is trying to extinguish you. So I'm going to encourage you that the Ukraine needs babies. So I'm going to encourage you to drop this wannabe white nationalist and find you a better identity. Because in America, you can invent yourself and become whoever you want to be. Because these people don't want you. So find you a little Ukraine girl that immigrated, and y'all build an American dream life, young man.
There it is. Thank you so much, Cousin Jared. All right. So, any last words, Mr. Agent?
No, that's fine. Yeah, maybe next time. Maybe we'll talk some other time. But yeah, it was nice meeting you, Tariq.
It was nice meeting you too, man. And let me ask you that. Do you have siblings?
Yeah, I have one brother.
Oh, okay. What if your brother is he a white nationalist?
No.
Well, you said it very disappointingly.
He doesn't even want to. I don't even talk to him anymore because he doesn't really like when I'm like this entire career path. Oh. He doesn't want to be involved in it at all.
So he shunned you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, damn. He's here in the U.S. Did all you guys immigrate here together?
Yeah.
Oh, is he older or younger?
Younger.
Oh, does he have any kids?
Yeah.
Oh, are they by black women?
No.
Okay. Who are they by? White women, Asian women?
Yeah, like I think British American women.
Oh, Agent, do you have a little black nephew somewhere?
No, I do not.
Hold on. I think he has a black nephew, ladies and gentlemen. I think you.
No. They got blonde hair. They got blue eyes.
Hold on. I think you got a black nephew. We're gonna get him on here. Let's get the black nephew on here, ladies and gentlemen.
That's fine. I bring him
Hold
on.
on the black. You hold on.
All right, well, let's see.
Hey, what's up, Uncle Adrian? This is Tyrone, your nephew.
Yo, what up,
I'm a Ukraine YN. I'm mixed, but I got a big old afro and a whole bunch of bitches. So
No, you ain't black. You ain't black. Sorry.
I am black. How you
No,
gonna tell me
you
I ain't
mixed.
black?
You mixed. Nigga,
I
you
am
ain't black.
mixed. I'm a soul brother. My mama.
No. Coke.
My mama
It's all
from the
coke.
D. My mama from Detroit, nigga.
You mixed.
No,
Mm-hmm.
And you and Uncle, I heard you like Boosie. That's why you ain't got no money. So I got a song about you. Hold on.
Well, it's all the bussy shit. This stuff's so
Yo,
gay.
listen, my punk. He's a punk. My Uncle Punk. He's a punk. He's a punk. Uncle Punk. Uncle Punk. Uncle Punk. All right.
That's enough.
All right. Thank you, nephew. I appreciate the song.
There you
go.
There you go. All right, Agent 46. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you for being a sport, man.
All right. Take care.
That's funny. Lord. Good grief. At least he was an honest white nationalist. I can respect the honesty.
Yeah.
I can respect the honesty. Hold on. We got Loki. What's up, Loki? Loki, hop on.
Yeah.
I can respect an honest white nationalist. He was very honest about a lot of stuff. All right, Loki, waiting on Loki to get on in here with it. Loki is taking a minute for his thing to load in. Let me see. While waiting on Loki, let's get Miss Stacy. We ain't heard from Stacy in a minute.
Lord, thank you, Stacy.
You weren't gonna let me up on the white nationalist.
Yeah. I wanted to get, I wanted to take care of him first, and then, how you doing, dear?
I'm doing great, but I had a few words for him, but you wouldn't even let me.
Oh, it's all great. Yeah, how you been? You're looking good, Stacy. You're looking very
Oh,
good.
thank you. I'm doing great.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, like, what's wrong with a biracial woman up in here looking good like me?
Yes, indeed. So, you've been laying off the drinking, sounds like, right?
Yeah, I'm sober tonight.
I like that. You sound good sober and you look good sober. Let's keep that up.
You.
Yes, but
I appreciate it.
Thank you, dear. Let me get Loki. Loki, what's up, Loki?
What's up, Tariq, man? How are you?
I'm good, Mr. Loki. How are you, sir?
I'm feeling pretty good, man. I just woke up. I took a little snooze. I went to bed early, and I'm up now.
Yes, indeed. So what's going on with you guys?
Chilling, man. Just chilling regular. Just regulating. I'm a member of ADOM, American Descendant of Mafiosi, and we G-checked. We G-checked the man Dami here in New York, and he backpedaled as we knew he would, and he should. So we got a big win this week, and I'm looking at the title, Nolan Wells. What do you think happened to Mr. Wells?
It looks like some foul play happened, man, because a lot of the stories are not adding up. There's a lot of contradictions. His so-called friends took his phone and his keys. The family had to track the phone and find it, and there were some text messages that were wiped off. It's just a lot of foul play going on here. So, there's going to be an independent autopsy, so we're going to see what's going on with that. Now, what do you think? What do you think happened?
From what I heard, it sounded like he had some type of medical episode or event, and he wound up drowning or had some type of cardiac arrest.
Really?
Yeah, I haven't seen any evidence to the contrary.
Where have you seen evidence of a cardiac arrest?
I'm making a assumption based upon how he was found. Right, he's found by the water. The people that were with him left. I don't know where the foul play would come in. We'd have to see a toxicology report to see maybe if there were narcotics or something in the system that led to him potentially becoming unconscious and then drowning.
Okay, so that's just just speculative. You're just kind of speculating, right?
Yeah, we don't have. I need more information.
Right.
So, but I mean, we don't jump to conclusions here. We use evidence to then follow the facts to then make assertions.
Yeah.
So I don't see any there at this point.
Yeah. Well, based on history, it looked like it could be some foul play because the one black person with a bunch of white people and he ended up unalive. So that's foul play. All right.
Well, I think more. Well, we've discussed this before, but so many more black people die at the hands of other black people.
That doesn't negate foul play with white people because those black people who died at the other hands of black people, the media is not running around here talking about, oh, it doesn't look like anything happened. No, nobody's getting on code with them. They immediately go to jail. See, that's the difference, and that's what we're talking about. When there's some foul play going on with a bunch of white people, all of a sudden, don't nobody know nothing. Everybody's innocent. Well, he might have had a stroke at 18. It's always some old far-fetched, convoluted, far-reaching nonsense. That's the difference, sir, right?
I don't know, man. I mean, a lot of people got that COVID vax, and we saw a lot of cardiac arrests.
That was COVID. Boy, the splain and the splain. Now he got a COVID vax. Okay.
You never know.
Lord.
I'd like to ask you, though, about the Carmelo appeal. Have you looked into it, and have you seen what their with their research?
Yes, I talked about that the other day. Man, it was a lot of stuff that they had hidden. man,
Really?
that little, you heard about the little janky deal that they had. The prosecution and the defense had this little deal where they were not going to so-called sling mud, and then the prosecution reneged at the very last minute when Carmelo was about to testify, and they let them know, hey, we're going to throw all the dirt at him, and we're not going to honor that little agreement that we made. So it was a big rigging and a big railroading. So yeah, hopefully, most likely they're going to have to get a new trial, and not only a new trial. It might be some judicial misconduct going on with some of these people who were involved in the first case. It's looking very bad for them.
Well, Tariq, I do a show on Tuesday nights with Judge Joe Brown and Dana with the data. And Judge Joe Brown did a masterful breakdown yesterday on this exact topic. And he said that there's really there is no there in this case with the appeal, and that's standard. When you have a defendant that's going to take the witness stand, there is what is called impeachment evidence. If he decides to take the stand and open up the door to attesting to his good character or the character of anybody else, you're allowed to then impeach that defendant. And so that's standard practice when you're going to take a witness stand. So he chose not to take the stand in his own defense, which is his right as an American citizen.
But having a little backroom deal like that you are trying to keep off the record, that's not really standard. There's
no backroom deal. What was the backroom deal?
That little handshake deal, that disagreement that they had with each other, where they were going to play the case clean, and they were not going to bring up bad acts of Metcalf, and they were not going to bring up bad acts of Carmelo. That was the little unwritten agreement.
Well, it wouldn't be admissible anyway. You understand a trial is very tightly controlled. You wouldn't be allowed to do that.
So they should not have had that little agreement in the first place. So that compromised the integrity of the case.
So that's a standard. That's a standard thing. Judge Joe Brown went over that this is a standard practice in a trial.
Lawyers, this is not standard. According to the lawyers, this is why they're saying that they're going to try to get an appeal and a whole new trial based off of it. And also the fact that the judge is going around here taking a damn victory lap during interviews, talking about the jury got it right and all that, while the case is technically still open to a certain degree because the appeal is out here. That was something that was somewhat underhanded. And this is why they tried to get the judge recused from the case. So yeah, look like they're going to get.
I don't think it's going to work. I think it's going to fail, Matt.
You're hoping
spectacularly.
You're hoping that it's going to fail. But
I don't know, but I'll put money on it. You want to bet?
Yeah, let's bet. I bet you. How much do you pay for meth? What, $20, $30? I bet you $60. 2 meth hits. That
I'm a big spender, so I want to do 1,000. Yeah. Let's put 1,000.
I give you two meth hits.
I'll put it on Polymarket. You could go on Polymarket. It'll be in a decentralized contract, so you don't have to worry about me reneging on the money. And again, you go on Polymarket. I'll put it on there, or Kalshi, whichever you choose, whichever one you like, and we can bet on whether the appeal is going to succeed.
Yeah,
how about that?
Now, I believe that there is going to be a successful appeal. I think that there might be a brand new trial, hopefully. So we can bet on it. So let me find out about that Polymarket stuff.
Next space, I'll put it up there, and the next space I'll remind you about it.
Right. All right. Thank you so much, Loki. All right.
Thanks, Tariq. Have a great night.
All right. Caped Crusader.
FBA is a hate group.
We hate musty tethers. I mean, shit. We do hate that now.
Foundational Black Americans. FBA. FBA stands for Feds, Bitches, and Assholes.
No. It stands for your family, Funky Bitches Associated. That's what it stands for.
FBA stands for Feds.
Yep. Come on now. Come on with some better material. All right. Well, come on, Kate. And why you sound like you got balls in your jaws?
Okay. I got one for you.
You're being a ticklish tether. Well, how you up here giggling, bitch? You're there wearing a thong and it's rubbing you funny. That's why you giggling, nigga. You big old punk.
Big business.
FBA stands for Foundational Bitch Ass.
Are you a Mexican? These are little Mexican jokes. Nigga. If you don't go somewhere and make me a damn empanada and stop playing Julio, come on now. All right, let's see who else we got. You better stop playing. Let me see.
FBA.
Them Hispanic jokes are horrible. Work on your delivery. Let's get Queen in here.
What's up, Tariq? How you doing?
Hey, beloved, how you doing, Queen?
I'm doing very well. Thanks for asking. I wanted to say to the white guy, the last guy, Judge Joe Brown don't know shit. He should have got put into Shady Pines a long time ago. They should have took him off the block. I hope he still ain't driving. But yes, I'm a spirit-led energy reader, and I read tarot cards. And Carmelo is getting out of this, and Judge Roach is panicking right now. He is I checked his energy today, and he's very depressed. He confused. He don't know how all this stuff's starting to leak out, and all these deals and stuff that he's been covering up. He don't know how this happening. He got a mistress, and she about to betray him. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you so much for this. Thank you, sis. Yeah. I hope that Roach and all them guys. I hope there's some kind of judicial prosecution misconduct, something with these people. Viking, is that your name, brother? I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name. Vicus, that's his name. Mr. Vicus, hop on, sir. All right, Vicus. All right, Vicus ain't saying nothing. So let's get Daniel Hollis. Mr. Daniel Hollis in the building.
Me all.
Hey, Dallas.
Hi. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk off, mate.
Okay.
So,
slow down.
just
slow down.
Oh, sorry, I have ADHD. Please go
You're
on.
talking very fast. Are you Australian or British?
I'm British, sir.
Okay, you're in Britain?
Yes, sir.
Have we talked before?
No.
Have we talked before? You what kind of British are you? Are you Anglo-British? Are you?
Well, okay. So I'm three quarters white British. The whole of my family's British, and I'm quarter Italian Maltese. So my grandfather emigrated to the UK from Malta. I believe they were fleeing persecution. I'm not sure. So pardon.
What's on your mind, Daniel?
Well, yeah, just tuning in. I think really we can talk about white supremacy and racism and conflict, but I mean the underlying issue. We can all kind of get to the root cause is the Jewish question, really, isn't it? Jewish supremacy. That's really what the idea is. You've all seen that film or heard of that film, Citizen Vigilante. I don't know if you've heard of it all. That film. That's
Jewish supremacy.
What?
Jewish supremacy. And are you clicked in with Tommy Robinson out there?
Oh no. Let's say Tommy Robinson is controlled opposition. I think you call it. He's a propagandist for Jewish for Jewish interests. It's all. This is my point. You see, this is the conflict between black and white against black and Christians against Muslims. That film was on the surface, it was a white guy who was based and he's killing all these Muslims, but actually, I've just found out recently it's a fully Jewish produced propaganda film. That guy, Armie Hammer, is like Ashkenazi Jew. So that's unfortunately what Jewish supremacy is all about. You can check the facts and stuff. I'm only spurting off what I've learned allegedly recently. Jewish, excuse my terminology, 20 to 40 times more likely to be slave owners, Jews, rather than other like whites. This is their plan. They pit us against each other. They make it feel like it's an impossible situation.
Slow down.
Yes,
debunk that. The slave owner. There were Jewish and Christian slave owners, and most of them were Christians, sir.
Okay, so aside from that,
not aside. If you say something and it gets completely debunked,
right? Okay, I don't care about getting debunked.
Okay,
I'm seeing the pattern where.
Oh, okay. You slow your ass down, Benny Hill. You're not going to just be talking. We don't do that. And you don't care about being debunked. I see you don't. You just want to say shit. We don't just say shit. Okay, this ain't say shitism. Mr. Daniel, do you understand that?
Okay. Yes, sir. Yeah. So I'll give
you shit hour, sir. We have decorum. We're not giving you a platform to just say shit. Whatever you say has to make sense. All right.
My apologies.
There you go. Now we had a guy who called up 20 minutes ago who was a white nationalist. He's a white supremacist over here, and he's Jewish. So what's the difference?
I don't think there's any difference. I mean, the Bolsheviks were responsible for genocide of 40 million Christians, the amount of awful things that they allegedly did, cutting people's, like getting their intestines out, tying them up against the car, driving it round and round until their intestines got completely ripped out.
This guy's boring me already. Okay. He's boring me. Okay, let me try one more time because I don't want to hear no anecdotal stuff. What's the difference, Daniel? Because I'm assuming that you're an Anglo-white nationalist. What's the difference between an Anglo-white nationalist like yourself and a white nationalist like the person who called up who has Jewish ancestry? What's the difference? That's my question.
I'm not sure. I just believe each country should remain, have its own ethnic indigenous people. Japan should remain full of Japanese people. France should remain full of French people. Israel is able to be an ethno state, so why can't every other country have its same sovereignty?
Why are you mentioning Jewish people then?
Because that is the underlying issue. So in my opinion, that's just my opinion. And I've had an issue historically. Well, where I live in, I see the impact of immigration from third world countries. But I wonder who's pushing all this. Why are they fleeing here? Because of wars. Because they've been genocided in Gaza.
God. This is an issue between white supremacists, and you mad because the other suspected white supremacist is getting more out of the deal than you. That's a you problem. Don't bring it to the victims of white supremacy. I don't care. Both of you are the same to me and us, sir. Don't bring your white supremacist grievances to the victims of white supremacy because none of you are helping us. All right?
We're all the victims, though, sir. This is the problem. They're pitting us against each other. That's what I mean. That's what I'm getting
Have a
at.
good day. I don't want to hear that. We're being pitted against each other. You have the same white supremacist views. Stop it. You got the same views. Yeah. Y'all never defend us against the white supremacists within their community. Yeah. Y'all get on code with each other. So I don't want to hear that. Don't let them run that game. All right. Let me go ahead and wrap it up, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I think we had a pretty good discussion. I think it was pretty deep. Y'all hear my sinuses are better. When I was on TikTok last night, I could barely breathe. I'm still a little stopped up. Shout out to the brother who gave me that recommendation for the wellness thing. Respect. I take advice. I take a lot of, when y'all give me some game, like Sister Brooke gave me a recommendation for these pills one time. I was having some pain. Them shits work. I be listening to y'all ass. Yes, indeed. Let me see. We got a lot of folks. Shout out to everybody calling up in here. Respect to the family. Y'all go get your Rootwork deodorant at rootworkstyle.com. Go make a contribution to the Hidden History Museum at hiddenhistorymuseum.com. All right, I'm up out of here. Puppy Akute, Lola Vuvi to the family. Peace.
To the left, to the right, my baby. From dusk till dawn, arms in the air, confidence wide. I hit the floor and do the root work slide. No funk on me, I'm smooth with pride. Fresh under pressure, fresh outside. Everywhere I go, they feel that vibe. They say, what you got? I say, root work slide, root work slide. To the right.
Lord. Our Lady Chess Risen. What are your thoughts on the conversation with that white supremacist?
First one was alright, it was a decent racist fellow. Second one was just trash. And like, it was just Jewish supremacy. Like,
right. What's
another form of racism? Like, what the fuck is Jewish supremacy? It's the first time I ever heard that shit. It's already bad enough that the little ass run everything. Is that just the fanciest way of saying it? That's what they do? Like, you know what I mean? Cat just blew it up, man. Which cat blew it up in the back?
I'm a real.
Jesus.
All right, so.
Where is he? He dropped like 13 pounds today.
He's in the bathroom dropping that dookie load.
Just blowing it up.
So police fairly shoot fleeing black teen in the back.
Black teen who was running away from a dog was fatally shot by the police. Put him up. Full mask.
Oh,
it's unfreaking believable. But it happened.
Yeah, so it's good now.
Wilmington, Delaware.
Yeah.
19-year-old kid, Kadir Skinner, was shot in the back by cops as he was running away from them. There's no dispute about that. Kadir was shot and killed by a Wilmington police officer on June 24th. Police say Skinner came out of a house with a gun pointed toward a large crowd and that he ran away when the officer fired. Family attorneys dispute that account, saying Skinner was running from a dog. Attorney Harry Daniels, a dear friend and friend of the program, said the video raises questions about if Skinner was armed. Quote, Kadir is running from the dog. And clearly he was, shot from behind. I have to ask, was he armed? Here's the thing. We don't know that because the video wasn't as clear. We got pointed out that there was a weapon, and at some point, a weapon was dropped. So police officers typically don't shoot a suspect in the back and then claim that somehow that individual, even though clearly they were shot in the back, posed imminent danger to themselves
Grand Rising, Sister Val,
or somebody else. And it has to be imminent. It can't be a danger. You can shoot anybody. The Supreme Court said it has to be imminent. Imminent is a defined proximity term. So if he's armed or not is my point. It doesn't matter if he's armed. He's running away. You shot him in the back. Literally, he's running away so that he is no imminent threat. There's more. The unnamed officer involved has now been placed on administrative leave. The police department, they are investigating themselves, are investigating the incident, and the Delaware Attorney General's office, they are conducting a concurrent investigation as well. Some neighbors and community leaders said they saw officers picking up spent shell casings and putting them into their pockets. Now, keep in mind, if they saw any cop picking up one shell casing, that's obstruction of justice. That's interfering with an official investigation. No cop who's on the scene involved in the incident has the authority to pick up those shell casings. You have to wait until your investigative unit comes to preserve the evidence. So if one shell casing was picked up, you have a cover-up. You got a conspiracy, period. They're taught not to ever pick up a shell casing. There's more. They also claim Skinner was handcuffed and placed in a police vehicle after he was shot instead of being taken away in an ambulance. The family of a 19-year-old Kadir Skinner says newly viewed body camera footage of the police shooting that killed him shows he, quote, should be alive today, end quote. And they are urging officials to release the video publicly. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump, who represents the family, him and Harry Daniels do a lot of these cases together, said the nearly 4-minute recording offers no justification for the officer's actions. Quote, nothing on that video justified this. I'm aggravated, end quote, Crump said. After reviewing the footage, Crump said the public should be allowed to see it. Put him up for a man. Skinner's father questioned why the shooting happened. He said, and I quote, they shot my son in the back. What's the protocol? I need to know what's the protocol when somebody is getting shot in the back, end quote. Darrell Dollard said, he heard his son, Kadir Skinner, pleading during the incident. Quote, I heard my son say, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. He said. Skinner's mother said the family wants more details from investigators. Quote, I want transparency of what happened to my son. Not okay. Kadir Skinner, I want transparency on what happened to him last night, Ms. Skinner said. I have to take a woosah moment with these stories sometimes. He was shot in the back. He was shot in the back. There's nothing else to discuss. But because we live in a political era, a political season where integrity has become bankrupt among politicians, a lot of public leaders, officials, and the police. That corruption that used to be kind of covered up seemingly is now done in your face. We will stay on top of this story, hearts, prayers, positive vibrations with the family and friends.
Yeah, definitely. It's fucked up. So next we got a Puerto Rican rapper who suggests hip hop is the foundation of the FBA culture, which is a good bullshit.
Right, what's up, everybody, man? Listen, man, it's been a minute. I hope everyone's doing good, but check this out. I've been doing some music lately, and I got with this new band and kind of taking me away from making videos, but I found some time to do this particular video. Now, this video pertains to a certain individual. I'm sure many of you who follow me know who he is. If you know anything about Dr. Cologne, you know about the microphone prints. And if you don't know who that is, this is him. Now, what's interesting about this gentleman is that he's basically a convert. You know, I call him one of Cologne's disciples. He didn't always believe the things that Cologne believes in. And so he's a convert. And so he's pretty much spreading this false information along with people like Cologne. And so he made this video recently where he tries to make the case for Puerto Ricans being co-creators, and that anyone who suggests that they're not is not living in reality. But in the process of making this video, he disrespects Black culture as the foundation of the culture. All right, so before I get into the video, I'm going to play it in its entirety, but let me remind you what he used to believe several years ago.
But now, mind you, it wasn't Puerto Rican culture. It was New York Black culture. And us Puerto Ricans who were there, we were Black. That's it. You know, it wasn't like we were coming out there with the, you know, fucking guayaberas and shit, you know, rhyming in Spanish. We was doing what the brothers was doing. That's it. We brothers too. So.
All right, so let me set this video up. Basically, in a nutshell, he's going to try to use the analogy of a cake to represent the finished product, which is hip hop, and try to suggest, don't look at the ingredients that made the cake, but just simply look at the cake. So in other words, when I say that he's disrespecting Black American culture, he's asking everyone, don't look at the foundational elements as in terms of what created hip hop. He's just saying, look at hip hop. And if you just look at hip hop, Latinos or Puerto Ricans were there from day one. That's his basic argument. So I'm going to dissect that in a minute, but let me play the video in its entirety, and then we'll come back and dissect the nonsense.
Yeah, what up? I want to share some ideas with you, or ask your opinion about something. The name of our page is the Hip Hop Co-Creators. So when you start talking about the creation of something, be it a cake, right? You have the recipe, the ingredients, the procedure, and then the cake. The cake is now created, right? Cake isn't created when you go to the store to get the eggs and the milk. That's the inception, right? So a culture can't be created. A musical genre and that can be created, and it was, right? So in order to get Puerto Ricans out of it, you have to go pretty far back. So you have to go far back past, like before creation, because Google AI is fantastic, right? The creation of a thing is fully realized upon completion, but its conceptual life begins at inception. So this inception, you're building a house, you're buying the wood, the cement, you're starting to, that's the inception. The creation is when the house is built, right? An inception, it exists as an idea or a blueprint. sheet music, a recipe, or architectural drawings, right? Upon completion, it becomes a fully functional reality that can be experienced, consumed, inhabited. That's the key right there. When it became that, I don't even know the year, but I know that Flash and the 3 MCs was the blueprint. To me, when it was created upon completion, was whatever year Cold Crush, The Furious, Fantastic, whatever year that was, that those were the groups. And it, in my mind, and then by this time, all the breaking is in place and everything. So we're talking about all the elements, not just breaking apart. Oh wait, but there was a nigga spinning on his back in Africa. There was motherfuckers in Puerto Rico rhyming, freestyling off of congas and stabbing each other because they were battling and they didn't like what each other said.
Lies.
Am I saying that's hip hop? No. When I'm talking about fucking Muhammad Ali and the Jubilaires and all that, shit wasn't hip hop. When those were the eggs, those are the fucking trees and the woods that they used to make the house years, you know what I'm saying? Like that. We're talking about this. Kaz said hip hop didn't invent anything. It reinvented everything. That reinvention was when it was Fantastic, Cold Crush, like those foundational groups that, all right, this is finally done. We got the DJ behind you. You got the MCs. They do routines. They battle. There's people breaking. There's graffiti. The cake is done. When that cake was completed and it came out the oven, it was frosted, or the house was done and they handed somebody the keys, Puerto Ricans were there. So we are motherfucking co-creators. Fuck out of here.
Let's start with the obvious. A cake and hip hop is not the same thing.
Right.
It's illogical to make the comparison. All right. For example, in order to make a cake, you must know what the ingredients are. You know, the cake mix, the butter or the sugar, the icing. If you don't know what the ingredients are, you can't make the cake. So like I said before, what he's trying to do is say, don't pay any attention to the ingredients, which is Black American culture. What are the ingredients? The music, the vernacular, the dance, all of which can be traced to Black American culture. That is not even up for debate. Now, some would say, well, they just didn't play, Black American music. That's true. But if you talk to many of the people who were there, they will tell you that at least 90% of the music being played at the jams were, in fact, Black American music. The vernacular, unquestionably, is the language of hip hop. So the dance, all B-boy historians, all dance historians cite Black Americans as being the first to introduce this form of dancing to the world, or at least in this case, to the Bronx. All right. So we have to be clear. We got to talk about what is the actual ingredients. What Latinos did later, which was to add new moves to a dance that was already created. That does not make them a creator. That just makes them a contributor. Saying that, they were there at the inception, but they were not the creators. To argue that is just plain foolish. Now, with regards to hip hop, nobody in 73, 74, 75 had any idea that, 6, 7 years from that moment, that there would be this thing called hip hop. So no one had this thing like, let's put this all together, these 5 elements, and let's create hip hop. It happened by happenstance. Some of it, I would say, manufactured. When you talk about graffiti, that was something that was introduced by Fab Five Freddy. I don't care what anybody say. That's the history. When you talk about knowledge, that's something that was added to the music. Hip hop is music. Graffiti and the knowledge aspect is not music. That's not hip hop to me. That's why they hardly even mention. It's really about the music. And hands down, the music element of it is Black American culture. Again, that's not even up for debate. Okay, so when the Microphone Prince or TMP talks about disregard the foundation, don't pay any attention to that. That's being disrespectful to Black American culture. It's very weak to try to disregard another group of people in order to uplift yourself. And this is what he's doing in this particular narrative. The thing that I find so interesting, he quotes Cass, but he's selective in what he quotes from Cass. Cass also said that there would be hip hop even without Latinos. But TMP is not going to quote him on that, because that goes against his whole narrative. And one thing about when these Latinos are speaking with Cass, they have all this smoke on their own spaces. But when they are confronted with Cass, when they have to confront Cass or Cass confronts them about the history, they all back down. They all back down because they know Cass know the history. Let me play a couple of clips. And I just think this is so ironic because this didn't happen too long ago, where TMP was on a podcast with Cass, right? And on this podcast, TMP tried to push that nonsense about, you know, we were all introduced to hip hop at the same time. He literally said that as if, this is what I'm talking about. Remember I mentioned this before in another video. People see Black American culture as not a real culture. They believe they can appropriate it and not really have to acknowledge. For him to say that Black Americans, along with Latinos, were introduced to hip hop at the same time, he's saying that the foundation that we know that it comes from doesn't even matter. Yep. It's not even something that we should even discuss because we were all introduced to it at the same time. The guy, this is what happens when you deal with desperate people who want to feel important. They will try to negate aspects of the history that counters their argument. And that's what he tried to do in this particular video I'm getting ready to show you. And Cass checked him, as he always does. He loves his Puerto Rican people, but he will check them when they're out of pocket. And in this particular statement that TMP was saying, he was out of pocket because what we know as hip hop comes directly from Black American culture. And that's what Cass has said.
And in that area, it was Blacks and Puerto Rican, and they were always together. You know what I mean? So, the narrative like that Puerto Ricans kind of came over after from their culture. I feel like our generation of Puerto Ricans was introduced to the culture along with everybody else at the same time. Like there was never a time where our generation was dancing fucking salsa music, and we said, you know what, I'm gonna go fuck with the hip hop.
Hold on. Because you made a good point there. Because generationally, that's where we all get our shit from. So everybody that's in that same age range, everybody that go to the same school, everybody that listen to the same radio station gets the same culture. Mm-hmm. Okay, now how you manifest that, you know what I mean, and how that plays, into your life as it is, depends on what's going on in your life already. Now, most of us are already on that path. We grew up with music in our house, R&B, soul music, hip hop. A lot of the break beats that we gravitated to came from songs that our parents used to play in our homes. Some of the earliest experiences from a lot of Spanish, Hispanic, Latino, Puerto Rican, whatever, Dominican, the people involved in hip hop, the generation prior to them wasn't involved in this kind of music. Wasn't involved in Black culture the same way. There were some, but not Black as people. Much as this generation. Okay, like you said, the generation prior were racist against Black people. Yeah, I want to talk about that. Sometimes justifiably so, and sometimes just that's just the way they were brought up. You understand what I'm saying? I remember my first partner in this thing. Disco Wiz. He was Puerto Rican, you know what I mean? And half Cuban, half Puerto Rican. And he got a lot of flack from being with me, from hanging out with me or seeing him. I didn't get no flack from hanging out with him. When people seeing me with him or the Puerto Rican dude, you know, with the Kango and Just Fly, they just see two fly niggas, a black and a Puerto Rican. When Puerto Rican people say us, yo, what you doing with that fucking Moreno? What you doing with that Coca-Cola? Why you listen to that black shit? That was the attitude. And that can't be denied. Okay, so if anything, the hip hop generation kind of closed that gap. Back to this Latin thing. Past our generation, we talk about Disco Wiz and we talk about Ruby D, who was part of the Fantastic Five, who has been quoted as saying, Ruby D is my name, I'm a Puerto Rican. You might think I'm black by the way I'm speaking. Okay, that's just an indication of a Puerto Rican person adapting black culture and saying it right there to himself. Because I'm Puerto Rican, yeah, and I speak Spanish, but I adapted to black culture. So I adapted to hip hop. So because I adapted to hip hop, you might think I'm black.
Right.
And he made that distinction himself. You understand? So I don't think most people's argument is not against there ain't no Latinos in hip hop or they didn't contribute to hip hop or anything. But I think the backlash from the argument itself created a big extra, like, we half and half, we contribute. You know, Fat Joe's
that was
big
a
quoted
bad
as saying,
quote, you know what I mean?
Latinos is responsible, half and half responsible for hip hop. Get the fuck out of here, okay? And that's no slight to Latinos. I'm just saying to that notion. Because if you look right now at the entire population of hip hop, how many blacks and how many Latinos is it? The ratio, even to this day, is not half and half. Okay, so it's obvious that, you know, since we live close in proximity, that we both adapted this culture, but more of us, you know what I mean, is from our culture, it came naturally. And for the Latinos, it's like, okay, that shit is cool. I fucks with that. I live, you know what I mean, you know how many Puerto Ricans let me speakers? You know how many fucking DJs, you know what I mean, that you'll never hear of. But if it wasn't for them, niggas couldn't have came outside that day.
Did you catch that where he said that it's Black American culture or black culture, which is Black American culture?
Yeah.
Now, he said that not too long ago. Very similar to what he said about 3 to 4 years ago. So what would prompt him to make this video?
Right.
Where he's trying to discount Black American culture and promote this co-creation nonsense. He even acknowledged that the 50-50 comment was crazy. Let me play it again.
Look right now at the entire population of hip hop. How many blacks and how many Latinos is it?
Hip hop is
the
black
ratio.
culture. Hip hop is
The
black
ratio.
culture.
You know what the crazy thing is that they always talk about unity and if you don't recognize Puerto Rican or Latino contributions, that somehow you're anti-Latino or anti-Puerto Rican. That's not the case at all. It's about you guys recognizing the foundation of the culture. When TMP in his video talked about the ingredients prior to hip hop, that's Black American culture. But he wants you not to acknowledge that. Those are the reasons why we can't come together. You have to acknowledge that, because that's how the cake is made. Without those ingredients, the cake cannot be made. So all I'm saying, if you want respect, you have to give respect. As long as adequate respect is not given to us, it's not about we did everything. We're not trying to say that we did everything, but give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. All right. And if we are the foundation, acknowledge that. That goes a long way. In the same way that we acknowledge the groundbreaking moves you guys did in terms of breaking. We applaud that and we acknowledge that. We need you guys to reciprocate when it comes to the foundation. Again, I gotta keep stressing this because it's just so important. Without the foundation, there is no hip hop. And until any of you can prove to me, and if you want to do a debate, we can work that out. Prove to me that hip hop is not foundationally Black American. And we can have that conversation. And what you have to do in order to prove that, you would have to show documentation, experts that clearly says or supports your belief. It can't be your own opinion, because Lord knows I can provide a whole bunch of documentation to prove that hip hop is foundationally Black American. So if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, man. Share, like this video because it's so important. Until the next time.
All right, yeah. Mario, you should be ashamed of yourself. I think he was in microphone check, so he should really be ashamed of himself. Backpedaling like that. Oh my God. What are your thoughts for you, Trey?
See, I think his assumption has been overly discussed.
Hey,
And I thought
baby.
with the making of the movie, that would have put an end to it.
Right.
And then we could just know that it was contributed. The way dude said, like, first of all, like, no, because you Puerto Rican, you're not a nigga.
Right.
Secondly, you weren't there. You contributed to Africa. The fuck does breaking got to do a rap?
Right.
You know what I mean? That's just like a bonus part of a show.
It's one of the 6 elements of hip hop. 5 elements of hip hop.
It's not though.
It is though.
It's not though.
It is though.
I don't think about rapping as turn around watching motherfuckers spin and shit. Or I think about hip hop. I think about rapping like two people just for motherfucking great for a verse. You know what I'm saying?
That's the MC.
I
Call and
don't care. They weren't
response.
there. They didn't do it. They were
Hey, baby.
They was there
Hey, baby
to
Khalifa.
contribute. They didn't start this shit. That's all that
Yeah, they
matters.
definitely done started it.
They contributed. They didn't start it.
Hmm.
That's all they have to come to
Hi,
understand.
Khalifa.
After
Baby.
that, the contributions were what the contributions were, and they went out to do their own thing, and they still delineated. They still were Puerto Ricans at the end of the fucking day. They weren't Black.
Right.
That's my opinion on the whole subject. I don't really. I see the performative part as performative, and not the not the like. It's like I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, but I wouldn't have explained it like how he did.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because he was just, it's like you were just throwing in shit. The thing is, like, look, he said one thing like years before, changed it up. It doesn't matter now. I mean, at the end of the day, we don't even really have too much, like, hip hop isn't hip hop anymore. You know what I mean? Not even rap like that. It's kind of like the sauciness of it all is gone.
Mm-hmm.
The talent is gone. It's like studio. It's like warrior. It's not like it was.
Right.
It like nobody's making like except for like the older stuff they came in our generation.
Mm-hmm.
Like we can still listen to that, but all the new stuff is like trash. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
There's no substance to make you really want to go out and really listen to their whole album.
Right.
Versus back then you gotta listen to the whole album and see what else they worked on.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like that was good. Now it's like you know what I mean?
Right.
Now to like really hear any new music unless you hooked up to like Spotify or Pandora or something like that.
YouTube music.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like the good stuff of hip hop and rap is gone. And now what we got is trash and like what I showed you the other day. You know what I mean? That dude does it's like he's having a musical fucking identity crisis.
Mm-hmm.
He's all over the place with music. Like all over the place. One minute's rap, one minute's like bluegrass, like it's like Jesus Christ. Then it's in Spanish, it's like, half and half. I was like, it's weird.
Mm-hmm.
That right there is good. There's a conflict of musical interest for me,
Right. All right, so moving on. I'm getting exhausted. We go to Underkill. We covered that. Black man found dead in a jail cell after brutal canine attack. What are y'all doing, babies? Khalifa. Black Magic. What are you doing, baby? Oh, it's muted. Sorry.
Update. Black. We have an update to a story that we brought you. It is a sad update. Black male attacked by police K9 is found dead in a jail cell. Here's the report we have. The update is in Tennessee.
Man. Hey, man, get the dog off of him, man. Get the dog off of him.
This is a hell of a situation. Put it up full mass. This incident we brought you is from last week. We brought you this incident last week. In that reporting, you see a black male being attacked by a police K9. You see a bystander saying the obvious. We showed you the video of that K9 being unleashed on a black male during an arrest in Clarksville, Tennessee. Within 4 days, that man was found dead while in custody of the Montgomery County Jail. I'm going to give you the limited information that we have. Then I'm going to provide some context that your local news cannot. At about 11:30 a.m., June 29th, Montgomery County Sheriff's deputies saw a vehicle registered to Darius Chapel, parked at the Burger King at Fort Campbell Boulevard. Darius had an active warrant for violation of parole. That's according to the report, according to WSMV News. When deputies tried to stop him, Darius ran into oncoming traffic on Fort Campbell Boulevard. Deputies used a taser multiple times, but he fought back, according to the report. The CPD officer arrived to assist. When Darius grabbed a deputy's vest near the throat and pulled the deputy, the CPD officer deployed a K9, which bit Darius and ended the altercation, according to the report. Now, it's unclear what actual violation happened in order to create the parole violation in the system, the warrant. Neither the arrest document nor law enforcement has revealed that piece of information. So to explain, a parole violation could be what's called a technical violation. And a technical violation means that the person has not done anything to create a new charge. They did not get arrested somewhere. They did not commit another crime. Maybe there's a technical violation. A technical violation for parole could be not paying your fine, not paying your supervision fee, not paying restitution, or not finishing community service, and perhaps not reporting or non-reporting. All of those are considered technical violations, not a new criminal charge. There's more. Darius was booked into the Montgomery jail on multiple charges, including assault on a law enforcement officer and resisting arrest. After his arrest, Darius was found unresponsive in his cell during a routine security check at the jail on Friday morning and was then pronounced dead. Let's zoom out for a moment. He was booked into the county jail, which means what? Which means he was alive. He was alive. He was alert enough based on protocol, if they followed protocol. He was alert enough to be fingerprinted, to be photographed, to be suited and to be placed inside of a jail cell. Typically during intake, you have to go past the medical contractor. A nurse usually will examine the individual, especially if there has been some type of attack. Now, under the protocol of rule and regulation, he should have been seen by a medical professional before he was placed in the cell, because he obviously has had an encounter with a canine. That's called force. He has to be cleared. There's more. Montgomery County Sheriff's Office alleges, following his arrest, Darius was transported to Vanderbilt Clarksville Hospital, where he was evaluated, treated, and medically cleared for booking into the Montgomery County Jail. Upon his arrival at the jail, he was processed and booked in. Our jail medical staff conducted their own medical assessment, and Darius continued to receive medical care in accordance with established jail medical protocols. Throughout his incarceration, detention staff conducted routine security checks as required and reported any medical concerns or complaints Darius had regarding his health and welfare to jail medical personnel for evaluation and treatment. Now, I want Jordan, my producer, to put that last statement back up I just read. And I want to bring your attention to a part of this statement. It says, throughout his incarceration, detention staff conducted routine security checks as required and reported any medical concerns or complaints Darius had regarding his health and welfare to jail medical personnel for evaluation and treatment. They're telling you that he had a medical condition. They're telling you he complained about the medical condition. They're telling you that there was a reporting protocol when he did bring up the fact he had a medical condition. Why was he cleared by medical then? Why was he cleared by medical?
Right.
He obviously has a serious medical issue because he's dead.
Mm-hmm.
He has a serious medical issue. According to WKRN News. Put them up. For the first time since Darius' death, the Clarksville police chief, Ty Burdine, issued a written statement on Monday expressing condolences to the family and saying the department is taking the incident, quote, very seriously, end quote. The chief also confirmed the officer who deployed the K9 was placed on administrative leave the morning after the arrest, pending the outcome of the investigation. Keep the chief up. The chief has said he expresses condolences to the family. Typically, the chief of police does not express condolences to the family of a criminal who died while assaulting a police officer. So that's not what this is. That is not what happened here. They are taking the incident very seriously. Well, according to the sheriff chief, there is no incident. But according to the chief, there is an incident. Understand, the sheriff is an elected position. The chief is an appointed position by the city. These are different law enforcement agencies. The chief then says that the person who released the K9 was placed on administrative leave the morning of the arrest. Well, the morning of the arrest, there was no investigation of foul play at that time. But the officer was placed on administrative leave immediately. There was no investigation into the allegation. We didn't know about it yet. At the request of 19th Judicial District Attorney General Robert Nash, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation is now investigating the death of Darius the NAACP is requesting that the FBI join in on the investigation. The cause of death has not yet been released, which means the reason he died is still a mystery. The NAACP said Saturday that the day before his death, they had been assured that he was fine. They inquired. They were assured by medical he was okay. Put up this brother. He leaves behind 3 young children for what may amount to be some kind of technical violation, maybe non-payment, lack of opportunity to complete community service, and he ends up dead. We already saw the heartlessness of how he was handled during the arrest. Imagine the level of heartlessness he potentially experienced once he got behind those walls. We are not letting this go at all. Put up a GoFundMe. If you have the means to donate, I ask you to do the very best you can. His family is fundraising for the funeral, for the memorial expenses. They don't have money like that. Let's help ease the financial burden of the family during this difficult time. All right, we are guaranteed to bring you updates as they come.
Lord. All right, y'all. I think I'm about to end the show because I'm about to pass out. Appreciate y'all tapping in. Join us. At the City Council for Frontline Black News, Season 6, Episode 34, Part 3, Part 3 on the Frontline Black News. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. It's the Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So appreciate everybody that came through. Shout out to Crew for coming through. Shout out to Damien for coming through. Shout out to Sister Val for coming through. Shout out to Michael for coming through. Shout out to Sabaka for coming through. Shout out to Big E for coming through. Shout out to... Who else is in there? I think that was it. Oh, Cardenas. Appreciate you coming through. Yeah, and fresh always up. And did DSP come through? No, DSP didn't come through tonight. Well, I did showcase a video. Anybody else speaking and not speaking? So peace, love, light, repression, the nation, chain crewman. Lady Chase signing up for the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant for the city. We'll see y'all later for Frontline Black News after City Council. Peace.